All right, be right back. I'm kidding. All right, are these just headlines?
Mimi Goodman. President Trump faces a growing backlash after financial disclosure forms revealed his personal income soared to $2.2 billion in the first year of his second term. That includes $635 million from a licensing agreement for Trump-branded cryptocurrency meme coins and $590 million from the Trump family's World Liberty Financial Crypto Project. Trump earned another $575 million from his real estate holdings. Trump's financial disclosure report sprawled over 900 pages. By comparison, President Obama's last such disclosure was just 8 pages. Editorial boards including the Wall Street Journal, the New York Post, and Fox News have criticized Trump's latest business ventures. On Wednesday, Trump defended his windfall profits.
Critics say you're profiting off the presidency.
Well, you know why I'm profiting? Because the stock market's going up. Everybody's profiting. If you have a
you needed to sell all your assets, cunt.
It's about up 85%. Thank you, President Trump.
President Trump was speaking to reporters before boarding.
Why do you ask the working class how they're going?
A Boeing
what is this
747
repugnant
jet
red piece of
donated
shit
to the U.S. by the royal family of Qatar. The Air Force expedited a retrofit of the luxury plane, reportedly at a cost of well over $400 million.
Epic.
Trump plans to keep the jet after leaving
of course
office,
he does.
saying he'll donate it to his presidential library. Democrats have accused him of receiving a foreign emolument or bribe, which is prohibited under the U.S. Constitution. This comes after the New York Times reported Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick met with Kazakhstan's president last September in New York, where the pair negotiated a deal giving a U.S. company called Kaz Resources access to one of the world's largest untapped reserves of tungsten. Ahead of the deal, the Trump administration greenlighted as much as $1.6 billion in federal financing for the project. Howard Lutnick's sons, Kyle and Brandon Lutnick, as well as Eric and Donald Trump Jr., are all tied directly or indirectly to the company. A coalition of human rights and anti-war groups are calling on President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio to lift all U.S. sanctions on Venezuela as the death toll from last week's devastating twin earthquakes continue to rise, and humanitarian aid advocates warn of a widening health and hunger crisis. In a letter obtained by Common Dreams, the groups write, quote, as long as sweeping economic sanctions remain in place and Venezuelan assets remain frozen abroad, reconstruction will be unnecessarily delayed and millions of people will continue to suffer. The letter has been signed by dozens of organizations, including the Center for Economic and Policy Research and the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. The UN Development Program has estimated the earthquakes have caused $6.7 billion in damage. On Wednesday, the death toll surpassed 2,000, which is believed to be a vast undercount, with tens of thousands of people still unaccounted for. In related news, Congressmember Joaquin Castro is condemning ICE officials for attempting to deport more people to Venezuela in the aftermath of back-to-back earthquakes. In a social media post, Castro said ICE had tried to deport Venezuelan children and families currently detained in Texas's Dilley ICE jail. The families were ultimately returned to Dilley after being flown to Arizona. Castro said, quote, it is unthinkable to send children and families who've committed no crimes into a country plunged into chaos by natural disaster, unquote. Last week, hours before the earthquakes, over 100 Venezuelan immigrants to the United States were deported to Venezuela. It's believed over 100 of them died in the earthquakes. The United Nations is once again sounding the alarm over escalating violence and a deteriorating humanitarian crisis in Sudan's North Kordofan region. In a statement, the UN's Emergency Relief Coordinator, Tom Fletcher, said intensifying drone attacks are disrupting access to life-saving drinking water and electricity, with hundreds of thousands of civilians in El Obeid at risk of paramilitaries with the Rapid Support Forces, RSF, who've surrounded the city. This comes as a new UN human rights report documents how widespread sexual violence in Sudan is being used as a weapon of war. Meanwhile, Sudan's Rapid Support Forces have begun circulating new banknotes in territories it controls as the value of the Sudanese pound continues to plummet. The currency crisis has exacerbated Sudan's economic woes. This is Elbushari Ali, an economist in Port Sudan.
The war has pushed Sudan into a severe economic crisis. Factories are closed in large numbers, farms abandoned, and production continues to contract. With shrinking revenues, the government has little choice but to hike taxes, which only compounds the burden on businesses and households. It's a vicious cycle that feeds on itself.
In Ukraine, at least 18 people were killed and dozens of others injured overnight as Russia launched a massive drone and missile attack on Kyiv. The attack set buildings across Ukraine's capital on fire, including 6 floors of an apartment high-rise that partially collapsed after taking a direct hit. The attacks came as a new report by the Center for Strategic and International Studies found more than 2 million people have been killed or injured since Russia's full-scale invasion in early 2022. Russia's taken the larger share with 1.4 million battlefield casualties and as many as 450,000 deaths. Palestinians are marking the 1,000 days since Israel began its full-scale war on the Gaza Strip. According to Gaza's government media office, Israel's Scorched Earth campaign has killed over 73,000 Palestinians, with nearly 10,000 missing, most believed to be buried under the rubble. Israel's dropped nearly 250,000 metric tons of explosives across Gaza, equivalent to 16 atomic bombs like the ones the U.S. dropped on Hiroshima. Meanwhile, the largest Presbyterian denomination in the United States has voted overwhelmingly to recognize Israel's war on Gaza as a genocide and to divest from Palantir Technologies and General Electric Aerospace over their ties to Israel's military and intelligence services. A measure approved Tuesday by the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church USA also calls on church members to boycott Israeli products and to lobby Congress for an arms embargo against Israel. This is Reverend Dr. Fahad Abu Akeb, a Palestinian-American and former moderator of the Presbyterian Church who survived the 1948 Nakba, or mass displacement of Palestinians during Israel's founding.
We have been silent on the destruction of most of the schools, universities, hospitals, mosques, and churches. You know, one church was Orthodox, Catholic, and also Baptist, all of which were done with our American-made weapons and dollars. Sibling in Christ, in the name of the living Christ, we cannot be silent on this matter any longer.
The world's oceans experienced their hottest month of June ever. That's according to the European Union's Marine Environment Monitor, which reports the first 6 months of this year saw marine heat waves affect more than 80% of the global ocean, with hotspots in the Mediterranean, North Atlantic, and equatorial Pacific. Forecasters warn a powerful El Nino, paired with record levels of greenhouse gas pollution, could see even more temperature records fall in the coming months. Spain's government reports more than 1,000 people died of heat-related causes during last month's historic heat wave. Previously, officials in France said heat-related fatalities also topped 1,000 in June, while Germany has so far reported over 800 deaths. Here in the United States, the National Weather Service warns more than 165 million people across Midwestern and Eastern states are at risk of either major or extreme heat-related health issues over the 4th of July holiday weekend, with triple-digit temperatures in many cities. Forecasters warn New York, Philadelphia, and other cities could see record highs and their warmest ever overnight low temperatures. Meanwhile, the forecast for Washington, D.C. calls for triple-digit heat on the National Mall for Saturday's 4th of July celebrations, marking the 250th signing of the Declaration of Independence. President Trump is planning to speak at 9:45 Eastern Time, delaying fireworks celebrations. Trump has advertised the event as, quote, the most spectacular Trump rally of them all, unquote. ICE arrests have surged nationwide, with more than 10,000 immigrants detained in the last 5 days alone. That's according to the New York Times, which reports the White House has demanded an increase in detentions, ordering ICE officials to make at least 2,000 arrests a day. In related news, a Roman Catholic nun arrested by ICE in Texas has been released from custody. Sister Leticia Ugboja, who is originally from Nigeria, was walking to Mass at Our Lady of Sorrows Church in McAllen Sunday when she was detained by ICE. Her arrest drew bipartisan anger in Texas, leading to her release. In Texas, 7 more people were sentenced to prison on terrorism charges for attending a protest outside the Prairieland ICE jail last July 4th, during which fireworks were set off and a police officer was shot and wounded. All but one of the defendants sentenced Wednesday had pleaded guilty. They were handed down between 2 and 15 years in prison. The final defendant, Inez Soto, was convicted of providing material support to terrorists and other charges and sentenced to 50 years in prison. This comes just weeks after 8 of the defendants who were convicted at trial were given unusually harsh, decades-long prison terms, including former Marine reservist Benjamin Song, who was sentenced to 100 years behind bars. To see our coverage of this case and others, go to democracynow.org. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson says a bipartisan housing bill approved by the Senate last week will become law with or without President Trump's signature. Johnson told USA Today Trump has no plans to veto the bill, which he's refused to sign unless lawmakers first pass the Save America Act to rewrite U.S. election laws while imposing new voter ID requirements. On Monday, Trump called the housing bill a yawn.
Some people say it's wonderful. To me, compared to the Save America Act, just about everything is a big yawn.
Trump takes no action. The housing bill could become law automatically on July 10th. On Wednesday, the bill's co-sponsor, Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, said she still doesn't know Trump's plans.
1 week later, we don't know if the president is going to sign into law the biggest housing bill in 30 years, a bill that would build more housing, lower costs, and for the first time ever, stop private equity from buying up homes. If that sounds ridiculous, it's because it is.
The U.S. House of Representatives has overwhelmingly approved a resolution that would force the public disclosure of records from Congress members who've used taxpayer money to settle sexual misconduct accusations. The resolution was sponsored by Republican Congress member Thomas Massie of Kentucky, with 420 lawmakers voting in favor. Massie's effort comes after former Congress members Tony Gonzalez and Eric Swalwell were forced to resign earlier this year over serious sexual misconduct allegations. Meanwhile, writer E. Jean Carroll is calling on President Trump to pay her $5.8 million from a jury verdict finding Trump sexually abused her in 1996 and then defamed her, after the U.S. Supreme Court this week refused to take up Trump's appeal of the verdict. And the actor, director, and activist Danny Glover has revealed he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease in 2023, saying it slowed his speech, movement, and memories. In 1968, Danny Glover took part in the longest campus strike in the nation's history, when the Black Students Union and the Third World Liberation Front organized to create the first school of ethnic studies in the country at his university, San Francisco State. He went on to perform in over 250 films while remaining active in movements to end war, end apartheid, and in support of working people. To see our many interviews with Danny Glover over the years, including our visit to South Africa, where Danny Glover retrieved President Aristide and Mildred Aristide, the former president of Haiti, and brought them back on a plane to Haiti. I was on that flight. We documented the entire trip. You can see the story at democracynow.org. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Narmeen Sheikh. Welcome to our listeners and viewers
Who the
across
fuck
the
is
country
this?
and around the world.
Thanks for watching Democracy
Who the fuck
Now!
was
on
that?
YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a
Been part of
video.
Democracy
And
Now!
for
for
more of our
decades.
audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org.
Yeah.
I'm only familiar with Juan and Amy.
No, she's the girl who did the Waziristan documentary.
Oh, was it? Okay.
China's new ethnic unity law has come into effect. Rights groups and activists overseas say it will further shrink the rights of minorities. Will the law help forge a shared national identity, as Beijing says, or is it a step towards forced assimilation? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Mohammed Jamjoum. Beijing's new ethnic unity law has taken effect. It strengthens Mandarin's position as the primary language of education, official business, and public spaces across China. The government says the law's provisions on social cohesion and preventing separatism benefit everyone. But activists abroad say it will further erode the rights of groups such as Uyghurs and Tibetans. They're also warning against a clause that states China can take action against those who violate the law outside of the country. Taiwan has echoed this criticism. Its government warns the law could be used to target people there who were critical of Beijing. We'll discuss all this with our guests, but first, this report from Felix Nyawara.
Until recently, schools in China in some ethnic minority regions had the option of teaching classes in their local languages. But a new law that's come into force this month is set to fundamentally change things. Beijing now requires Mandarin be the primary language of instruction from preschool through high school. China's new ethnic unity law also prioritizes what it calls the nation's common language in conducting government business. Authorities are now required to maintain national security and social stability in what it calls the ethnicity sector. Beijing also says groups or individuals outside its borders can be held legally accountable for trying to undermine what it calls China's ethnic unity or stoking division. Tibetans in exile say the new law amounts to forced assimilation. They fear their identity is at risk of erasure.
This so-called law is not a legitimate law. It is a law of genocide. We demand that this law be repealed immediately because it is being used to destroy everything that belongs to us Tibetans. Whether it is the people living in Tibet, the environment, culture, or script, there is an ongoing effort to wipe them out. Therefore, this law must be revoked.
Taiwan's government says the law's scope is global and almost boundless, warning it could give Beijing another legal basis to target people it views as separatists. China says there's no need for concern for those visiting from Taiwan, but warned against any talk of independence from the island. Officials dismissed foreign criticism as misrepresentation.
Some countries have conservative ideological biases, and due to political manipulation turned a blind eye to China's economic and social development and achievements in human rights governance, make sweeping generalizations, maliciously defame China's national policies, fabricate and spread false information, brutally interfere in China's internal affairs, and undermine China's national unity.
China recognizes 55 ethnic minority communities. Tibet and Xinjiang provinces are home to the largest of them, numbering nearly 18 million people. These are regions that have in the past drawn international scrutiny over accusations of abuses against Uyghur and Tibetan communities. Felix Nyawara, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our guests. From Beijing, we have Einar Tangen, Senior Fellow at the Center for International Governance Innovation. From Zurich, Zumratai Arkin, Vice President of the World Uyghur Congress. And from Columbus, Ohio, William Yang, a Senior Analyst for Northeast Asia at the International Crisis Group. Thanks so much for joining us here today on Inside Story. We appreciate it very much. Einar, let me start with you today. Critics of this new law have raised concerns that it will erode the rights of ethnic minorities. China, of course, denies that. But let's just jump into the language component that we're talking about when it comes to all this. Until recently, schools in some ethnic minority regions had the option of teaching classes in their local languages. Under Article 15 of this new law, Beijing will require the use of Mandarin as the primary language of instruction in education from preschool through high school. Rights groups say that this is a form of forced assimilation. What's your response?
Well, I mean, if you go back to the founding of China in 1949, quite frankly, there were so many different languages. In fact, villages that were 5 miles apart would not speak the same language. They had to use a trade language in between them. China created simplified Chinese. From their perspective, it was absolutely necessary to have a single form of communication. Otherwise, you wouldn't have people, they wouldn't be able to travel, they'd be stuck in their villages and things like this. They wouldn't be able to find jobs, education would be a problem. So they applied this across the nation. And you're talking, a Harvard professor back in the 20s quantified that there were over 5,000 different dialects that were completely distinct and not understandable by other dialects, and that was only on the eastern side of China. So China thought it was very necessary, but they did not apply this to the minority sections. They instead used the kind of Soviet system which exempted them. This caused some problems, and today China believes that they need to have a unified country, especially in view of the state-sponsored attacks against it, specifically by the United States.
Einar, let me just follow up with you about a point you're making. Does the Chinese constitution not state that each ethnicity has the right to use and develop their own language? How does that square with what's laid out in this new law? Is that not in some ways a contradiction?
Well, from their perspective, no, because what they're saying is that they will still allow and schools will still teach the local languages as they do throughout China. If you go to Shanghai, there are people there who speak Shanghainese. If you go to Qingdao, the language is quite different from Qinghai, from other places. So the local languages and cultures continue to survive, but they're saying that on a national basis, they believe that there has to be one overriding language. Otherwise, you have a situation where people who do not speak standard Putonghua, Chinese, standard Chinese, would find it very difficult to move out of their locality. They would be denied jobs, they would be denied access to education. So, they're making what they believe is a correction in something that they did wrong, that they should have at the very beginning insisted that all people, all Chinese people, and the 55 minorities are considered Chinese people, to be unified under one language. but not excluding their local languages.
Zumurtai, let me get your take on this. I've read comments from you in which you said that with this law, Beijing wants to disrupt Uyghur identity and to disconnect generations. You've talked about your worries that this could lead to erasure. What are your concerns about the impact that this new law will have on not just the Uyghurs, but also other minority communities?
Yeah, they're
Yes, thank you for having me.
trying to get this through
This new
without
law is quite
much
concerning, and
opposition.
obviously it doesn't really changes anything on the ground because we've seen how China has been assimilating and pushing for Sinicization since 2014 when they've started their strike hard campaign in East Turkestan. And but this law really formalizes this framework to further push for assimilation and Sinicization of ethnic groups, specifically Uyghurs, Tibetans, and South Mongolians. So it really pushes down this idea that speaking Chinese is the one way to go, and it even encourages the use of Chinese language in informal spaces, like in households, during break time at schools. And we see how Uyghur children are being completely deprived from education in their mother tongue, access to their mother tongue, but also from access to their culture and religion as well. So this law will further this assimilation process, and it means that there's this framework that's being drawn for the next years to come, and that the Chinese government has no intention of giving any freedoms to Uyghurs, Tibetans, and South Mongolians, and that everyone has to adopt this Chinese identity, whether they want it or not.
Zumurtai, let me just ask you to try to help us understand more how things are different now with relation to this new law when it comes to teaching languages in China. Beijing now requires Mandarin to be the primary language of instruction from preschool through high school. In the past, as we were talking about with Einar a few minutes ago, schools in some ethnic minority regions had the option of teaching classes in their local languages, as I understand. From your perspective, how big a shift is this compared to what's going on right now?
Well, the shift is quite clear. It doesn't leave any space for preservation of our identities, whether it's linguistic, cultural, or religion. But especially in school environments, Uyghur children have no more access to their unique identity, to their unique language. And what it does actually is that it creates a separation for generations. So from the generation of their parents and the current generation. And under this law, we can also foresee how boarding schools will be also expanded, because currently the boarding school system in East Turkestan and in Tibet is quite wide. And we see how it really kind of implements this idea that Uyghur children have to really adopt this Chinese identity, whether it's cultural or linguistic, and that we see it very clearly with the young generation today, where Uyghur children have very much difficulty communicating even with their parents. They speak very few words of Uyghur, and they are not even able to have full conversations with their parents. So it actually, if you take it in the backdrop of the repressive system that is in the region right now, it's an effort to assimilate, but also to uproot Uyghurs from their roots.
William, rights groups and activists are saying that this new law that is going to further shrink the rights of minorities. The Chinese government says that the foreign criticism of all this is a misrepresentation. Help us get more of an idea about all this. What do you say? How significant is all this, and what will the impact be?
So I think the law basically adds another layer to the Chinese government's legal toolbox to actually ensure unity, to make sure that they eliminate any potential source of friction with the Chinese government's vision for how to govern the country, and to also, I think, ensure from their perspective, this is quoting them, like they basically try to eliminate any source of potential separatist forces. That is, I think, a language that the Chinese government has used to defend the legitimacy of this law and also the necessity of this law. But I think what this law actually might do in the future is to further the Chinese government's ability to target groups, organizations, individuals outside of China that continue to advocate for positions that is contrary to China's official position on how to govern the country, how to tolerate the existence of minority identity and language and culture, and to some extent how to actually make sure that the rights and the legitimate, I think, existence of these these minority groups are not going to be, I think, coming under attack. We've already seen in the past that the Chinese government has been able to launch the so-called extraterritorial legal actions against specific individuals that are in the diaspora community, for the Uyghurs, for the Hong Kongers, for the Tibetans, and also in some cases targeting Taiwanese politicians that are vocal about their criticism of China. So I think this law is an additional toolbox in China's ability to actually target groups and organizations and potentially silence criticism from outside of the country, and ensure that the links between the diaspora community and those that still are inside China will be disrupted, and so that the influence from outside of the country will be reduced to a level where China can ensure that there's not going to be any potential encouragement for opposition against the Chinese government inside China by support coming out from the outside.
William, you're talking about another portion of the law, and I want to come back to you in just a minute to ask more about that. But first, I want to go to Einar, because William there was talking about Article 63 in his last remarks. That part of the legislation is getting a lot of attention. It's a clause that states that China can take action against those who violate the law outside of the country. So you're talking about extraterritoriality there. That seems awfully broad. Einar, who is that supposed to apply to, and what kinds of actions do you think we're going to see from China as far as what they take and who they apply it towards?
Well, that's a big question. I often, I share this concern that when government takes action, how far does it go? I was a member of the American Civil Liberties Board, my state, and I am concerned about that. But quite frankly, this is being taken out of context. And I think you have to remember that, organizations, and this is in all due respect, the Uyghur Congress is supported by the U.S. government through the National Endowment for Democracy. They give millions of dollars a year to this. Now, the United States, NED is run by the Congress, and its agenda is set mostly by the CIA. So this is an organization that is following this idea that it wants to contain China. And, China is concerned about that. And they're reacting to it. They do not want Chinese people outside to be used as tools to destabilize their accomplishments within China. This is not only true within China itself, but they've also, put that into the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, of which there are many members. And it's the idea that you are anti-separatist, anti-terrorist, any kind of situation which is trying to destabilize existing governments. Why? The United States has a pretty good record, and especially through the National Endowment for Democracy, for destabilizing countries. They were at the center of these situations in the Middle East, where they said that they were bringing progress and democracy, and all they brought was, in fact, chaos and death. The Arab Spring did not work out. And this is the concern.
None of this is an
National
argument.
Endowment for Democracy says they're an country.
Attacking
So
the
China's
credibility
reacting to this.
is
In
not
essence,
how
saying
you
that they're not
disprove
going to stand
something.
by idly and allow people to...
I just don't understand how these people genuinely think that this is an argument, when the argument is the Chinese government is implementing a law which mandates minorities learn a single language. Remember when these same people had a bitch and moan when America made English the official language? Same shit. Exact same shit. And it's the same when it comes to China putting out information about executions. They start cheering and are in full support.
But what does the Arab Spring have to do with this?
Nothing, because this is all an attempt to delegitimize the claims that are being put forward because you have no position against it. My bet is this guy is connected to the Chinese government in somehow.
He's literally in Beijing.
There you go.
Used
Jesus Christ.
against them, and that those who do that are going to be considered as against the government. And I do share my colleagues' concern about exactly how this is going to play out. If it is against legitimate terrorist and separatist views, I think they have a right to do that. If it's against...
So true, Queen. America was justified in invading Afghanistan, Iraq.
Personal opinions.
Israel was justified in bombing every single country around it in its war of self-defense. So true,
Well, he just said that America is bad when it does all those things.
I want to give you the chance.
Including when they did the Arab Spring.
The World Economic Congress is not only funded through NED, and I think even the work that is being funded by NED is not to, attack the Chinese government, with no reason. We have a solid ground for the arguments that we're making. There's been a genocide, active genocide since 2014. Mm-hmm. Over 3 million of Uyghurs and Turkic people have been arbitrarily detained. I myself have over 30 of my relatives who have disappeared into those camps for just being Uyghur. And it's quite ironic that the rest of our funding sources have not been mentioned. The Uyghur...
Sorry. I have a soundbite for this. Give me a second. Keep playing it. Or rewind it so it gives me time to find the soundbite.
Don't care about your interviews. Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter.
Your family is irrelevant. Your anecdotes don't matter. The Chinese government says that the CIA runs the World Uyghur Congress, so genocide isn't happening. So true, Queen. Like, how can you take yourself seriously and then beat for beat repeat tankies?
Well, I don't think that guy takes himself seriously.
He takes a paycheck.
And I'm pretty sure she's part of the National Endowment for Democracy. I think that's what she said.
Oh, interesting.
Community in exile supports us as well. So why was that not mentioned? And actually, it's not very surprising because this is the exact lines that the Chinese Communist Party adopts when trying to undermine the legitimacy and the credibility of international organizations. The work that we're doing is available online. We do not prone any violent action. We are a democratic, peaceful organization, and the work that we're doing is just to raise awareness about the situation of our people. And it's a human rights issue that the Chinese government is trying to deny, but there is a mounting evidence, including by the United Nations. I remind all of the people who are watching as well that CIA, in 2022, the UN High Commissioner's Office came out with a report highlighting that these crimes amount to crimes against humanity. So while we're here talking about sources of funding, we're actually trying to do real work in trying to end the genocide and also release all the arbitrarily detained people who are, by the way, for the most part, intellectuals, writers that once were supported by the Chinese Communist Party
and children. Don't forget the
William,
children.
You were talking before. You brought in this Article 63. And I wanted to ask you, because you talked about the concern in Taiwan about what all this means. In your reading of this law thus far, is it clear at all what might happen, let's say, to someone in Taiwan who is openly critical of Beijing?
I think the bottom line, obviously, is going to be that those individuals that hold publicly critical opinion about the Chinese Communist Party should be aware of the potential implications that might come with this new law, that they could become the potential targets of arrests, of detentions, especially if they are traveling through countries that have extradition treaties with China. But I think overall, this law's ambiguity, which is quite, in fact, I think, broad and, I think consistent with how China, in fact, tried to define some of these laws that they use to advance their interests and defend their interests, is that they try not to add a very specific definition to how they're likely going to use the law. And then the goal is to really inject a sense of concern and anxiety within the target community so that people will actually start to exercise some restraint and re-evaluation about their public rhetoric and also public actions and activities that they take part in. So, I think it's really hard to say as of now how this law is actually going to be used to target people outside of China, especially those that might actually be viewed as, in Beijing's words, separatists. That would actually include millions of Taiwanese people who actually support the current Taiwanese government because of the fact that the current Taiwanese government, the ruling party, has been long branded as a separatist force that is trying to separate Taiwan from China. But from the Taiwanese people's perspective, they're simply supporting a political party that they felt like is representing their views and voices. And so, I think going forward, we likely will see a similar situation where there is likely going to be a level of chilling effect within the Taiwanese community, especially those that still work and travel between Taiwan and China.
Zumrata, you heard William there talking about the chilling effect all of this could have, and I see you nodding your head to some of what he was saying. How much worry is there amongst activists in the Uyghur community and among other minority groups when it comes to Article 63 specifically? I mean, do you think that this is going to have a chilling effect when it comes to activists and dissidents and what they feel they might be able to say going forward?
Absolutely. I mean, there's already existing self-censorship within our communities. And I think the chilling effect is that this is going to push people into isolation, fragment further our communities that are already so fragile in exile. And I think for those who are choosing to go back, this might pose a risk for them if they decide to visit, because what we know is that the Chinese government has now relaxed some of its borders and is inviting everyone to come back to visit family or to even just visit the region. However, we know that this is strictly monitored. People are being interrogated when they go back, and so it doesn't provide them any sense of safety, even if they have foreign citizenship. So I think this will be concerning moving forward because we're living in a phase where transnational repression is escalating. Beijing is using a myriad of tactics to monitor, surveil activists, and not only activists, but beyond activists, they're also monitoring, keeping tabs on ordinary citizens, and
I heard
trying
Trump
to
is gonna have the
push
rally
them
of all
to
rallies, though.
not take part in even
How's that
cultural
going?
initiatives, cultural activities in their
It's
host
kind of
countries.
fitting that the 4th of July is
Einar,
being hindered
what do
by
you
hot
say
weather
to what
and
you're
rain.
hearing there from Zumrata and
Trump's
also
ruining the
from
country.
William? I mean, is this about sending a message that activists and dissidents and critics of China that they're essentially not going to be able to escape the long arm of the Chinese law?
No, my dears.
All right, let's be,
Well,
what we have here is a geopolitical
it is kind of an
contest.
omen.
The U.S. wants to maintain its
After he's
hegemony.
spent
China is rising.
12 months
The U.S. has chosen Xinjiang.
all environmental protections and rolling back all progress that America has made to essentially do the dumbest fucking thing possible, which is go back to coal. Which there is...
It's clean coal.
From my understanding, there's very little to almost no anthracite black coal left, which means that all the coal we're burning is just getting dirtier and dirtier and worse, which means that the longer that we run coal, the worse the particulate matter that it gives off gets. And guess what other country is going hard for coal because there's definitely
good,
no
clean
connection. Definitely no connection to the party and the coal industry in Australia.
Clean coal.
Yeah, awesome. Awesome. We have a uranium deposit in Australia. We have signed on to AUKUS, and we're going to be able to make our own nuclear power plants, at least for submarines. But nobody's thought, hey, maybe we should put these into the power grid to help us with energy. I guess that's too advanced for any Australian. Fuck this country. Like, the entire world is being degraded day by day because of Donald Trump. It's great. And I've just got people in my country being like, yeah, Donald Trump's doing a good job. Started a war. Literally destroyed the oil economy. And is now giving hundreds of billions of dollars to Iran if they do what he wants. Greatest peace president ever. Fuck this guy.
Tibet,
It's clean coal.
South China Seas, as
I haven't seen Charlie
ways
since
of
about
trying to
September
distract China
10th.
from its economic rise. I think
He's
we
been
can all
very
agree on
quiet.
that. In terms of what's happening in Xinjiang, I've been there a number of times. I was there during the worst of times in 2014 when there were armed guards,
Is this their
machine guns and tanks and things like that.
Their mascot? Because I have seen it. Imagine being a Republican.
You mean in the closet?
Sure.
After I left, the hotel that I was staying in was bombed. But then I went back more recently. I went to all sorts of places and made sure that I didn't talk to the people that the government wanted me to talk to. And what I got is a sense that things have changed dramatically. That China wants to solve problems, just as they wanted to solve problems with, abject poverty, extreme poverty, whatever you want to call it, and trying to make a better nation for themselves.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
A country doesn't want problems. They want to fucking solve problems. Yes, countries don't actively create problems and go, this is great. I'm glad we created a problem for ourselves.
Who'd have thought?
What a dumbass analysis thing to say.
Oh, man.
China tries to solve its problems.
What?
So
I can't
all
believe
these,
it. A state
ideals,
tries to solve
I
its
understand
problems?
That, our young lady is expressing her opinions and maybe very heartfelt. But the fact is that she's funded by...
But the fact is, she doesn't know what she's talking about. I actually went into the Uyghur area, and I avoided talking to people the government told me to talk to.
Have you
I talked to
even
random
been
people,
to
and they
Xinjiang?
said everything was fine.
I love this whole, have you even been to X place as a defense for it? Like, I don't need to go somewhere to know what it's like and know how the people are experiencing their life there. That is one of the dumbest things somebody could ever say. And this guy's just saying that shit. Not a fuck given.
the United States, which is intent on containing China.
And William, let me just ask you very quickly, we just have about 1 minute left. What kind of an impact might this have on just normal people, business-to-business exchanges between China and other countries when it comes to topics like economic cooperation, academic discussions perhaps?
There's certainly going to be some impact in terms of how people choose to maintain their connection and interaction with China going forward, especially for, I think, individuals that work in sectors that might actually overlap with some of the areas that might come under suspicion that they harbor different I think, views and intentions behind the activities that they're conducting. So I think, again, this is really going to inject a certain level of forcing people to start reevaluating their activities, the patterns of their behaviors, and then, going forward, become more cautious when it comes to their interaction with China and people inside China overall.
All right, well, we've run out of time, so we're going to have to leave the discussion there. Thanks so much to our guests, Einar Tangen, Zumratai Arkin, and William Yang. And thank you, too, for watching. You can see the program.
Imagine genuinely saying to someone who has had family imprisoned in Xinjiang by the Chinese government that she's wrong because I've been there. That's up there with one of the most like elitist white cunt behavior things I've ever seen.
It was right after he said she was CIA.
Yes, it was, yes. Very funny. It's such a cop-out, like, I don't even give a fuck if it's true at this point. Like, you've literally cried wolf so much that I don't care if the CIA is involved. Like, oh my god, you mean intelligence organizations are involved in information ops? No way. Crazy. Tell me what's actually going on. If you can. The hubris of the people who believe that they're so correct is unbeatable. Truly. Climate change is moving real quick now.
On a street just outside the Lebanese town of Kfar Kila, two men walk through the front gate of a factory building. They stop in their tracks. Something is very, very wrong. Thick grey liquid is flowing out of the front door of the factory. They stare at the goo for a moment and then they start to run. As they rush to get help, the liquid begins to ooze across the car park and onto the street. This is very, very bad. The grey liquid is actually a slow-moving tsunami of wet cement. What on earth was going on here? Well, let me tell you.
The Israeli military has begun an operation to destroy a network of tunnels under its northern border.
In late 2018, the Israeli military began what they called Operation Northern Shield, which involved army engineers using big diggers to excavate their way along the border with Lebanon, looking for tunnels dug by the Iran-backed Lebanese militia, Hezbollah.
The Israeli Prime Minister described the tunnels as an unacceptable act of wanton aggression.
While digging near the town of Kfar Kila, they found one of the tunnels they were looking for.
They were built with one purpose in mind: to attack and murder innocent Israeli men, women, and children. This is a grave violation of Israel's sovereignty.
Instead of sending troops over the border or bringing in artillery to blow up the entrance, which they suspected was in a warehouse on the Lebanese side of the border wall, they called in a different kind of weapon. A much slower, more viscous one.
I'm not.
In order to seal up the tunnel, they filled it with 340 truckloads of cement.
The IDF kept pumping in cement until they could see it coming out the other side. And it's this cement that our friends over at the factory were running away from. The two men frantically called for help. They brought in a bobcat to scoop up the cement. They towed their forklifts out of the factory, hoping to save them from certain cement death. They dumped dirt on the driveway to stop it from flooding the entire street. As they frantically worked, a man and his son walked past on the other side of the street, clearly baffled by what they're seeing. Over on the other end of the tunnel, the Israeli army engineers watch all this unfold through their zoom lens camera, no doubt laughing hysterically. Seeing the chaos they'd created, the Israelis declared the job was done and moved on to looking for other tunnels.
The operation to destroy the tunnels is restricted to the Israeli side of the border and is expected to continue for several months.
Life in the town of Kfar Kila went on. In footage from the time, it looks like a pretty pleasant town. Right next to the border wall is a suburban park. There are nice tiled pathways, trees and outdoor lighting. They also have that outdoor exercise equipment that you never see adults using, but kids like to play with until they hurt themselves. You know the stuff I mean. There are nice apartment buildings. People are driving nice cars. They're going about their business, mostly farming. Figs, olives, fruit, you know, the kinds of things that they farm in Lebanon. But in Kfar Kila, they don't farm figs anymore. There are no kids playing on that exercise equipment. In fact, these days, they don't do anything there anymore because the whole town is
haunted.
Gone.
The Israeli occupation army carried out a demolition operation in the town of Kfar Kila in the Marja Ayoun district of southern Lebanon, despite the ceasefire agreement.
I didn't get it. It wasn't haunted.
This year, the Israeli army engineers, who just a few years ago were pulling Looney Tunes-style hijinks with diggers and cement trucks, went door to door in Kfar Kila and loaded each house with dynamite.
The mayor said that 90% of the homes and buildings have been destroyed.
And Kfar Kila isn't the only town in the area that's been entirely demolished by the Israeli army. Here's the mayor of a town 12 kilometres west of Kfar Kila.
Look, the land is unlivable. Houses are demolished, and the homes that aren't destroyed can't be lived in because they're wrecked inside.
The villages
in May 2026,
to settle more Israeli villages to expand the border.
Counted more than 50 towns that have been damaged or destroyed in southern Lebanon since the start of the war with Iran began in March this year.
Lebanon's president meeting with the US ambassador to Lebanon, urging the Trump administration to pressure Israel to stop bombing parts of the south of his country and demolishing villages near the border.
And yet, despite urging from Donald Trump himself,
We have a little dispute over Lebanon, and I say you can do a little softer touch, baby. You don't have to knock down a building every time somebody walks into it that's from Hezbollah.
Bibi isn't stopping his operations in Lebanon. But here's the weird thing about it. More than a year ago, Netanyahu claimed that Hezbollah was out of the picture. He claimed that Israeli attacks had set Hezbollah back decades, that he had eliminated Hezbollah's entire leadership, destroyed most of its weapons, and eliminated thousands of its fighters. So if that's the case, why is he still fighting? And not only with airstrikes and tanks, but with dynamite, demolishing entire towns. Last week, we talked about how Israel has faced threats from militias operating in southern Lebanon right back to the 1970s. And while there were periods of relative peace, the tension has always remained. So this week, we're looking at why Bibi Netanyahu is so desperate to finish the job.
Why he's such a cunt.
When it comes to invading Lebanon, does he have an end game?
Someone should do something about this guy.
Is he doomed to fight this war forever, no matter how many times the US begs him to stop? I'm Matt Bevan.
I know a solution.
And this is If You're Listening.
Drop one of them things
so
you
a couple of
dropped
years
on
ago, Bibi
Iran's
Netanyahu
nuclear
was
facilities on his head.
He had won a strategic victory.
Problem solved.
So extraordinary, so unexpected, and so seemingly total that it seemed like nothing could go wrong for him. The victory was over one man, Hezbollah boss Hassan Nasrallah. And the thing is, Nasrallah is not quite the kind of guy you'd expect him to be. See, Shiite political movements like Hezbollah are generally led by old men. Think of the grey-bearded Ayatollahs of Iran. But when Hassan Nasrallah took control of Hezbollah, he was just 32.
A Hezbollah television studio was perhaps the appropriate place for an audience with the party's young, modernizing leader.
And he brought a lot of new ideas to the role, like leaning on mass media to spread Hezbollah's ideology.
Television has presented the Party of God with new propaganda opportunities. Hezbollah's own channel has few frills and an uncomplicated message.
Nasrallah's sermons weren't the kind of fire and brimstone stuff you see from fundamentalist Islamic militia leaders in movies. He had a surprisingly friendly, accessible demeanour. In 2012, for instance, he did an interview with WikiLeaks boss Julian Assange and talked about the ways his fighters spoke to each other on their walkie-talkies using local slang so that Israeli spies couldn't understand them.
So, for example, they use certain words, just the village kind of terms. You know, the cooking pot, the donkey, the the father of the chicken or something like this. You know.
Beware the fearsome warlord, the father of the chicken.
No Israeli intelligence agent or computer analyst is going to understand who the father of the chicken is and why they call him the father of the chicken.
I don't want you to think that I'm trying to make Nasrallah seem harmless. He definitely wasn't. He frequently ordered terrorist attacks on Israeli soldiers and civilians, particularly the ones in towns close to the Lebanese border. In 2006, he had fought Israel to a draw in a brutal cross-border war, killing 165 Israelis and injuring thousands more. Israel was extremely keen to get rid of him, just like they got rid of his predecessor.
But Israel will remember this day as a day of military achievement.
He had been killed in an airstrike after Israeli intelligence agents figured out where he was. So Nasrallah was understandably concerned about being spied on. He was so concerned that in 2024 he started urging his supporters to get rid of the spy in your pocket. In the sermon he gave on the 13th of February 2024, 4 months after the October 7 attacks, he asked his followers to get rid of their mobile phones. Now, Nasrallah was a relatively modern man. He understood that phones are very, very important. So when he made this request, it was less of a "thou shalt not use your phone" and more of a I know, you love your phone. Everybody loves their phones, but they're helping Israel spy on you, so you've got to get rid of them." He encouraged followers to get their wives and kids to give up their phones too. They were just too much of a security risk.
Luddites.
He said that he had given up his phone himself. At the time, that war with Israel was going fairly well for Hezbollah. They had launched so many rockets into northern Israel that they had forced Bibi Netanyahu to order the evacuation of tens of thousands of people who lived in Israeli towns along the Lebanese border.
Kiryat Shimona has a haunted feel. A town of 23,000 virtually deserted. Across the north of Israel, 60,000 people have been evacuated.
But keeping up this onslaught on Israel was too complicated to do without any electronic communications. They would need some way of coordinating themselves. Thankfully, they knew someone who was up to the task. They had a contact at a Taiwanese tech company called Gold Apollo, which made pages. You know, old school 1990s beepers.
Introducing the most interactive paging system in the world, Gold Apollo two-way paging system.
Hezbollah had bought pages from this saleswoman before. She told them that she actually had a new line of pages available and that she'd be happy to give a bunch of them to Hezbollah for free to see if they liked them. Now, all this sounded too good to be true, and it turns out that it was. Because unfortunately for Hezbollah, their contact at Gold Apollo didn't actually work for Gold Apollo anymore. She now worked for a shell company belonging to the Israeli intelligence service Mossad.
No way.
Unbeknownst to her and to Hezbollah, the new line of pages she was selling Hezbollah weren't quite what they seemed. The batteries in the pages included 3 grams of plastic explosives. By September that year, Hezbollah had 5,000 of these pages in the hands of their top commanders. By forcing everyone to switch their phones for these pages, Nasrallah had inadvertently led them directly into a trap. On the 17th of September 2024, the true purpose of those pages was revealed.
Set to detonate at exactly 3:30 p.m. Thousands of pages leaving behind destruction and even death.
12 people were killed by the explosions and hundreds injured.
The pages, labelled Gold Apollo, were bought by Hezbollah, which apparently considered them more secure than mobile phones.
In a panic, Hezbollah switched to their backup communications technology, the walkie-talkies they had bought a decade ago. You know, the ones they used to discuss the fearsome father of the chicken. Trouble was, the company they bought the walkie-talkies from was also owned by Mossad.
Handheld radios used by members of the armed group detonated simultaneously a day after thousands of pages were exploded in a similar fashion.
The exploding walkie-talkies killed and injured even more people than the exploding pages.
Lebanese authorities say dozens were killed and thousands injured in the dual assaults. Hospitals have been inundated with casualties. Many victims lost fingers or have been blinded.
The following day, Hassan Nasrallah gave a sermon. His casual, jokey vibe was gone. He made threats of revenge against Israel, but his heart didn't seem to be in it. He knew that Hezbollah's morale had been devastated by the attacks. A little over a week later, he too was dead.
The Israeli military says it has just confirmed the death of Hezbollah commander Hassan Nasrallah in an airstrike in Lebanon.
But Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't done. He conducted more airstrikes against the Hezbollah leadership.
We took out thousands of terrorists, including Nasrallah himself, and Nasrallah's replacement, and the replacement of his replacement.
Netanyahu said that the eradication of Hezbollah was necessary to provide security to the people of northern Israel once and for all.
They fired missiles and rockets into our cities. They made 60,000 Israelis leave their homes along the Lebanon border, becoming refugees in their own land. We will take whatever action is necessary to restore security and to bring our people safe back to their homes.
How many people
By
have
December
you cunts
2024,
displaced?
there was a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. The Israeli government encouraged the tens of thousands of people of Galilee, the region of northern Israel that had been evacuated for more than a year, to return home. And yet,
more than a week into the ceasefire, many businesses are still shuttered.
People were understandably still frightened.
Despite the beauty and the quiet of the north, it may be hard for those wishing to raise families to live so close to the border.
A lot of people want to come back. There is, of course, the question and the fears about their physical safety.
And that's because Hezbollah was still a threat. Even without leaders or pages or walkie-talkies or phones, individual militants can just fire off a rocket of their own volition.
No one is going to bring their families back into an area where within seconds their entire home can be shattered and blown to pieces.
And herein lies the major issue for
True, people wouldn't go to hospital just in case they get bombed either.
Eating in the outskirts of the hospital
run into
and around it
basically the
without
same
damaging the
problem
hospital.
everyone who tries to eradicate a terror group has run into in the last 50 years. See, by the time Nasrallah was killed, Hezbollah had basically become the government of southern Lebanon.
Hezbollah provides social security, education and healthcare, and has 13 MPs in the national parliament.
They run the media, the hospitals, the schools. They own museums. They've been linked to amusement parks. Terrorism academics call them a hybrid organisation, which means you can kill the leader and his replacement and...
the replacement of his replacement.
But regardless of who is at the top, the goals of Hezbollah remain the same, and that's the total destruction of Israel. Taking out their senior leadership might set them back a few years on that goal, but it certainly doesn't eliminate the threat. To Netanyahu, leaving them alone to wither wasn't an option. The Iranian government, which had supported Hezbollah for decades, was still in place. They would help Hezbollah rebuild. But what if the Iranian regime wasn't there anymore? Over many years, Mossad had systematically infiltrated the ranks of the Iranian government with spies. So they knew where the leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was, and where a bunch of his potential successors were too. While October 7th had been a strategic disaster for Israel, everything they had tried since had gone pretty well for them. So
my land
why
units
not
are not
trigger
working.
The final boss fight. So let me take you to early 2026.
US and Israeli strikes on Iran have entered their third day, with President Donald Trump saying the war could last 4 to 5 weeks.
As I'm recording this, it's 18 weeks and counting. But anyway.
And tonight, that war
I get
is
double
widening.
tank armies.
Israel says it struck
in 4
senior
turns.
Hezbollah members in Lebanon in strikes
That's
that killed
how long
at
it
least
takes me to build an
31
army,
people,
and then the
according
terracotta
to the
soldiers
Lebanese
give me
Health
double
Ministry.
units.
US and Israeli strikes on Iran led to Hezbollah fighters firing rockets into Galilee. Israel responded with airstrikes of their own, and then an invasion.
Do you think this is a good build structure for a city having 3 wonders back to back?
At this point that the IDF has announced an evacuation of the entirety of southern Lebanon, telling people to move north.
Last week,
a
we talked
wondrous
about how
city.
Israel has spent decades wrestling with the idea of creating a buffer zone to protect towns along their border with Lebanon. They determined that the buffer zone should be located in Lebanon, so that the residents of Israel's north could stay put. So, Israel ordered the total evacuation of part of another country, then invaded that country, and started knocking down every village within 10 to 15 kilometres of the Israeli border.
The war between Israel and Hezbollah that erupted in March has forcibly displaced about 1 million people and killed over 3,500.
Israel was creating this buffer zone for its residents in the north by brute force. Invading a country and demolishing its towns is an extraordinary thing for Israel to do. And it's an extraordinary thing for them to continue doing, despite international pleas for them to stop.
They don't
so
care.
why are they still doing it?
Because they don't care.
Well,
Israel goes to the polls in October.
They're fascists.
It's the first Knesset election since Israel's blackest day, the Hamas attack on October 7, 2023.
at the most recent election in 2022, the parties that form Bibi Netanyahu's coalition formed a government despite winning only 48% of the vote.
Fuck.
And a reasonable chunk of that vote came from towns in northern Israel, near the border with Lebanon. Towns that were evacuated when fighting between Hezbollah and Israel began in October 2023. Now, recent polling indicates that residents of those towns are not happy.
A normal person cannot stand the crazy situation
we've
have
discussed
here.
this
so only
many
with drugs,
times.
A person can continue on.
Even me, it took me a while to
They tell us time
get
and
it
time
out
again
of
that there is a
my
ceasefire,
head
but
that Iran
we
doesn't
keep
really
seeing that
fund them.
it doesn't
Same as
move
Hamas.
and doesn't exist. Like a ceasefire here means nothing.
These citizens have lost their jobs or have been forced to change careers because nearly half of the businesses in the Galilee have closed. And voters in the region explicitly blame Bibi Netanyahu for their troubles.
Netanyahu's bloc that received about 66% of the voters in the north now actually receives about 35%.
In Israel, where virtually every election comes down to the wire, this could be decisive for Netanyahu when he faces voters later this year. Most Israelis, particularly in the Galilee, want Israel to continue fighting Hezbollah in southern Lebanon until they're destroyed and maintain a buffer zone until that happens.
I think we should finish with them. After we finish with Hezbollah, we can try and make peace with Lebanon.
Whoever wants to kill us, we're going to get back to them, and we're never going to allow anyone or any terror organization get to us.
His voters want the government to keep going. His political opponents say that the peace deal Donald Trump has signed with Iran is a sign of Netanyahu's weakness.
The deal is bad for Israel, bad for the region. Netanyahu has failed to achieve every single one of the war's objectives as he himself defined them.
Every domestic political signal is telling Netanyahu to continue fighting Hezbollah until every one of them is gone, and every resident of the Galilee can feel secure in their home. And yet his strongest international supporter
I'm going to use my
telling
military
him to
engineers.
stop.
to put down airstrips around his territory so I can just put bombers around him.
Being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody.
I think it'll work.
Because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you.
In Trump's eyes, Netanyahu owes him a favour.
If it weren't for Donald Trump, Israel would have been eviscerated.
He confirmed that he said to Benjamin Netanyahu, "You're effing crazy. You would be in prison if it wasn't for me." That's a reference to Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption charges, which President Trump is trying to have dropped.
President Trump wants Netanyahu to stop what he's doing in Lebanon, because if he doesn't, ending the war that they are both in with Iran is going to be virtually impossible.
Israel's occupation of southern Lebanon jeopardises the peace deal Trump so desperately wants.
So he's warning very, very strongly for Israel to not continue bombing either Iran or Lebanon.
Donald Trump joined that war in Iran after Bibi Netanyahu convinced him that it would be easy to win. They both had recently had what they mutually agreed were spectacular tactical victories. Netanyahu had decapitated Hezbollah. Trump had snatched the president of Venezuela out of his bed in the middle of the night. Trump also thought that his interests were aligned with Netanyahu's. They both wanted to topple the Iranian regime. But, as we now know, it hasn't gone as seamlessly as those previous operations. This time, thousands of people have been killed. 1 million Lebanese people are now refugees in their own country. Their homes have been demolished. Tens of thousands of Israelis are afraid to live in their own home. The people who actually elected Trump and Netanyahu aren't happy either. Trump's supporters in America and Netanyahu's supporters in Israel have different opinions about when they want this war to end. The American people want it over now, but the Israelis say it's not done yet.
They should have been able to do the job faster. It just goes on forever.
The thing is, they can't both get what they want.
Is that a chicken noise?
Sounded like it. He makes alright videos, this guy.
Campaign shirt. Major Jason Watson may believe he did the right thing. He may sincerely believe that President Trump and Vice President Vance should be impeached and removed.
The president and vice president must be impeached, convicted, and removed.
He may believe that standing on the steps of the Capitol in uniform...
What kind of cock shit is he about to say?
I love all these people being like, yeah, well, it's the law that you can't protest in uniform. This has always been the case. And it was like, yeah, that's why he did it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you're like, stop being a fucking doofus bootlicker and realize why he did it.
Mm-hmm. It's like the guy who had his arm broken. He did it in uniform as well.
I don't think he was active. This guy was.
Oh, this guy's active military.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. That does change it a little bit.
An act of conscience. You know what? He is allowed to have an opinion. He is allowed to vote. He's allowed to write as member of Congress.
But I'm going to tell you why his opinion is wrong, because I'm Ryan Macbeth.
That the president is wrong, reckless, immoral, incompetent, or whatever adjective he wants to use in his own head in the proper form. But the second he put on that uniform and used it as a political prop, he crossed the line. I'm in Hawaii right now for RIMPAC, America's largest naval exercise, but I want to take some time to make this video to explain what's going on with Major Jason Watson, what he did and why it is wrong. Support the channel for only $5 at ryanbeth.substack.com, because I'll tell you, Hawaii isn't cheap. You know, Major Watson was wrong not because Donald Trump was special, not because President Biden was special, or Obama, or Bush, or Clinton, or Reagan, or any other president. It's because the uniform is special. That uniform is not yours. You wear it, you maintain it, you get yelled at because it looks like you ironed it with a hot rock. but that uniform belongs to the country and not a political party. And this is where military members cannot use it as a billboard. They can't use it as an endorsement. The Department of Defense, Department
Ryan?
of War rule is not that complicated. Active duty service members may register.
I'm just going to read out something that you are almost 100% familiar with, and I'm going to read it word for word. And the reason I am reading this specifically is because I have asked people who are veterans their opinion on what should happen with veterans in relation to the current state of the country. Okay, so this goes by I, X, do solemnly swear to or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to the regulations of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Title 10 U.S. Code, Act 5, May 50, 1960, replacing the wording first adopted in 1789, sorry. So, I agree with you. It's not political. However, there is an active oath that every single enlisted soldier has taken, which says that they need to stand up to defend the Constitution. And if you are a soldier or a ex-soldier, because I found out that the oath doesn't end when you retire, according to the people who I spoke to. Cal, you can tell me if I'm wrong here or if anything I'm off here on anything. But according to that oath, nothing wrong has occurred. Donald Trump is an active enemy, domestic enemy of the Constitution of the United States. If anything, there should be more of this. Ryan, you are a moron. I have actively spoken to many people who have actively spoken out, claiming that they were veterans, have served or are serving, and every single one that I've asked said that yes, in this event, it would not be remiss of a veteran or an active duty military member to do something like this and not breach that code of that oath of enlistment. And that's interesting to me, because this guy claims to be a veteran, right? Or is he just an analyst?
I could care less.
Sure. Like, I'm almost certain that he claims to be a veteran, which
he
means that he's an oathbreaker. And I know how veterans hate being called oathbreakers, but I tell you what, maybe that's something that people should start employing more. Ryan is a veteran. Okay. Because this was my whole contention was like, veterans should be fighting the constitutional, like the constitutional threats here. They should be doing this in uniform as a point of, like a point, as this guy has done. And this guy is sitting here trying to tell us that he's bad for doing it because he was in uniform. That's the entire point, Ryan. Mr. fucking genius analyst. Unfucking real.
Mr. Doofus.
Yeah. These fucking motherfuckers.
Register, they can vote, they can express personal opinions or political candidates, on political candidates or certain issues. but they can't do it as a representative of the United States Armed Forces. When I was a senior NCO, never used to talk politics, especially with junior enlisted, because I never wanted to give them any undue influence. They can think on their own.
Hey, Ryan, didn't ask.
And, those junior enlisted, they could attend political events as spectators when not in uniform and when no reasonable person would think that the military is endorsing the event.
The military. Why would
Shriver,
anybody
the
assume
former
that the
First Lady of
military endorsed
California,
this guy?
called
You
this
fucking
major
doofus.
An American service member using his right to free speech guaranteed in our nation's Constitution. And she is 100% wrong. This is where things get dangerous, because there's going to be a lot of people who don't know a damn thing about the military or the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and they're just peacocking right now. And they're going to post stuff like, this is what courage looks like. And then tomorrow,
it is what
courage
looks like.
Forget about him after the news cycle has outlived his usefulness. After he got them the clicks and the likes, suddenly he's going to call because he needs a lawyer, and nobody's going to be answering his calls. Active duty members may not participate in partisan political rallies, conventions, speeches, campaign management, or debates. And that restriction applies whether they're in uniform or not. The Air Force version is even more direct. Department of the Air Force members are told they can vote, they can express personal opinions, but not as a representative of the Air Force, Department of Defense, Department of War, whatever you want to call it. This means they may attend political rallies as spectators only when not in uniform and when there's no appearance of official endorsement. And that last thing is a big one. Air Force members may not participate while in uniform in an unofficial public speech, an interview, a picket line, marches, rallies, public demonstrations that imply the Department of the Air Force endorses whatever cause they're rallying for. This isn't a gray area. This isn't a, well, technically area. This is, you were briefed on this probably more than once. JAG has the PowerPoint and your name's on the sign-in sheet. Let's talk about officers for a second here. Commissioned officers have an even higher burden. Article 88 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice says.
So was there anything off there?
Words against the president, vice president, Congress,
because like that,
Secretary of Defense, service secretaries, and certain
discussions
officials
with other veterans
can be punished as courts-martial directs.
Because I've explicitly remember
like the president,
someone bringing up the Uniform Military Justice Code.
A robot. And it doesn't mean the First Amendment vanishes when you pin on rank, but it does mean that officers are expected to act like officers. Stuck out to me as an interesting
thing to bring up.
And you don't need a retired NCO telling you this. Officers are not employees. They hold commissions. They exercise lawful authority on behalf of the United States, and their oath is to support and defend the Constitution. Not a president, not a party, not the political preference of whoever.
Correct, Ryan. So, what was he doing?
This is where people kind of get spun up. Someone will say, he swore an oath to the Constitution. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. The oath is to the Constitution, which includes civilian control of the military, elections, Congress, courts, lawful processes, and the military that does not decide.
And he was speaking out against breaches of the Constitution, you dickhead.
Dramatic. The military doesn't get a
How are you
over
this
the American
dumb?
People. Doesn't get to cosplay as the conscience of the republic. It does not get to show up in uniform and say, "My
you
rank
are projecting
gives my
onto him
extra weight," because that is what the uniform does. Civilian holding a sign is a citizen. A major holding a sign is entirely different. That uniform is no longer neutral in the public eye. It's authority, it's credibility, it's state power. So when an officer wears it to make a partisan point, the message is no longer just Jason Watson believes this. The message becomes an Air Force major believes this. And some people here, the Air Force believes
That is
this.
an interesting
dangerous.
position.
Nobody
it's
believes
dangerous when
the
the
Air
message
Force
is anti-Trump.
believes
It's dangerous when the message is pro-Trump. This is not a Trump issue. This is an America issue. Because once the public starts to believe that the military has a party, trust collapses. And when trust collapses, everything else gets worse. Imagine
Ryan,
a Republican president orders
what did
a
Trump just weaponize the military into
is
doing? And what has Pete Hegseth been doing and telling the military while being the head of the military?
Lawful strike.
Oh, he's been telling them that they're God's chosen soldiers and they're waging a holy war? Fucking awesome.
A private in a squad.
Great, definitely not political or biased whatsoever. There's definitely no interpretation of the U.S. military that is biased whatsoever. They just waged a holy war for Israel's interests. But, there's no politics involved in the U.S. military, you fucking moron.
A Republican from Texas, an independent from Vermont, and a guy from Guam who doesn't care. He just wants college money. They all serve in the same unit, and they know the mission is the mission. You don't have to like each other's politics, but you do have to trust each other. And political activism in uniform destroys that trust. Now, none of this means that service members have no rights. They do. DOD, DOW policy says that service members' expression should be preserved as much as possible, consistent with good order and discipline and national security. Service members can petition Congress or the Inspector General
Pause it for a second.
For redress of grievances.
So, like, this has changed my perspective a little bit here. Because I understand this, right? People in the military, they want to stay in the military. Maybe this guy wanted to leave, right? Maybe this guy's like, fuck it, I want to leave. I don't want to serve the US anymore because of Donald Trump, blah, blah, blah. Does this in uniform specifically to get kicked out. Maybe lose his pension. I don't know how it works. I don't know if it would be a dishonorable. I don't know the specific punishment. However, I understand this whole idea of, like, veterans should do this. That makes sense. And that's who I was more talking to, were veterans who were speaking out. And that's why I asked the question, because I was like, okay, so if you guys are speaking out and you swore an oath to the Constitution, then you should be speaking out. Right? So they should be speaking out. They are speaking out. So what do we call the ones who aren't? How do veterans address the other veterans who have decided to go fully against their oath and go completely into the cult of Donald Trump? How do we deal with those? Because that could be a dividing point that could be weaponized. Either way. Like, by the Democrats or by the Republicans. So I think that's something that people should be considering at this point. But it could be a separation that isn't a dishonorable. There's a lot of options. Oh yeah, the administration's definitely going to make an example of him. There's no way they won't.
An article 138 is pretty explicit about that. There are ways to speak. Back during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, Appeal for Redress, this organization of Iraq veterans who were against the war, they did it the right way. They appealed to Congress for withdrawal of the American military forces and bases from Iraq. There are ways to dissent. There are ways to blow the whistle. There are ways to say, I believe this order is unlawful. And there are ways to resign if you don't like it. You can become a private citizen and talk all you want. But standing in uniform on the Capitol steps with a political impeachment sign is not one of those ways. And, the location matters, too. Capitol Police allow demonstration activity only in designated areas. They prohibit demonstration on the steps of the U.S. Capitol and other buildings on Capitol grounds. Capitol Police rules allow demonstration activity only in designated areas and prohibit demonstrations on the steps of the U.S. Capitol and other buildings on Capitol grounds. It is one of the things you're seeing people say is, oh, this guy was arrested for a free speech violation. No, he was arrested because he was protesting in a no-protest zone. And the Department of Defense,
what happened to free speech?
Also prohibit service members from participating in off-post demonstrations that actively constitutes a breach of the law or where violence is likely when they're on duty or when they're in uniform in violation of uniform rules like we saw here. So this guy wasn't arrested for free speech. He was arrested because he was in a no-protest zone and people want you to think it was because of his speech. So this whole thing wasn't just speech.
Yeah, no, he was arrested for something much dumber.
Plus the rank,
You're
special active
correct.
duty status, and these are all very different things. And I get the emotional argument. What if the president is dangerous? Make the argument, but make it as a citizen. Make it out of uniform. Make it after you resign, or make it to Congress.
Moron.
Former Air Force General
People
C.P. Brown is doing that right now.
And guess
he
what's
doesn't
happening?
make it wearing the uniform
Nothing.
because then you're borrowing the
It's
credibility
almost like
of
he
everyone
purposely
who serves.
did
And
it
that is
this way,
selfish.
Ryan. You're missing
it's
the
almost
point
like there was a
entirely.
point.
Because noble causes are where people start giving themselves excuses to break rules that exist for a reason. The military does not belong to Trump. It didn't belong to Biden,
gotta worry
or
about the
Obama,
walls.
or to Bush. It sure as hell doesn't belong to a major who held up a sign. It belongs to the American people. So yeah, it would behoove military members to stay out of partisan politics while serving. It would really behoove them not to do this stuff in uniform, because the second the uniform becomes a campaign shirt, we're in a bad place.
Ryan,
thank you for
we're already in a bad
Hey
place.
everyone!
Wake up!
Macbeth t-shirts and hoodies from Bunker Branding are available.
My fellow Americans,
The real president
season after season,
is speaking.
year after year, the tides have come in and out of New York Harbor. Long before the name New York had ever been spoken, Lenape dugouts crossed these currents. It was on these waters that tall masts crested the horizon, captained by explorers like Verrazano and Hudson, after whom we've named our bridges and rivers. And ever since, ships full of travelers weary from long journeys have passed through the Narrows, the winds of the Atlantic at their backs. When those passengers lifted their heads to glimpse what lies just beyond the waves, what did they see? They saw land, lush and teeming with life. They saw men waiting at the docks to take them into bondage. They saw tenements rife with squalor. They saw industry rumbling with activity, steam and smoke rising, a city on the move. They saw a towering monument to freedom, her torch glowing worldwide welcome. They saw New York City. They saw America. Tomorrow, our nation marks 250 years since we declared our independence. 250 years of a grand experiment in self-governance, an experiment so audacious that some in 1776 doubted it would last more than a few years, let alone a quarter of a millennium. From Lexington to Los Angeles,
Don't worry, bro, it's
Selma
almost over.
to Seneca Falls, Morrisania to Midwood, Americans will come together for a day, just as we do.
The
each
dawn
year.
is coming.
Families will gather around the grill. Fireworks will fill the night sky. This will be no ordinary day of celebration.
Protect those dogs.
250 years
Do drone
presents a
shows
rare
instead.
opportunity for more than 340 million people to turn together, both towards one another and towards ourselves, to take measure of who we are as a nation. When we look at America,
pause it.
What do we see? Here at City Hall, as I sit behind...
Yeah, I kind of hope so as well. Veteran versus veteran is kind of a moot point for myself as I interact with the cult. I've cut a few people off and told them why. I mean, how do you find, like, telling them? Do you find that it actually, like, they actually listen, or is it more just they dismiss it and they're like, oh, this guy's nuts, a woke idiot? Like, it seems like that's a lot of the cope that they put in. So I don't know, but I see the idea where it's like veteran versus veteran is kind of pointless, but at the same time, if they're like actively going against their oath, I feel like veterans should have an issue with that. You know, you guys all fought on the same team for the same purpose. The motivations might have been different person to person, but at the same time, it's like you guys were fighting on the same team for the same thing, for the same mythologized freedom that America has told you that you were fighting for. Isn't this a direct contradiction? Would this not justify some kind of, like, internal discussion within veteran communities? I feel like it should. But as somebody who's not a veteran, I'm just sort of speculating here. 20 years from now, I hope Ryan sees that guy on TV and remembers the coward he is in himself. We can hope. I don't think he's going to have any introspection. I don't think that's at all possible with this man. Since it's the right wing doing it, they keep doing it without question, and you're getting political. Yeah, well, this is why you don't let them browbeat you into it. It's like, yeah, just be like, yeah, I am. What are you going to do about it? Cry? I don't give a fuck. You are literally like this is basically my opinion of Australia, and it pretty much aligns with what I imagine most Americans probably think about America right now. But like why is this happening? Why? Like, obviously we know why. We know where it comes from. We know the origins of all of this stuff. But, like, I can't figure out why. What actual reason, motivation, anything, literally anything, has anybody got to justify the destruction of everything that is happening right now? For what? To give a few rich assholes even more power that's going to result in us having to fight AI monstrosities from corporate overlords like some fucking cyberpunk game? That's where we're going? And people are okay with this? Have they never played the video games? They were a warning. Instead, these fucking billionaire cretins take it as a fucking how-to guide. Well, we've also got a how-to guide on how to destroy that shit. But that's genuinely where it seems it's going. And it's like, you're making it political. If you didn't want it political, you shouldn't have done this. It's like people who cry about the sentiments towards violence towards fascists. Well, if they didn't like violence, maybe they shouldn't be fascist. You know, they kind of invite that shit when they come into the political sphere. When you abandon any principles of democracy, which is, at the end of the day, an effort to mitigate and avoid violence by giving the people the choice to say, maybe we shouldn't. Sometimes they say, maybe we should. People are complicated. You're like, it's always funny to me how fascist people who live in an ideology of violence are so opposed to the idea of violence unless they're doing it first.
Yeah. It's
like
called being a pussy.
You can't do violence against me. Only I can do that. That's illegal. Well, watch. See what happens. Because history shows that fascists always lose. So I'm not really worried. It's not going to be fun. But at the end of the day, their doom is promised to them. So, yeah, try it. Hitler fucking underestimated the power of democratic fucking alignment. Like, you think these idiots aren't doing the same? Fucking morons. What is this one? Amenities and housing.
Behind George Washington's desk, alongside new Americans who came to this country. I cannot see all of America. But like so many who came before,
yeah, like
I can see New York City. The city I see today looks very different than the one that greeted George Washington. In July of 1776, our city simmered under the yoke of oppression. The British had imposed a colonial rule so repressive that 250 years ago, 80 miles south, a small group of newspaper editors, farmers, and soldiers signed their names on a document declaring truths that feel self-evident now, but were revolutionary then, establishing the ideals our nation still strives to fulfill. The British did not take it well. War broke out. And that August, as the largest battle of the Revolutionary War unfolded in Brooklyn, batteries on Governor's Island took aim at British ships anchored just offshore. We were outgunned.
Nice.
We were outmanned.
Time to do it
we
again.
were soundly defeated. After only a few months, it appeared our
Not another
fledgling
king.
attempt at democracy was on the precipice of collapse. But that night, with the moon overhead, thousands of our soldiers silently climbed into ferries and flat-bottom boats and escaped to Manhattan. The Continental Army survived to fight another day. Independence may have been declared in Philadelphia, but it was rescued.
Is that the Delaware River thing?
George Washington was the last to leave Brooklyn. As he
What was
waited
that
at the
picture
river's
from?
edge, the sun beginning its rise, he would have looked out over New York City's waters and seen what so many have seen in the 250 years since.
It was the crossing
An
of the
opportunity
Delaware.
to begin anew.
1851.
Those opportunities,
Is that a
like
Civil War
everything
thing?
in New York City, are not given.
No.
They are won.
No?
In 1838,
Start
11
your
years
war.
after New York outlawed slavery, a recently emancipated black man by the
across
name
New
of
Jersey
James
with the
Weeks
British in
sought to
it was
begin
that.
anew as well.
I fucking nailed
to help
it.
hundreds of others do the same. He bought property in Brooklyn, won himself
Look at
the
me,
right to
I know
vote,
things.
and sold lots to others newly free. When they landed in New York Harbor, they knew they had something waiting for them that they
fuck
had
this
never had
machine
before.
gun.
A home. Weeksville still stands today, a living, breathing testament to what we know America to be. A place each of us has the power to make. The harbor was busy those years as ships poured in from around the world. Hundreds of thousands of Irish immigrants arrived with stomachs aching from a famine manufactured by imperial cruelty. Chinese sailors settled in what is today Chinatown. Millions more traveled under the Statue of Liberty and through Ellis Island. Jewish people escaping pogroms, Italians fleeing poverty, Syrians seeking economic opportunity. Each of these new arrivals peered through portholes onto a city that was changing as fast as the nation. They saw merchants peddling their wares on the docks, streets being laid out on a grid, buildings rising into the clouds. They could not yet see the nativism they would face, the jobs they would be refused, the landlords who would not rent to them, and the abject labor and living conditions they would withstand. But no matter how much smog hung over the harbor, they still saw an opportunity to begin anew. Over the years that followed, despite laws enacted by the federal government to bar their entry, despite sweatshop fires that killed hundreds of women, despite riots aimed at their very existence, immigrants made homes here in New York City, and they helped to make New York City. That legacy of every generation of Americans insisting that the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness extends to them too, is no relic of the past. It carried millions of black Americans north during the Great Migration. It drew hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans to New York City after the Second World War. It invited countless others from the West Indies and South Asia and West Africa and across the world. And it is what brought my family to this city when I was 7 years old. My family did not arrive by boat, although we saw the Statue of Liberty from the window of the plane. Even from the air, we could make out the promise of America, the promise of the beautiful patriotic work of rendering America, year after year, a little more faithful to its founding ideals. There is a term so often used to describe our
You're going to
nation
build those
and
flood
who have
barriers
shaped it.
to
American
stop all your
exceptionalism.
land here
American
being flooded?
exceptionalism, the conventional wisdom tells us, makes our freedom
I'll do
a
what
little
I
more
want.
free, is how we dug the Erie Canal and irrigated the West, is why children in faraway lands grow up dreaming of one day moving here. And yet the irony is that the story of America has so often been written by those who were told by others with power and influence and wealth that they were anything but exceptional. For generation after generation, we have been told that when the world has sent its people to our shores, it has not sent its best. It sent Puritans and Sikhs and Quakers and Muslims and Jewish people who were banished for
What were
praying
they
the wrong way,
seeking?
worshipping the wrong gods,
The goddamn
angering the wrong
Mongolians
people.
sunk my
It sent
aircraft
peasants
carrier.
and serfs from slums and
Son of a
shtetls
bitch.
who were treated as less because they hardly owned clothes, let alone land. It sent immigrants from whom power was something someone else had. We are told that America is exceptional because we are richer, stronger, more powerful than everyone else.
True.
The truth, my friends, is that America is exceptional because here, nothing is
Because
fixed
we got
into
the
place.
biggest dick.
The frontier may be closed. We may have walked on the moon. But the work of fulfilling the values first enshrined in the Declaration
They
of
more
Independence,
hopped on the
that
moon.
work endures. And it belongs to us
Yeah,
all.
kind of.
Can't really
It
walk.
belongs too
You know
to
what's
our
funny?
newest Americans.
I was
Who are standing
watching
here with me today,
a video,
all of whom were recently naturalized.
and they
Nearly a
brought up.
decade ago, I too
Pause
felt
it. Pause
what
it. Pause
you
it. So they brought up the lunar lander taking off from Apollo 17. So I looked up the video because they're like, oh, it looks fake. And he was explaining how they did it and that it took them 2 or 3 goes to actually get the footage properly. And I watched the video and boy, it looks fake. Like, watch this shit. Like, I was just like, man, that really does look fake. I understand why people think this is fake.
Right away, Houston. Reps are good. Ag thought.
Like, that looks fake. And he was explaining how it's like, and I knew how it works, right? It's like what they use, compressed gas, compressed liquid fuel. I'm gonna look it up. 17 lander take off. How they did it, and then apparently the camera is from the rover. And NASA was controlling the rover camera, which means that NASA had to time the takeoff and the camera rotation from Earth. No wonder they fucked it up. So, igniting the lunar module's ascent engine using the lower descent stage as a launch pad. So, ignition ascent engines never been fired before. Oh my god. They went to the moon with something that never fired before. Fucking hell. What are they called? Ascent engines. What made Apollo 17's ascent engines? Bell Aerosystems, designed with radical simplicity for absolute reliability. It used no complex ignition or turbo pumps. High pressurized helium gas, forced hypergolic propellants, nitrogen tetroxide oxidizer, and Aerozine 50 fuel. Ignited upon contact. Interesting. Man, space is fascinating.
We got big brain.
The joy of no longer being just a New Yorker, but an American too. You each hold a special power. The power to determine
My
what
special
America
purpose.
means. The powerful have always known their answer. America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created equal. America, if you ask them, becomes less the more people it welcomes. America, they will tell you, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit. How small they are, how weak, how unoriginal. At every moment in our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power and enrich themselves by turning us against one another. Division is the oldest trick in politics, and the cheapest. But time and again, including 250 years ago, those forces of division have been vanquished by the forces of progress. As Thomas Paine once wrote, "This new world hath been the asylum for the persecuted lovers of civil and religious liberty. Hither have they fled." And yet today, too many of our leaders do not believe in the vision of this nation as an asylum for the persecuted, but rather as one that persecutes those seeking asylum. As we mark 250 years, what do we see? We see a city of contradictions.
An orangutan in the Oval Office is what I see.
We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world, one where children go to sleep hungry, while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see monopolies that dominate every industry, and oligarchs who buy elections. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors, before spiriting them away in unmarked vans.
You gotta watch out for those masked
We see a
Asians.
nation whose immense wealth has been built by those with calloused,
Ninjas,
dirt-streaked
I think
hands,
they're called.
those who toil on factory floors and chisel into stone. And we see a nation that has allowed so much of that wealth to be held instead in the soft hands of a precious few.
Soft hands?
Yes,
True.
we see America in a health insurance industry that
Should have
exploits
said
the
small
sick.
hands.
But that is not all we see when we look for America. We see it too in the nurse who works a double shift and then stops on her way home to check on an
I
ailing
think I
neighbor.
shit in my
Yes,
sleep.
we see America in corporate
darling.
landlords for whom negligence is a business model. We see it too in the father who tucks his children
That's
into
a
bed
little
beneath a ceiling
law
stained with
dispute
leaks,
joke for
who
people
wakes
who
before dawn to
know
go
the
to
name
work
of that song
and
is
still
Such Small
believes his
Hands.
country can do better by his family. Yes, we see
Is it
America
really?
when we spend our tax dollars on bombs and bailouts.
Yeah,
Is that really the name
Such
of it?
Small Hands.
That's
It's
amazing.
the name of the song. But I was doing the Zach-ass cover.
I know what you were doing. I didn't know that's the name of the song.
When we sell our elections to the highest bidder. Yet we see it just as clearly in every
They're
American
so much
who still
cooler than
believes this
Grimes.
country belongs to we, the people. We see America each time neighbors link arms with neighbors without asking how long they have lived here or what papers they have, as ICE invades our neighborhoods.
Papers, please.
We see America each time those young and old stand in the beating rain or the stifling heat to cast their ballots.
Who's getting beaten
We see
off?
America each time working people demand more, not just for themselves, but for their fellow Americans. There are some who respond to those who ask for more from America with a simple refrain. Love it or leave it, they say. But patriotism has never been about pretending our nation is without flaws. Patriotism is every act of righteous dissent. It is every march led under the heavy sun. It is every protest held a decade before its time. It
guy
is
can talk good.
precisely because we love this nation that we will not leave it. After all, who loves America more than those who have sacrificed so much to make it free?
America's
Today,
a
I think
country.
not only of the 4th of July, I think too of the 9th of July. 5 days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, it arrived here in our New York City. Redcoats had disembarked on Staten Island. More than 100
Redcoats,
British
boo.
ships loomed just offshore. Across this city, the Continental Army prepared for an invasion.
At the local mall, I think they stopped now because they're so desperate for business because they invested billions into this mall.
Yeah, okay.
While Amazon was fucking changing
Building Amazon.
commerce. But they used to have a curfew because, kids would be ruffians at the mall and they weren't actually buying stuff. It would be to hang out, right?
Uh-huh,
And
that's where
this-
I hang up.
Huh?
That's where I hung out.
Yeah, but the guys who enforced the curfew would literally they had to wear red coats.
Oh my god.
George Washington commanded
And like
his
the
brigades
security
to
didn't
assemble
care.
just a few
They had to
feet
hire
from
separate
this
guys.
building. It was known then as the Commons.
Yeah, well, why should
Today,
the security give
we
a
call
shit?
it City Hall Park.
Kids aren't
There,
doing anything wrong.
within
They're just
range of
fucking
British
hanging
guns, Washington ordered his generals to read the Declaration aloud. And with the world's mightiest empire poised to attack, Washington told the people of New York City what we will celebrate tomorrow: that we had declared our independence, that freedom was within reach.
out. Was the declaration
evening,
after
danger
or
loomed.
before
Conflict
the
was
Mind
not
your
a
own
question,
business.
but a certainty. And yet when those early New Yorkers marched
before
toward
or
the
after the
statue of
fight?
King George III that stood in the Bowling Green, a statue they would melt down into bullets for their young army,
Yeah, that was
They
the
walked in
best
unison,
part when they ripped down the
grounded
statue
not in the
and
pursuit
melted
of
it
plunder,
into bullets.
but in ideals that for the
That is a
first
good
time
idea.
had a name: America.
It's,
Those
an
ideals upon which
interesting
our
idea.
nation was built. They are strong enough to endure any authoritarian regime,
One for
but
the
only
future.
if we reach for them. Ours is a nation working each day towards the perfection in which it was conceived. A nation striving each day to better itself. Therein lies the
When?
work of America. The striving, the bettering, the reaching towards perfection. What a privilege each of us has to live in a nation that every one of its inhabitants can shape. What a responsibility each of us possesses to prove ourselves worthy of all those who came before. What power each of us holds to bring
Worthy?
America ever closer
I'm
to the
white.
greatness so many have seen when they looked upon these shores. The greatness that
I
for
don't
250
get
years has
worthy.
been America.
I just get.
Thank you. God bless America. God bless New York City. And happy 4th of July.
I have so many stingrays.
You can't do that in Europe.
You can't do what?
Wave a flag. They're banning it. You cannot
Yeah,
wave
mum.
Can't wave a flag?
You cannot wave your country's flag in Europe.
You can't wave your country's flag?
According to who?
They're mega.
Ah, they're stupid.
They're educated by memes that AI creates. Oh, you want to see a funny DM interaction?
Mm-hmm. Always.
The picture's not there
Hey,
anymore.
is that a spaceport I
The
can loot?
picture's not there anymore, but you're gonna laugh at the response.
Golden age. Military. We're probably going to lose. I'm just building military.
Too bad the picture's gone. Because it makes it even funnier because of how, like, absurdly muscular the dude is. That she was, like, posing with. Look at Instagram.
Mm-hmm. A shipwreck. Submarines. Alright, I'll be back.
Look at Instagram
You don't get a golden age.
before you leave.
Yeah, I'll check it. I need to go to the toilet. I'll check
No,
it
that defeats the purpose of seeing your reaction to the message. You fucking doofus. You just don't get it, Scott.
Was it a story,
Yeah.
was it? Did he just have gigantic fucking shoulders?
Oh, just everything. His biceps looked like a new pair of tits. He was so big.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He looked like a fucking one of those guys that does the fucking synthol injections. Come on, YouTube. Stop fucking me. Can we work today, YouTube, please?
You can't do that in Europe.
You can't do what?
Wave a flag. They're banning it. You cannot wave.
You can't wave a flag?
You cannot wave your country's flag in Europe.
You can't wave your country's flag in Europe?
It is being banned.
I was just at the Olympics, and that's in Italy and Europe. Everyone was waving their own country's flags, including the Italian flag.
Well, you can't put it up on your house, not anymore. They're banning it. I think it's still in process, but
In all of Europe.
I'm not saying all of Europe. I think actually maybe it's just the UK.
Do you hope Donald Trump runs for president in 2028?
You see, what I'm wearing, baby, they stole the election from us, right? They stole an election.
So what does that mean?
That means that they...
You talking about 2020?
2020, yes. So President Trump allowed them to steal the election. They stole the election. They ran a coup. And it's just like a diamond heist. If you steal the diamonds, then once they find the diamonds, you return it back to the original owner, right? So that's the way we look at the executive, the presidency.
All right, and so you're talking about Iran. You're hoping to make Iran great again. How is that going to happen?
With the memorandum of understanding, which leads to a peace treaty, which leads to a pact, and it's a framework for a future agreement. But
Some people criticize it, though. You probably know the reasons they do.
I understand the criticism.
Yeah.
I think it's baseless because it's nothing at this point. It's better than the JCPOA, which
No, it's not.
And JCPOA is a plan, and it took Obama 2 years to come up with that thing, and it was still a piece of shit. It should be called should have been called the JCPOS. It was a piece of shit agreement. It wasn't a plan of act. It was a plan of action, and it was a weak plan at best.
And how is it weaker than this MOU right now?
No, because it's only an MOU, and they're still working out the details. So nobody can predict the future at this point. Everyone is just speculating at this point. I don't even think Trump knows what's in it yet. They're still working out the details.
Donald Trump doesn't know what's in the MOU?
They're still working out the details.
Make America great again. When was America great?
Well, it's always been great. It was great after World War II. It was great after...
During, like, Jim Crow?
World War II, no, after World War II when we defeated the Nazis.
Right, but it also, like, there was a lot of, like, oppression of, like, black people in the United States at that point.
Civil rights movement, yes. Well, the civil rights movement, was in the 60s and 70s. And
is that when America was great? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm not talking about that. I think that we overcame those hurdles. And the 80s and 90s were a very nice time as far as the country melding together after the civil rights movement. I think the 80s and 90s were really a couple of really nice decades.
So when Trump says "Make America Great Again," is he talking about the 80s and 90s?
He could be. I hope that's what he's talking about because I'm a child of the 80s and 90s, and I remember good times then.
I remember as a kid just being a kid and enjoying it, but like the AIDS epidemic was like ravaging the gay community in New York and San Francisco. Millions of people were dying around the world. And the economy was not roaring at that point.
Well, if I recall, I think the economy was doing pretty well in the 90s.
The 90s for sure, yeah. I was just talking about the 80s for the AIDS epidemic.
In the 80s, I remember a lot of limousines in the 80s, a lot of, big parties, it was a very glamorous time, when I was younger, but I remember like more glamorous times, a lot of limousines and, big parties and things like that.
So Make America Great Again means the 1990s in the United States of America?
Sure, why not?
I don't trust anybody in that way. But
Is there anyone that you get information from that you trust? Is there anyone you would recommend that people out there look to for truth?
The Bible. That's about it. Other than that, no.
The Bible's the only truth out there.
Yeah, I don't even think you can depend upon people that claim to be teaching the Bible to give you the truth anymore.
Do you think the Bible is literal in its...
I do. I think the Bible's literal.
Like all the things really happen and they are the truth, as written.
That's what I believe, yes.
So there was a flood, everyone...
I do believe it, yeah.
People used to live to be 500-600 years old.
I said I believe it. Yeah.
Okay. Really? People used to live to be like 600 years old before all these medical advances we've had, even though we've seen life expectancy going up. In the Bible, when it says someone lives like 900, I think Noah lived like 900 years. That's real, and it actually happened.
I believe it, yes.
I don't know if there was a flood that killed everybody, but Noah saved like 5 family members and some animals, and you believe it literally to be true exactly like that. We're all descendants of those.
And so we should be one big happy family and love each other and quit hating on each other and trying to kill each other.
Honey, you're in the hate party.
Each other and stuff.
I don't know how that worked.
I can guess. That's not pretty.
Would you like gay marriage to be illegal in the United States?
I'm going to go with the word of God, and a man and a woman is a marriage. So I'll stand on that.
Would you like there to be other biblical principles that are the law of the land?
Well, it is established already. By him dedicating the United States to Jesus, it's already established. The word of the Lord, the biblical truths.
Some of the things in the Bible where it says if a man lays with a man, lays with a woman, they've committed an abomination. Surely they should be put to death. That's the word in the Bible. Do you think that should be the law of the land of the United States?
I always stand on the truth of the Lord. So the truth of the Lord is the truth of the Lord.
It's always misinterpreted.
Stand on biblical truth.
The
So
term
would you
abomination
want the law
is
to be
misinterpreted into the
killed?
American Bible, and it doesn't
I'm not
mean
for
what you
that.
think it
I'm for
means.
life. So the word of the Lord is for life. We declare we're here evangelizing. We're here preaching the gospel for life. So we declare the word of the Lord. So the word of the Lord is that we call forth salvation for all people, that the Lord sent his only begotten Son to die on the cross for our sins, so that not one shall perish. So that is the truth, that God loves all people, and he doesn't want to see anyone perish.
And just other laws, like in Leviticus, it also says you can't wear mixed fibers. Should that be the law of the land?
I wouldn't know right now. I mean, this is where I stand right now.
Those are the biblical laws. That's why I'm asking.
Well, I'm unsure what you're asking me right now.
In Leviticus, it says you can't wear mixed fibers. You can't wear mixed fabrics. Should that be the law?
I understand what you're saying. I just go off of the biblical truth of the word of the Lord. So whatever it is, that's where I stand.
So no mixed fabrics, no shrimp. You can't eat shrimp. No shellfish. That's in Leviticus as well.
So are we here to talk about the 250 years?
You were saying you wanted biblical laws, and that would be a biblical law.
Or we're talking about just little things that are not concerning, like actually today.
You can't do that in Europe.
You can't do what?
Wave a flag. They're banning it. You cannot wave.
Can't wave a flag?
You cannot wave your country's flag in Europe.
You can't wave your country's flag in Europe?
It is being banned.
I was just at the Olympics, and that's in Italy and Europe. Everyone was waving their own country's flags, including the Italian flag.
Well, you can't put it up on your house, not anymore. They're banning it. I think it's still in process, but
In all of Europe.
I'm not saying all of Europe. I think actually maybe it's just the UK. Yeah.
And what are they? They're banning the
yes.
flag of Great Britain, or they're banning all flags.
No, not all flags. Not all flags. Just their particular country's flag. You can't show patriotism, is what I'm saying, in a lot of the countries over there, Europe countries, like you can here, like we're free to do here.
Oh, is that right?
I haven't heard that.
That's very
Where'd you see that?
interesting. This was from 3 months ago.
But definitely not the left-wing media, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, pretty cool.
And look, we could have J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance could, if he's going to be the nomination, he could win the presidency and say, look, I'm going to put it in the hands of Trump. So there are variables, but that, we've gone into the Constitution.
But it is against the Constitution for him to.
9 months ago.
It is against the Constitution to overthrow a duly elected president.
But you're saying one thing leads to the other.
Oh, what's that?
But he's already in his second term. Like he's got back
the
that,
British
that term you're talking
and
about.
United Kingdom
he got that
flags?
back. He's in office
Crazy.
again. He won. Nobody's debating that. He won the 2024
here?
election. So why would he just get another term?
Because the circumstances
Man,
is an
look at that. There's
election
even a
was
Trump
stolen.
hat in this
We've
one.
have we had presidents
Crazy.
that served more than 2 terms
Man,
ever?
it's almost
Have
like
we-
these people
I-
are fucking retarded.
Before the 22nd Amendment.
Yes. Yes, but
there's an amendment in the Constitution. Can't do that anymore. No more.
Well, I think that
It's in the Constitution. Can't do it. Yeah.
well.
So.
We'll
You could invest in human lives via the Department of Transportation.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Well, we wouldn't. I mean, corporations and
Right.
governments.
Mm-hmm.
So now people are worth millions. Who knows?
How much are you worth?
I have no idea because it used to be where you could find it.
You could have found how much you personally were worth.
I didn't want to go look because I didn't want whoever's watching to know that I knew where to go.
So on July 4th, there's going to be this massive change.
I don't know, or hopefully by then. That's my best assumption.
And so what should everyone do till then? Just party, have fun? Is it like the end of the world or the beginning of the world?
Put their energy toward thinking of the golden age, right? Right? We are moving from what was not right into what is right. So think of what's your best scenario, right? That you are abundant and healthy, and you.
Well, like an infinity pool.
Yeah.
Thing you're not going to see a pallet full of millions and millions of dollars being shipped over there from American tax dollars or taxpayers.
That was
wasn't.
$1.7 billion that Obama released to them in his deal. That was their $400 million adjusted for inflation over time. Donald Trump is releasing $12 billion. That's a lot more.
Well, let's see what we're going to get for that. So.
You were saying there was one thing where you weren't going to see, which was giving them a bunch of money, but that is part of the deal.
Right. Pallet loads of money being dropped off with no accountability whatsoever. So.
Yeah.
But part of the deal is there's no accountability. They can spend it how they choose. In this deal.
I don't know. I haven't seen that.
All right, sorry, I gotta rewind a little bit. So it's almost like nothing is as it seems. You're saying we can't get stuff out of the strait unless they let us.
How did they close the strait? They used the drones. They used the the mines. They laid mines and drones.
I know, but didn't we just affirm to them that they can close the strait when they want? Isn't that a huge bargaining chip that we gave to them?
No, it's not, because what they were expecting is that their ships would go in and out even though nobody else's could.
And now we just lifted all the restrictions on their oil, and they're only promising not to charge ships for going through the strait for the next 60 days. So at some point, they can just control it completely. They didn't know they could do that before.
Well, the thing about it is, you and I both know that we have a president that's going to hold their feet to the fire. And if they don't live up to what he says, I mean, you remember he even threatened to take control of the strait and charge 20% surcharge.
And it didn't work, right?
Well, no, he just threatened it.
Is it possible, though, that we all have to find happiness in the world that we're in with the people we know and the financial situation that we have? We can always try and better ourselves, but this is the real world. There's no big change or awakening coming. Is that possible?
I think that's called the Great Awakening. So we just spent the weekend in Tennessee.
The weekend?
At a New Earth location there. And it's about sovereignty. It's about freedom of, natural law. So.
What does that mean, a new Earth? Like New Earth? No,
Bro, the ice melted and I got so much more water.
Community.
What did they do there?
Well, they're going to build housing. They're going to build an equestrian center because.
This is not a doomsday cult.
No. Oh no! It's not a cult.
And if you watch one show, it's not going to
More
make
oil.
any sense to you at all. You need to check in a couple times a week. What are they? Yeah, don't watch the hour show,
Right.
but they do like a 15 or 20 minutes almost every day, and gives you an idea of what.
That lady knows what's going to happen?
She's one of two.
Okay.
Of what's been going on to get us to where we're at today.
And Donald Trump's the solution?
Yes. He's.
The guy who put on the beauty pageants, the guy who did the casinos in Atlantic City and didn't pay some of the people who build them and all that stuff. He's the guy. He's the solution?
Yeah.
The IRS is not a legal, lawful agency, and it was never approved properly through Congress. So they con you, or they talk you into voluntarily paying.
So don't pay taxes, are you saying?
Yeah, they have no right to collect them.
We dropped these bunker buster bombs last summer to stop them from getting nuclear weapons. Donald Trump said their nuclear program was obliterated. Was that true or not? Or not true? Or?
You know,
You and I
how'd you
both
say,
know, yeah.
You can stop a squirrel from getting one nut, but they're going to go after another. They are, if I remember correctly,
Gotta get
they were
that
in
nut.
some talks where they're bragging that they had 60% enrichment. And so that's the reason why he had to go back. They didn't stop. They just kept going.
So did Donald Trump lie last
That's a
summer
lot of
when he said we
nuts!
obliterated it? If you say we didn't, then you're not a patriot. You're lying, or he said all that stuff.
No, I don't think he lied. I think he said we obliterated this part.
We had a bumbling fool, if you'll pardon me. I love the office of president, but I think we had a terrible president in Biden.
Oh, that's not bad language. Fool. That's not even bad language.
Well, I wouldn't say he was foolish.
So I was just not giving you a hard. I didn't sound like bad language to me at all.
But what?
As far as bad language goes, a fool.
Yeah, there's a lot of F words flying around on both sides, and I don't like that. And Look out, faggot! I'm a patriot second, and I'm a Republican third. And so I'm looking for people who are for faith.
Is this your wife?
family, and freedom. This is, yes.
Where's being a husband on the list? Husband.
What did she say?
You're my husband.
Oh, yes, I'm definitely her husband. 36 years.
Well, I was just wondering where it ranked on the list.
Oh, being husband? That's the family part.
Oh, so what was it? What was it?
I said, so Jesus first, family second, and or conservative
Wow.
family. Really, you can say conservative family.
You said patriotic?
I said, I said Christian first, conservative, family-loving, patriot second, and love of.
I don't know if you had the family in there first, but
Well,
that's fine. Yeah,
I
okay.
should.
Yeah,
I should
all
think.
right, that's okay.
Could-
I think he meant to include you in the second.
He knows. Yeah, he's very
Yeah,
important.
yeah.
included her
But
first.
I'm saying he meant to include you in the. I think the second one.
Absolutely, yeah.
So just in case you had overheard that and didn't.
I
Yeah.
included family first
Yeah.
because I used the name Jesus, and he's the most pro-family that you can get. So if I say Jesus, if I'm following Jesus, then I'm going to be a good husband.
Okay. And so that was first, essentially. So that never mind, it was first.
That's always- I got to go. I want to get in.
Yeah, sure. All right, so we had a ranking system here of important things, and I think it was faith, patriotism. I don't know where a wife was on it, honestly, but then he said first. Happy wife, happy life, right? You gotta revise the list, which she's standing right there, sir. Do you believe election integrity is an issue?
Yes.
Why do you think the Republicans have the House, the Senate, and the presidency then?
Rhinos, buddy. Republicans in name only. I mean, every Democrat votes against the SAVE Act, and you've got one or two of these.
No, but I'm asking, if election integrity was an issue, how did Republicans get control of everything?
Too big to rig. That was the 2024 election. Everybody turned out because they were sick and tired of all the illegals coming in.
That sounds a little convenient. Let me just push back here a little bit.
Okay.
So it's too big to rig when Republicans win, but it's rigged when Democrats win.
By mail-in ballots. We didn't win by mail-in ballots.
How did Donald Trump vote in the last election?
I have no idea.
Mail-in ballot.
Well, that's fine.
Donald Trump is donating his $400,000 a year presidential salary back to the American people. What do you think about that?
If he can do it, let him do it.
Well, he can do it because he's making an average of $5.8 million a day on his crypto scheme.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
He's a businessman. When you're celebrating
He's a businessman.
Cope.
Drag queen show at the White House, how's that different from a wrestling match? Well, it's different, but the other
One is
wrestling
significantly
match didn't offend
gayer.
me as much as just seeing that you don't respect man and a woman.
And it's not the
period.
drag show.
Did it offend you when the UFC fighter said Michelle Obama is a man?
I wouldn't have said it. Did I get upset because I had other things to deal with? But at the same time, I wouldn't drag that through the mud because can I switch subject? Not going to avoid that subject.
I just want to say on that we have bigger concerns than to worry about him someone calling Michelle Obama a man.
What is today all about?
God.
God? How is it about God?
Trump and
Oh, it's
saving
not
our country.
Trump, God, country.
Yeah. No, God, Trump, and yeah.
God, Trump, country.
Yeah.
God, Trump, country.
Yes, I believe in God.
But Trump is right below that, and then country.
I mean, God appointed Trump to us.
God appointed Trump.
He's helping. Yes.
Why is America back?
President Trump, he's brought America back.
How so?
With his policies.
And how have they helped you?
What
How
policies?
did it help me? Put more money in my pocket. The economy's doing better.
Where?
Doing better? Inflation's higher now, and gas prices are high.
Oh, no.
No, they're not?
Not to me.
They're not high to you, but they are high.
Thank you.
Okay.
They're planning to release $12 billion to them. Does that, I don't know, concern you?
Obama flew 1.6 billion on pallets in the middle of the night. So what's the difference?
Oh my God.
10.4, I guess. Do you feel like Donald Trump helps or hurts the political division?
You know, he's an honest man. You know, he's a construction man. He's a businessman who took the most.
She's describing Bin Laden. Honest man, construction man.
In your brain, honestly.
If anybody feels they can do better, then they should get out there and stop critiquing him. None of us have good public
Oh my
speaking
God.
skills. I think he's improved over the years, but at the end of the day, I support.
No,
the
he
president.
hasn't.
You had an issue with his public speaking at the beginning? You think he's gotten better?
You know, you
A
cringe.
doofus.
You know, but at the end of the day, you know.
Wait, sorry, like what? You cringe? You would cringe? Like what specifically?
Oh, why do you got to say that? You know, I can't think of. There's a lot, you know.
Hey! Anyway, we're having a good time. I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
Okay, what are you guys doing?
Oh, talking to people.
Okay, so it have to be here or back that way?
Yeah, I'm here, right?
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, tariffs again. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So if you've been following us back in 2025, you know we talked a lot about tariffs back in 2025. There was a lot of information, good and bad, a lot of bad, out there about tariffs.
Do space missions
great deal of
count
time
as
talking about the status of U.S. ports?
district
because
projects?
people kept talking about that
I
U.S.
believe
ports
so.
were deserted and empty and no ships were coming in. It was not
Interesting.
true. I mean, it really wasn't. I mean, the amount of people who showed a berth in Seattle that hasn't been used for container ships for years was amazing. So we did a lot to kind of put into context what was happening. Well, now we...
YouTube's just not letting me use the full screen button now.
Amazing.
I have to refresh and then it will let me.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, tariffs again. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So if you've been following us back in 2025, you know we talked a lot about tariffs back in 2025. There was a lot of information, good and bad, a lot of bad, out there about tariffs. We spent a great deal of time talking about the status of U.S. ports because people kept talking about that U.S. ports were deserted and empty and no ships were coming in. It was not true. I mean, it really wasn't. I mean, the amount of people who showed a berth in Seattle that hasn't been used for container ships for years was amazing. So we did a lot to kind of put into context what was happening. Well, now we have this new proposal by the Trump administration that's going to raise tariffs. Again, back on June 3rd, Reuters had a story. The Trump administration has proposed tariffs of up to 12.5% on imports from 60 countries, after determining they have failed to curb trade in goods made with forced labor. And that's the issue that the Trump administration is going to use, forced labor, because the previous rounds of tariffs were found to be unconstitutional under the emergency powers in a
Motherfucker.
decision. So we're going to break this all down for you and discuss it. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. So this story over at Reuters on G-Captain, U.S. retailers front-load China orders for holiday season, shipping firms say. U.S. retailers have brought forward orders from China by 4 to 6 weeks to secure their inventories for Black Friday and Christmas holiday sales before expecting tariff hikes later this year, shipping executives said. U.S. President Donald Trump's visit to China last month has preserved the détente between the world's two largest powers, but uncertainty remains high. Okay, so wait a minute, Sal. You're talking about Black Friday and Christmas, and it's freaking July. What are you discussing here? Well, understand, the world's a big honking place.
Honk.
And if you're going to get stuff from Asia over to the United States, that's a long time. When you hit your Amazon and it shows you a good is a day or two away from you, that good has been moving for 4 to 6 months. And what is happening right now is everybody is front-loading, moving cargo a little bit earlier, and we're going to talk about that. Now, one of the big things we're seeing is that the number of containers coming in and cargo coming into the United States is going to remain strong. We have that estimate out through June, but at the same time, shipping costs are rising. We go over to this.
You ever
by
hit
Greg
Yuki
Miller,
with the
good friend of
interrupting
show.
goose joke?
Liner saver,
No,
the
I haven't.
third largest rate spike in container
I should try it.
history. That's right. It's the third biggest. And we're going to put those into context here for you in a second. Multiple spot rate indices have risen to levels last seen in August-September 2024 during the Red Sea crisis. That was the second highest spike we've ever seen. The Shanghai Container Freight Index, the SCFI, assessed rates from Shanghai to the West Coast at $6,067 per FEU. That's a 40-foot equivalent unit. 40-foot containers are the ones you typically see going down the highways on the back of tractor trailers that are modular, that can be lifted on, lifted off. You also have the 20-footers, two 20-foots, two TEUs make a FEU. To U.S. East Coast, it is $7,384 per FEU. To Northern Europe, it's $6,683. And to the Med, remember, because to get to the Med, you got to go all the way around Africa. That's $9,332. In the past week, carriers have increased offered capacity to U.S., this is the amount of space available on shipping, by 10.5% to the U.S. West Coast, 12.1% to the U.S. East Coast, and 11.9% to Northern Europe. Now, Greg always provides charts with his work. We're going to look at some of them, but before I look at his charts, I also want you to understand one of the reasons why we're seeing this spike has to do with fuel costs. If you think it's been expensive to go fill up your car or your truck at the gas station, try doing it with a container ship. This is the cost for very low sulfur fuel oil back from 2023 up until 2026. You can see that really at the end of 2025 into 2026, fuel oil was at a record low. We were down to about $450 per ton. And then it absolutely went through the roof. Once the conflict started between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, fuel oil went to over $1,000 a ton. $1,000 a ton. It was an insane amount of rise that happened. Now, it has dropped off. It's dropped off precipitously. We're at about $700 per ton. But that is still substantially higher than it was. And because of the elongated freight rates that we're going further, ton miles, the amount of goods you move a ton has increased. That is making everything more expensive. It's one of the reasons why the United States' Federal Maritime Commission, led by Laura DiBello, have been investigating container lines and sitting there saying you just can't charge surcharges. You have to show the reason for that, because what we saw happen was the knee-jerk reaction that freight rates are going to go through the roof. And freight rates have gone through the roof. This is what Greg was talking about. This is the global spot rate indices since 2018. You can see that the Shanghai Container Freight Index was balancing at, about $500 prior to COVID. COVID was the big spike. When you had COVID, this was the massive spike. This is where we saw $5,000 as the rate. We can see we came back down here to kind of pre-COVID levels, but then you have the Red Sea. That's these spikes right here. And now the most recent spike has to do with the Persian Gulf and Strait of Hormuz. Greg included some other charts here that breaks it down in some more detail. So this is the detail from Zentia showing the Asia to U.S. West Coast. That's that kind of greenish color line there. And then the Asia to the U.S. East Coast. That is that blue line. And you can see the spikes we're having where we're sitting there going to the U.S. East Coast almost $7,000, whereas the West Coast is about $6,000. This is looking at the Shanghai Container Freight Index for the Asia to Europe spot rates. And again, we're seeing that climb from Shanghai to Northern Europe and Shanghai to Med. Med is more expensive because of the longer route you have to go through the Strait of Gibraltar. So Greg is capturing the issue at play here. Global container ships are moving all around the world, and we can see that visually here if we shift over to marine traffic. Clean this up to show you just container vessel. The biggest trade lane is Europe to Asia. That Europe to Asia trade lane is one of the biggest ones that we see. This is the one that the ultra-large container vessels are on. These are the big 18,000 to 24,000 box ships. However, what we've seen is since December of 2023, they have gone that far route down south of Africa. Remember, this is a Mercator projection. This is a terrible, terrible map. I hate this map. This is a terrible map. Greenland is not this big. Greenland is 1/14 the size of Africa. Okay, this is a terrible map that unfortunately this is what we use. But this route going around Africa is huge, and this is what we've seen, this elongated route. Remember, it's winter time. It's hard to believe it's July in North Carolina, and I'm sweating my nads off. But it is winter time down at the Cape of Good Hope, which means we get a lot of rough weather. It creates a big problem sometimes going around. We've seen container losses down here. But the vast majority of containers have to go this way because they can't go through the Red Sea. We were starting to see the Red Sea open back up at the end of 2025, early 2026. But then we get the Iran war, and now container ships are still going around that way. We've got the Trans-Pacific route where you're hitting the West Coast, but you also have those Neo-Panamax vessels. These are the ships that can go through that new lane in the Panama Canal that opened in 2016. And they come through that new lane of the Panama Canal and hit the East Coast. The problem is we're getting a log jam here now because guess what? We're in an El Nino, and we're already starting to see slowdowns in transits through there. And then, of course, you also have other routes. You've got the Asia over to East Coast directly coming across the Atlantic. You've got the Europe to America route across the Atlantic. And then you have feeder services up and down the east and west coast of South America. You've got the kind of the lines coming out of Singapore to Australia and New Zealand. And so this is kind of showing you macro where world container traffic is flowing. Now, when we came into 2026, there are a lot of predictions. There's always predictions for the upcoming year. And I hate predictions because guaranteed someone is going to make a prediction and you're going to get called out on it because it's wrong, because it is a prediction. But one of the things that got me was the overwhelming consensus by a lot of people that 2026 was going to be a bad year for containers. I got to tell you, I didn't buy that for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is we have already seen since 2020. I mean, every year something friggin' happens. And it's no surprise that 2026 is going to be much different. Back in December, the National Retail Federation, this is their headline, this is a story by Mike Schuller over at GCAP. U.S. container imports face prolonged decline in 2026. Year-over-year declines in import cargo volumes in major U.S. container ports are expected to persist into 2026, driven by ongoing tariff volatility and shifting trade policy. Now, I will say this is a tough call to make. I don't want to be the guys over at NRF and make those calls because it's a really precarious one. We get this story also in February 2026. U.S. containerized imports are expected to fall sharply during the first half of 2026 as tariff uncertainty continues to disrupt trade flows, according to the latest Global Port Tracker report released by the National Retail Federation and Hackett Associates. The NRF's Vice President Jonathan Gold said, with tariffs still a matter of debate in the courts and in Congress, their effect on imports is being clearly seen. And I know, Jonathan, it's a really tough goal here to kind of predict this. However, what we have seen is anything but that. Instead, what we're seeing is probably one of the best years so far in imports. We go over to Descartes and their global shipping report. May, U.S. containerized imports rise on seasonal demand amid growing trade uncertainty. In May 2026, U.S. containerized imports totaled 2,428,758 20-foot equivalent units, increasing 6.6% from April and 11.5% year over year.
What's that mean?
The month-over-month gains align with the seasonal growth patterns typically observed in May, signaling stronger import demand following April's slowdown. And if we look at their chart, 2026 is kind of the second best year we have seen. You got to go back to 2022 over the last 5 years to see something akin to this. Now, 2021 was a weird year. It's not on this chart, but 2021 was always a weird year because of COVID. But here you see that comparison to 2022. So a couple of things to note right here. 2025 is this dark line right here. And one of the things you notice in 2025 is this drop from April down to May to June, and then this big, huge uptick in July. That is strange. You typically don't see that. The reason that exists was because of the tariffs. This was the tariffs coming in. When President Trump announced the tariffs,
civic boost.
what we
Hell
saw
yeah.
was a bottoming out. So you had this unexpected rise here in the early part of the year, Q1, which was front-loading. Everybody was trying to get cargo over early. And then
A
you
natural
saw a drop-off.
disaster?
This is the drop-off you
I
saw.
didn't even
Now, some
notice.
people were talking about this was going to drop to 1.5 million TEU. It's held steady over 2.1 million during that period of time. But if you look at
People's been
2026, the
fine.
purple line, what you're seeing here is an increase, a gradual increase, very akin to what we saw in 2023. What we think is happening is everybody is front-loading. They're moving their cargo forward. So where you normally peak, like in August or September, what we're going to see is probably an earlier peak, very akin to what we see in 2025. We're probably going to see a spike here, plateauing, and then the normal drop-off in Q4 as you
That's
hit
weird.
the holiday season. So one of the interesting charts included in this Descartes report is this one, talking
That's so
about
strange.
container import volume share comparison. So one of the things that we've noticed this year is an increase in consolidation into the top 10 ports. And the big mega ports, the large ports in the United States, are getting more business. Now, it's not huge. We're going from about 82, 83% to 90%. It's significant. The other thing we're noticing, and we saw this last year too, is that the East Coast and West Coast ports are flipping for who gets the most cargo. And this happened during tariffs. One of the reasons we saw this was the tariffs were going to go into effect, so you had to get the cargo landed in the United States sooner. So everybody was shifting back over to the West Coast ports. We also had issues in the East Coast with the ILA and their negotiations and trade with their contract dispute. There was also issues left over from COVID in LA and Long Beach. And so we had seen this, and it's a pretty kind of almost even split between West Coast ports and East and Gulf Coast ports. But right now we see this kind of back and forth between the two. I wanted to include this chart. This shows you the change from April to May 2026. And so we're talking about where is that growth coming in. And one of the things that you should note here is we've got a 7% growth from April to May, 134,000 or 135,000 TEUs coming in, but it's largely focused on the East and Gulf Coast ports. If you look at the West Coast ports, Los Angeles has got a dip, Tacoma's got a dip, Oakland has a slight raise, and so does Long Beach have a slight raise. But if you look at the other ports, the East Coast ports, and particularly along the Gulf Coast ports, are all into double digits, with the exception of Charleston. I'm going to come back to Charleston here in a minute, but what you're seeing is a lot of freight coming into those East Coast ports. And one of the things we've seen is the East Coast, Gulf Coast ports have had a big spike, big raise. Container shippers want to get the containers closer to their customers. And when you go into LA and Long Beach, which is closer by sea, the problem is 2/3 of those containers have got to go across the United States. They got to go by either Class 1 rail or by long-haul trucking. Now, long-haul trucking is getting more expensive right now. We've seen a spike in the cost of long-haul. It used to be $2 a mile. Now we're over $3 a mile. That has a lot to do with issues, the crackdown on CDLs, basically commercial driver's licenses, and a variety of other practitioners are going into effect that's making it much more costly, plus fuel is up through the roof. So all of that is making everybody want to get the cargo landed closer to where the population is. And in the U.S., population growth is going into the southeast part of the United States. And that kind of makes sense when you look at that breakdown that we're seeing. Now, for the container companies, this is great because we're already starting to see some positive information from them. So Maersk raised their 2026 earnings outlook. So Maersk has sharply upgraded its financial guidance for 2026, citing stronger than expected demand in the global container shipping market. So the Danish shipping giant now expects underlying EBITDA of $8 to $10 billion for the year. That's up from forecast of 4.5 to 7 billion. That's some cash. That's a lot of crawlers that Maersk is going to be able to buy. Underlining EBIT
That's
is now
a lot of
projected
cash.
to $4 billion. That's up over 1.5 billion loss to a $1 billion profit. So, I mean, they were talking about a $1.5 billion loss. Now they're talking about $4 billion profit. That's a good swing right there. The company said the stronger outlook reflects continued resilience in container demand and a sustained increase in spot market freight rates. So, if you're Maersk Lines, you are liking this route around Africa. It's longer. You're able to keep your ships on it for a protracted period of time. Also, you're getting much more profit
Give
from
me
it
money.
because you're able to raise freight rates. Now, I should note, not everyone is having as good a year as Maersk. So we get this story about Hapag. Hapag reported a sharp deterioration in first quarter earnings on Tuesday, blaming severe weather disruptions and the conflict in the Mideast for rising costs and weaker operational performances. The German carrier posted group EBITDA of 494 million for the first quarter, sharply down from 1.5 billion euros a year earlier. The group EBIT swung to a loss of 134 million euros from 463 million profit in the same quarter last year. Hapag-Lloyd said lower freight rates, severe weather disruptions across Europe and North America, and the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz late in the quarter weighed heavily on results. This is a really interesting thing, I have to say, because Maersk and Hapag are in an alliance together, the Gemini Corporation.
Did you just join a military alliance with Shaka?
Better able to do it. Now, Maersk has also diversified itself quite a bit. It is much more
that
of
what
a
happened?
logistics firm than just a shipping firm. And Hapag is in the midst of issues with Zim and a few other carriers. There's a potential buyout by Hapag of Zim. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes. So we're seeing kind of mixed results coming from the major container liners, although I will tell you that the general consensus here is that the container liners are doing very well. Last thing I want to mention is an issue that's happening in the U.S. port of Charleston.
The one that
so Mike Schuller had this report
was
over
loyal
at GCAP.
to
South Carolina
what's-his-face.
ports will temporarily suspend container operations at its UK Leatherman terminal beginning August 1st, marking the latest setback for the $1 billion facility that has struggled to gain momentum since opening just over 5 years ago. The Port Authority said Thursday it will consolidate container operations at its Wando Welch and North Charleston terminals while the industry navigates weaker cargo volumes, trade uncertainty, and other market headwinds. Now, according to the CEO and president of South Carolina Ports, Michael Mollis, we are working with our maritime partners to make this business decision to achieve long-term sustainable growth. We all want to retain current business and attract new business to Charleston. When that terminal opened in April 2021, it was the first new container terminal built since 2009. It had an initial phase of 700,000 TEUs, it had a massive 1,400-foot berth. It could handle ships up to 20,000 TEUs, and it was expected to add about 2.4 million TEU capacity. But the terminal became the center of a high-profile labor dispute. South Carolina Ports and the International Longshoremen's Association, the ILA, got into a dispute about who would operate the ship-to-shore cranes. Now, that was a 3-year battle. It wasn't resolved till mid-2024 when they allowed the port to reopen the terminal and launch regularly weekly Asia container services. Port officials at the time described the reopening as a major milestone. Now, less than 2 years later, South Carolina Ports is idling the terminal. Port authorities characterize the move as a short-term consolidation rather than a permanent closure. So what's going on here? This is marine traffic showing you container ships along the east coast of the United States. So you've got a couple of terminals along the southeast coast of the United States that's vying for power here. So you've got the big massive one up in New York, New Jersey. This handles basically the New England, mid-Atlantic area. Baltimore, which is developing into a bigger port. But here you have the Port of Virginia. This is Norfolk. You have Wilmington, North Carolina is not really a major port in many ways. It missed out on this. But you have Charleston, you have Savannah, and you have Jacksonville. And really it's those four, Norfolk, Charleston, Savannah, Jacksonville, that are vying. Savannah is one of the biggest, fastest growing ports in the United States.
Interesting.
Baltimore has Trade Point Atlantic, which is about to go operational. Trade Point Atlantic kind of made the news early on when the Dolly took out the bridge in Baltimore, because Trade Point Atlantic is on the side of the old Sparrows Point shipyard. It's outside the port of Baltimore. And so this has the potential to be a real big access point into the mid-Atlantic region. And it could pull some freight from this area. But I think Charleston is being threatened kind of by Savannah. And because of the ILA agreement to operate trains at the Leatherman terminal, it makes it a little bit more expensive versus Savannah. But Savannah is extremely aggressive. The Savannah port is massive. And more importantly, they have access to land. This is a development site here where they are able to kind of go in and build a port and terminal. This is Savannah right here. If you're in downtown Savannah, you see the ships kind of go right past you. And this is the Savannah terminal here. It is absolutely massive, but most importantly, you have all these warehouses and facilities where you can pull the containers in, open them up, unpack them. Whereas in Charleston, you're in downtown Charleston, and Charleston has obviously finite areas in which you can do things. I mean, there's only so much area in the port of Charleston. And so Charleston becomes a bit of a problem. You've got to go all the way up into the North Charleston area and outside of the port of Charleston to do that. And logistics here becomes a key thing. Believe me, I learned all this when I was doing the supply chain crisis, and all I wanted to talk about was boats. But instead, what you become to learn is getting the containers to the port is only one of the problems.
Pick Shaka for trade routes.
The infrastructure, the road, the
Have you got any to him?
rail. You've got to understand the warehousing and the distribution system that exists outside. And so I think what the Leatherman shutdown is telling us is there's more issues at play here.
Spend as much as you can on that, because they're going to vote for you to lose
ports in
too.
the US compete against
But
each
if you
other.
look,
They vie
they don't
for
really
business
have
against
points
each
to
other.
spend.
They are state or locally
Okay, I'll put
owned,
10 in.
and therefore they are always trying
I'd
to
put
outdo
as much
each
as
other,
you
and I
can.
think Leatherman Terminal is caught in the middle of that.
I'd put 9.
Plus, there's bidding with the ship owners and ship contractors for where they
I'm
can
confident
go.
with 19 votes.
Leatherman was being used by MSC, the Mediterranean
We'll
Shipping
see.
Company, and obviously MSC is in the midst of a process.
Do you want to do the
where
100 gold back
they're
and
trying
forth?
to find the best place to dump their containers. I don't buy the idea that there's a reduction in cargo going in, because as I just showed you, that's not the case. We're seeing high levels of imports coming into the United States. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment.
Phil.
Put that guy's videos that I put on the list. The one that I think's a fascist, maybe. I don't know, Cal, what do you reckon? I'm going to bring up this guy's page. Hold on. Where is it?
Victoria is easy to underestimate.
From your earliest
On a map of
desire
Australia,
to
it
live in
looks
peace,
small, a compact
to the
state
times
tucked
when
into
you
the
stood against aggression. You have always sought cooperation.
How the
You
fuck?
did not do this merely to brighten your own glory,
Hilarious.
but because dignity belongs to each of us. And in so doing, you have proved that your ancient and eternal commitment to a shared peace will be the foundation of the world of tomorrow.
Alright, I want your opinion, Cal. So the things that... So the first things I saw were the immigration, multiculturalism myth videos. And I looked at his thing, and I'm like, okay, America first is inevitable. And then I got to down here, fascism's back. This video is about Giovanni Gentili. Then he has this, which is a video with Carl Schmitt. He's got a Nietzsche video. A lot of the videos he talks about German philosophers. So I know that's not really like a necessary like kind of a red flag, but at the same time, I don't know. There's some weird aspects here, and I don't know how to feel about it. And the way he talks is it feels like it's imitating those left-wing philosophy streamers, like left-wing philosophy channels, and trying to sort of get in that while not overtly saying what he actually thinks. I don't know. I want your opinion. I'm unsure what to think. Very curious, though. I don't expect to win there.
And southeastern corner. It is dwarfed by Western Australia, overshadowed by Queensland, pressed beneath New South Wales. And to many people, Victoria simply means Melbourne. But that small appearance is misleading, because within this one state lies one of the most geographically diverse landscapes in Australia. Snow-covered mountains rise almost 2 kilometres above sea level. Ancient forests cloak deep valleys and rugged ranges. Rivers born in alpine peaks flow across the continent into vast floodplains. Giant coastal lagoons sit trapped behind one of the longest beaches on Earth. A flooded Ice Age valley became the bay that built Melbourne. Gold-bearing uplands transformed Australia during the 19th century.
Well, that's
Volcanoes
why
erupted across the
I
west.
watched a couple videos.
Sandstone mountains rise from surrounding plains. Semi-arid Mallee country stretches toward the interior, and along the southern edge, the Southern Ocean continues to carve away the continent itself.
And he wasn't
Victoria
necessarily
is not defined by one
speaking
landscape.
about it in a positive or negative way.
Mountains against
So
plains,
I'm not- this is why I'm like, I
rainforests
wanna
against dry country,
bring this up here and
volcanoes against
see what
ancient
other
rock,
people think.
rivers against deserts, and land against sea. To understand Victoria, we need to cross it. Not randomly, but
I'll
as a
send
journey.
the page
Beginning
link.
in the Far East, where the state rises into its highest mountains. Then moving westward through Gippsland, the Great Dividing Range, Port Phillip Bay, the Central Highlands, the Goldfields, the Murray Basin, the Volcanic Plains, the Grampians, the Mallee, and finally, the wild southern coast. This is the geography of Victoria. Before we begin, if you enjoy these deep dives into Australia's landscapes, geology and natural history, consider subscribing to the channel and leaving a like on the video. It really helps support the channel and allows me to keep creating documentaries like this.
I
And
want to
would
know
also
about
love to
rocks.
hear from you. This is a little different from
Local
my usual
rocks.
geology-focused videos. If you enjoy this broader journey through the geography of Victoria, leave a comment below and let me know. If enough people enjoy it, I'll create more geography documentaries exploring
looks like
other
Eildon.
Australian states and regions in the future. Now, let's begin in the east.
It was filled with algae a couple years
Chapter 1,
because it
where Victoria
got real
rises.
low and animals shat on
Our
the
journey
bank.
begins in the highest
and when
part
the water
of the
came
state,
back up,
far from
all
Melbourne,
the shit went in
far
the
from
water.
the volcanic plains of the west, far from the dry Mallee country near the South Australian border. Here, in eastern Victoria, the land rises into the southern end of Australia's greatest mountain system, the Great Dividing Range. This immense chain runs for more than 3,500 kilometres along eastern Australia, from
Sure
Queensland through New South Wales and into Victoria. It is not a mountain range in the same way as the Himalayas or the Andes. It is older, lower, more weathered and more fragmented. Yet it remains one of the most important geographical features on the Australian continent.
It's why
because
most
the
of the
Great Dividing
country's a
Range
desert.
does exactly what its name suggests. It divides. On one side are the coastal catchments, shorter rivers flowing toward the Tasman Sea, Bass Strait and the Southern Ocean. On the other side are inland catchments, longer rivers flowing toward the Murray-Darling Basin and the dry interior. In Victoria, this divide becomes one of the keys to understanding the entire state, because the mountains in the east are not just scenic high country. They are a source of water, rivers and rainfall patterns, and in many ways, the source of the geography that unfolds westward from here. The highest expression of this landscape is the Victorian Alps. This is the roof of Victoria, a rugged region of ridgelines, snowfields, steep valleys, alpine plateaus and forested slopes. Mount Bogong rises to 1,986 metres above sea level. It is the highest mountain in Victoria. Nearby peaks such as Mount Feathertop, Mount Hotham, Mount Buffalo and Mount Buller form part of the wider high
Mount
country. In winter, these mountains are transformed. Snow covers the summits. Cold winds sweep across exposed ridges. Roads climb into ski villages. And streams run through frost-covered valleys. And for a brief period each year, parts of Victoria resemble a landscape many people would never expect to find on mainland Australia. This is one of the strange things about Victoria. It is a state famous for cities, goldfields, farms and coastlines, yet its eastern edge contains true alpine country. Not simply cool hills or forested uplands, but environments shaped by snow, elevation, frost, wind and seasonal isolation. These
Damn.
alpine landscapes are rare in
Pause it.
Australia. They occupy only a tiny fraction of the continent. And
So they are rare, and last week there was precisely 0 snow on all of the mountains, despite it being the middle of fucking winter. One of the worst snow seasons in like 20 years. Like real fucking bad. After a run of really good snow seasons, we are fucked this year. Especially with this El Nino coming, we're fucked. We're gonna have a huge drought. There's no snow. It's not good. But I did just look at the snow cams, and there is snow all over Mount Hotham. Apparently they had 12 inches over a 48-hour period, which is great.
Look at me, 12 inches.
So, like, kind of interesting that the snowfall's been real shit, considering that it's been pretty cold. I really hope for the next... I hope it's just a late season, and it runs into, like, late August. But we'll see. So...
Mom goes to college.
It's not good. It's not good at all. I haven't looked at Perisher, though.
Oh, Phoebe. Look at you. Look at you.
Alright, Perisher has had 37 centimeters. So a little over 12 inches. Over the last 7 days, which is great. Okay. The snow looks fine. Now. It did not look great last week. That's good to see. Alright. Weather reporting with Jack. We'll open up 5th gen.
that rarity makes them disproportionately important. At
We'll
lower
hire
elevations,
Jenny.
the slopes
What's
are
her
covered
name?
in forests.
It's Jenny, right?
Tall
Jenny
eucalypts
Milk.
dominate the valleys. Mountain ash and alpine ash grow in wetter
She can be
areas.
the 5th gen
Snow
weather
Snow gums
lady.
appear higher up.
She's retired from news. Now she does like commercials. She's like a casino promoter.
I know, you showed me that, yeah. Oh, she can still do that. She can do it for fun. We'll give her an offer she can't refuse. Total control over the way she does the news.
It's like she doesn't even realize we're her biggest fans.
Exactly. You know, someone needs to get her to notice us. So she comes on and helps us out. Does it our news, our weather channel updates. I'm gonna play Hammurabi again. It gives me something to do. I can focus on getting Eurekas. Is there a character that has perks like Hammurabi but for culture?
No.
Interesting. Teams? That looks like the Dandenongs. Ferns are real fucking old. Did you know that?
What?
Ferns.
Oh, yeah.
They're like ancient.
Yeah.
Older than the dinosaurs shit.
Yeah.
They're real old. Like, it's nuts. The vegetation that Australia has is almost prehistoric. It's crazy. What's the name for plants? Fauna? Flora.
Chlorophyll. You know, I was thinking, we're, like, as humans, we're basically marsupials without pouches.
Mm-hmm.
Because...
Wait, who?
Humans.
Okay.
Because the human baby is basically a fetus. Like, it's so underdeveloped.
Interesting.
You
From
know?
the first stirrings of life beneath water.
Like, the only animals I know that are more underdeveloped than a human fetus would be marsupials.
Interesting. So the Daintree rainforest in far north Queensland is the oldest continuously surviving tropical rainforest on the planet. 135 million years old. Ribbonwood is an incredibly rare, primitive flowering plant only found in the wet tropics of Queensland. Its lineage dates back to the time of the dinosaurs. The Wollemi pine, which is only found in one secret spot that nobody knows where it is, because there's only like 7 of them, and they're very susceptible to a fungus, I believe, which basically wiped them out. Also,
fungus?
The Australian government spent millions of dollars on firefighting equipment to make sure that these minimal number of trees didn't burn. That's how special these things are. And I think they've now started growing them inside like factories and stuff where they're trying to save the species, which is real cool. They are only found in the Blue Mountains. The conifer is considered one of the rarest and oldest plants on Earth, with fossils dating back 200 million years. So there you go. Ferns, cycads, and conifers, groups like the giant tree fern, date back to the Carboniferous period, long before reptiles even evolved. That's awesome.
Their twisted trunks and pale bark marking the transition into colder terrain. Eventually, as elevation increases, the trees thin, the growing season shortens, conditions become harsher, and the vegetation changes into alpine grassland, herb fields and low shrubs. This vertical change in landscape is one of the first major geographic patterns we encounter. In eastern Victoria, height controls climate, climate controls vegetation, vegetation controls soil, and soil helps control the rivers that begin here. This is why the Victorian Alps matter far beyond the high country itself. They are Victoria's water.
It's so funny that Bishi will be bouncing off the walls and I'll hold him for like 2 minutes and put him back and he's out.
It is pretty funny.
The towers. Moist air arrives from the Tasman Sea, Bass Strait and Southern Ocean. When that air reaches the mountains, it is forced upward. As it rises, it cools. Clouds form, rain falls.
Have you seen how much Neil is destroying shit this year?
Uh-huh.
Because he's gotten so big.
I'm a big fan of Neil.
I know they were talking about killing him.
They better fucking not.
They're probably going to.
People will not be happy. That's going to create a national crisis.
I don't think they're going to care.
Well, they will when people start fucking rioting in the streets because
of Tasmania.
Not
the
kill,
whole
no,
reason
no,
Neil has been alive this long is because he's in Tasmania, where nobody fucking lives.
Yeah. It's like going into the fucking ocean. Like, everybody in the town, except for obviously the fucking management of the town, doesn't give a fuck. By the looks of it.
Look it up. Look up Tasmania kill Neil the seal. I know they've been discussing it. That it's inevitable. He's causing so much damage now. My favorite is people going, "You can't park here."
Yeah, that is very funny.
You know, Ricky Berwick? He posted this video, and it's so well done.
See, but this is what I'm talking about, right? It says Neil, a southern elephant seal, was born in Tasmania in 2020, but his existence is an anomaly. Most of his kind live thousands of kilometers south of the sub-Antarctic Macquarie and Heard Islands. Elephant seals return multiple times a year to the area where they are born to molt, breed, or in Neil's case, rest and learn how to play fight. Neil was born in Tasmania near Hobart, and he thinks that's where home is because he doesn't know where Macquarie Island is, says Dr. Clive McMahon, an elephant seal expert who told The Guardian this last week, and he doesn't have a map, okay? This is exactly what I'm fucking talking about. It's not his fucking fault. The animal should not be dying because people don't know how to control themselves. This is a moronic, deeply human flaw.
We're speaking about seals. I think this guy is part seal.
That's awesome.
Snow accumulates. This is orographic rainfall, and it is one of the most important processes shaping eastern Victoria. The mountains squeeze moisture out of the air, then moisture feeds forests, it feeds rivers, and eventually it feeds regions far away from the...
You know who else I think is a really funny disabled comedian? Is the mute comedian.
The Aaron Bile guy.
He was with
Tony.
He was with what's her name in the chair, and he fucking like kept fucking with her chair to try and get her to fly off the stage.
That's hilarious.
Like kept shifting it into drive.
Well, they're both from Kill Tony. Like, that's where they both started. And now they've transcended Kill Tony, and I bet you he's fucking salty as fuck about it. Which is almost funny.
Mountains themselves. Many major rivers are born in or near Victoria's eastern high country.
Who's seen
the Murray begins
Stavros
in the Australian
in
Alps
Begonia
before
yet?
forming most of Victoria's northern boundary. The Cure and Midamida drain alpine catchments. The Ovens flows northward through northeastern Victoria. The Goulburn system is fed by highland catchments further west. The Snowy River drains rugged country before flowing toward the coast. And south-flowing rivers carry water into Gippsland and Bass Strait. This means the eastern highlands operate like a giant distribution system. Some water flows north into the Murray-Darling Basin, some flows south toward Gippsland, some moves west through river systems that will later support agriculture, towns, irrigation districts and wetlands. The mountains are therefore not isolated. They are connected to almost everything downstream. This becomes one of the central ideas of Victoria's geography. The east rises, the north receives, the south drains and the
East
west
rising?
changes. Without the mountains, Victoria would be drier. Its rivers would be weaker, its forests would be smaller, its agriculture would look different, and its settlement patterns may have developed in completely different ways. Yet the mountains themselves are not young. They are not sharp new peaks being rapidly pushed upward by an active plate collision. Australia is an old continent, and the rocks beneath the Victorian high country reflect that deep history. Many began
From
as sediments
glen
deposited in ancient
to
marine environments
glen.
hundreds of millions of years ago. They were later
And
folded,
down
faulted,
the
intruded by granites, uplifted and eroded. Over time, enormous volumes of rock were stripped away,
The
rivers cut valleys,
summer's
weathering softened ridgelines, and the landscape was repeatedly modified.
And all
The modern Victorian
the
Alps are the result of this long
flowers are
history.
dying.
Ancient rocks, later uplift, ongoing erosion,
Tis
and a climate
you,
cold enough at high
tis
elevation to
you.
preserve alpine environments. They are not
Must go,
mountains of violent
and
modern plate
I
collision. They are
must
mountains of
die.
endurance. Old rocks lifted high enough to change climate, water, and life across the entire region. For thousands of years, Aboriginal peoples moved through and lived within these landscapes. The high country was not empty wilderness. It was known, visited, travelled, used, and understood.
Mountains are
Seasonal
cool as
movement
fuck.
in alpine areas connected people with food resources, cultural places, and mountain environments. Long before ski resorts, roads, and modern
Mountain.
maps, these landscapes were part of living
Right? 'Cause people can't say mountain. They say
Since
mountain. Look, mountains.
When was that a thing?
Oh, it's just a way people say mountains because they don't realize they're saying it wrong.
Oh, that's weird. Sure.
Just wait. Now that I've pointed it out, well, who are we kidding? You're going to forget I said this. But you'll hear it. You'll hear
I'll
people
hear it.
say mountain instead of
Alright.
mountain.
I've literally never noticed this. Might be a thing you
geographies.
encounter in the northeast.
European settlement later
Nah.
changed the region dramatically. Grazing, mining, logging, roads, tourism, and hydroelectric development all reshaped parts of the high country. But even today, large areas remain protected within national parks and state forests. The mountains continue to define eastern Victoria. They also set
Sure
up the
do.
next part of our journey, because as we leave the highest peaks and move south and east, the landscape begins to descend. The rivers grow larger, the forests thicken, the mountains remain, but they become part of a broader, wetter region. A region where highlands, valleys, rivers, and coastlines combine to create one of Victoria's most distinctive geographic worlds.
The
Gippsland.
Gippsland's amazing.
Chapter 2. The Wet East. Gippsland is one of Victoria's great geographic regions. It occupies much of the state's east,
It's
from
all
the high
rolling
country
hills.
and forested ranges in the north, down to the coast of Bass Strait in the south. It is not one simple landscape, it is a collection of landscapes tied together by water, mountains, forests, coal basins, rivers, floodplains, lakes, beaches, wetlands, and coastal
you're right there.
barriers. If the Victorian Alps are the roof of the state, Gippsland is one of the places where the water from that roof gathers, spreads, and reaches the sea. This is why Gippsland feels so different.
Fucking. It's so funny. Well, one of the funniest words in different English accents is
Hund.
water bottle. Right? So, like.
Bottle of water.
Yeah, but like. Like the way Americans say it, it's so overpronounced.
Bottle.
It's like we almost add syllables to it.
Wow,
But
that's a very American
Everyone
thing.
else is like, water bottle.
Athlete.
Water bottle. You know? It's like they delete syllables from it. Well, we're like, water bottle.
How do Canadians say it?
It
Same
depends
way?
on the region.
Interesting.
Don't you know?
Don't you know? Isn't that Minnesota?
It's the same accent.
Why are the accents similar?
Same regional dialect.
Was it Canada for a while before America got it?
Like, I don't think they say a boot on this side of Canada. I think it's the West Coast. But it might be vice versa.
I thought it was the other way. I thought Toronto, it's real bad.
I don't know.
I don't know. They're Canadians.
Not a
From
real
much of
country.
western and northwestern Victoria, it is wetter, greener, more forested and more humid, and in many areas more enclosed by mountains and vegetation. The region's geography is controlled by its position between highlands and ocean. To the north and west, elevated terrain captures rainfall. To the south, Bass Strait provides moisture, storms and coastal influence. Between them, rivers drain the mountains and deliver water toward lowlands and the sea. This creates a strong geographic gradient. In the north, Gippsland rises into rugged mountain country. Forests cover steep slopes, valleys cut through ranges. Some areas feel remote, even today. Further south, the land opens into agricultural districts and river valleys. Then, near the coast, the landscape flattens into lakes, wetlands, dunes and beaches. Few regions in Victoria change so much over such short distances. East Gippsland in particular is one of the wildest parts of the state. Large areas are mountainous, forested and sparsely populated. Rivers cut through rugged country before reaching the coast. The landscape here feels closer to southeastern New South Wales than to Melbourne or Western Victoria. It is a place of forests, river mouths, coastal inlets and long stretches of relatively undeveloped shoreline. Moving further west through Gippsland, the geography becomes more varied. The Latrobe Valley opens as a major inland corridor. The area is famous for its brown coal deposits, which form from ancient swampy environments. Although this story partly belongs to geology and energy history, it also matters geographically, because the Latrobe Valley became one of the state's most important industrial regions. Its resources shape settlement,
Mr. Latrobe
power generation, transport
personally
corridors
took part
and
in the
economic
genocide of the
development.
indigenous.
Again, the pattern is clear.
Fun fact.
Geography is
Who?
not just scenery. It controls where people live,
I think
what
his name was
resources
Charles
they use,
Latrobe.
where roads and railways
Let me
go,
see.
where industries form, and how regions connect to one another. But the most spectacular geographic feature of Gippsland lies closer to
Charles
the coast,
Latrobe.
the Gippsland Lakes. At first, the lakes seem almost calm and simple, a broad network of water bodies near the coast. But their existence is the result of an enormous battle between rivers and the sea. Rivers flowing out of highlands carry water and sediment toward Bass Strait. At the same time, waves and coastal currents move sand along the shoreline. Over thousands of years, this sand built long coastal barriers. These barriers partially enclosed the lowlands behind them. Rivers entering the coast could no longer flow directly into open ocean as easily. Water accumulated behind the barriers. Lagoons expanded, wetlands formed, and eventually, the Gippsland Lakes developed into one of the largest coastal lagoon systems in Australia. This is a landscape caught between worlds. Freshwater enters from rivers such as the Latrobe, Thomson, McAllister, Avon, Nicholson, Tambo and Mitchell. Saltwater enters from the sea. The balance changes with tides, storms, floods and human modification. Sometimes the system behaves more like a freshwater lake. At other times, more like an estuary. It is neither fully river nor fully ocean. It is a hybrid landscape. One built by the constant negotiation between inland water and coastal energy. The scale is enormous. Lakes such as Lake Wellington, Lake Victoria and Lake King form a broad interconnected system. Channels, marshes, islands and wetlands surround them. Bird life, fish, aquatic plants and coastal ecosystems all depend on these environments. For people, the lakes have shaped transport, fishing, tourism and settlement. Towns such as Lakes Entrance, Paynesville and Bairnsdale are all connected to this geography, but the lakes could not exist as they do without one of the most striking coastal features in Australia, 90 Mile Beach. This long barrier beach runs along the Gippsland coast for roughly 150 kilometres. Standing on it, the landscape feels almost endless. Sand stretches toward the horizon. Bass Strait rolls in from the south. Behind the beach lie the lakes, wetlands and lowlands of Gippsland. In front of it is open water. 90 Mile Beach is not just a beach. It is a wall, a narrow sandy barrier separating an inland lagoon system from the ocean. Without it, the Gippsland Lakes would be exposed to far more direct marine influence. The entire shape of eastern Victoria's coast would be different. This relationship between beach and lake is one of the most important geographic stories in the state. It shows how delicate some landscapes are. A river system alone did not create the lakes. The ocean alone did not create them. They formed because rivers delivered water and sediment, while waves built barriers and reshaped the coastline. Geography emerged from opposition. Inland forces pushing outward, marine forces pushing back, and between them, an entire lagoon system appeared. This coastal story also demonstrates that Victoria's geography is young in many places, not in the age of its rocks, but in the form of its surface. Sea levels have not always been where they are today. Coastlines have shifted, valleys have drowned, barriers have formed, and lakes have expanded and changed. During the last ice age, when sea levels were much lower, the coastline of southeastern Australia looked very different. Bass Strait was partly exposed. Tasmania was connected to mainland Australia. Rivers flowed across landscapes that are now beneath the sea. Then, as the climate warmed and ice melted, rising oceans flooded lowlands and reshaped the coast. This process did not only affect Gippsland, it also created one of the most important geographic features in Victoria, a vast bay further west, a bay that would eventually become the heart of the state. But before we reach it, we need to understand the landscape that connects Gippsland to central Victoria, because travelling west from Gippsland is not simply a movement from coast to city, it is a movement through the southern foothills of the Great Dividing Range. Chapter 3. From forests to the central corridor. Leaving Gippsland, the land begins to change again. The enclosed, wet, forested landscapes of the east gradually give way to a more complex central region. The mountains do not disappear all at once, instead they fragment. Ranges continue to rise north and east of Melbourne. Forested hills remain. Valleys guide rivers and roads. But the land begins to open toward the broad lowlands around Port Phillip Bay. This transition is one of the reasons Melbourne exists where it does. To the east and northeast of the city, the Yarra Ranges form part of the broader highland system. These ranges are not as high as the Victorian Alps, but they are extremely important. They capture rainfall, they support forests, they feed the Yarra River. And they provide
Puff and Billy there. It's great. Let me show you what Puff and Billy is.
Have we talked about the binturong?
The binturong? Is that an animal?
Yeah. It's one of my favorites.
Alright, 1 second. Look.
Always in the world.
Look, this is what we have in the Dandenongs.
Iconic tourist attraction in Melbourne, Australia.
Trains.
That has been loved by generations for over 100 years.
Yeah, but it look at this shit. It runs over fucking old wood bridges and shit.
Memory on board Puff and Billy.
It's great.
Chugging along through the forest.
But you know what else it has? Where is it? Come on, they got to
There's
show you.
Popcorn having fun running around a gym. What a me now. Hey, crazy.
Oh,
Hi.
these things.
You are
I do
so
know
happy
about these
today.
things.
Yes, you are. Oh, you're a good girl.
They're very cool.
Popcorn's been having fun. We are in between shows at a school. We did a few already, and now we're waiting for the public to come in tonight. So I have a couple hours where Popcorn is bopping around everywhere. She's underneath
Oh,
the
what
stage.
an original name for the binturong.
Just playing. She should come out the other side in a second.
9 out
There
of
she
10
goes.
binturongs are named fucking
So
popcorn.
Cupid,
Why?
go get her. Here's Cupid.
They smell like
Cupid doesn't wanna
popcorn.
play today.
That's hilarious.
Okay. I was hoping they would wrestle.
What a goofy animal.
Cupid, go get her so they can... you don't want it on video. Okay. Well, Popcorn's having fun. Ugh. Come here. Hey. Oh, I can't turn
Why are
it
they
off.
so playful?
Now she has my wet wipes.
I don't know. They're just fucking...
She's crazy. Hey, get out of here. Leave my stuff alone, please. Go.
What are they? Like a weasel?
Okay, that's
they're
enough
like a
footage of
civet.
Popcorn.
Oh.
Completely arboreal creature. But they just got these little silly doofy faces.
Vivarid is what the family is called?
Yeah, it's related to civets.
Okay.
Oh, The Onion finally did their reboot of InfoWars. You think they wrote jokes this time?
Maybe. Do we want to say?
I saw a clip, and it was about how Alex Jones exploded. And they got this, they show this video, and it's like a guy talking to his phone in the car, and you only see the back of his head, and he literally explodes, and blood splatters all over the windows.
What the fuck? They're like a cat thing. Weird.
Yeah, they're called bear
Welcome to
cats.
Target demographic. I don't typically discuss
The civets are
animals and
weird
stuff,
looking
but
things.
I vowed that I wanted to make content about things that interest me. And you know what interests me? Binturongs. I want to first shout out all the amazing footage we were able to get for this, so thank you to the YouTube channels referenced on the screen in the corner.
They're like,
to make
fisher
sure you go
cats?
find them for more Binturong footage.
Sure.
If you've never seen one, this can be a strange creature to wrap your head around. Its nickname is the bear.
Buddy, your audio is dog shit. How about that? And then the other thing is the Catamundi.
Alright, while you're looking that up, I'm going to continue my train video.
Here is Bulgy. Bulgy is in a steam train like Thomas.
So
Hello, my
they
name
do
is
like
Sir Topham.
this whole themed thing where they have Thomas the Tank Engine steam trains.
Nice to meet you and welcome.
And I'm Driver Sam,
See,
and
they got 'em
we've
all.
come all the way from the island of Sodor to assist Sir Topham Hatt in the operation today, yeah.
So we brought Thomas here for his day out so that we could introduce him to all these wonderful people here and all of you.
Isn't that great? And then it drives through the Dandenong Ranges, which is all really tall ferns. Cool as fuck. Ding ding.
Look at these guys. These guys are also really cool.
Coatis are amazing animals. I'm going to share with you 5 fast facts that you need to know about this incredible
It's a tree
animal.
pig.
So you ready? Join the safari and let's get started.
Quadamundi.
Now there are actually 4 different species of coati, all of which are endemic to the Americas. We have the ring-tailed coati, the white-nosed coati, the eastern mountain coati, and you guessed it, the western mountain coati.
The
now these
coca
guys
coati.
have quite the life, for they snack all day and snooze all night. Which may be surprising seeing as their relatives are raccoons, who are definitely active at night.
Raccoons!
Coatis prefer to operate during daylight hours. They'll spend their day foraging by using their long, flexible noses to look for grub beneath the leaves and in between rocks in those hard-to-get places. After
Goofy
snooping
ass
around
creature.
all day, they'll snooze in the treetops. But the best bit is, they'll tuck their little noses into their belly and curl up in the cutest little ball at night. Isn't that adorable? Now move over, Spice Girls. There's a new
What's the
girl
catch?
band in town because a group of coatis is known as a band. And indeed, they are quite social. Well, at least the females are. Females and young coatis hang out together in packs of up to 30 individuals, known as bands. They eat, sleep, and travel together. And chances are, just like a rock band, you would hear them coming. They grunt, click, whistle, and bark as they look out for food. But what about the males?
Adorable.
Well,
They're like
at the
lemurs.
age of 2, young males are kicked out to go solo. Another amazing thing
Sucked
about
in.
coatis are their incredible ankles. Yeah, you heard me right. While they are good climbers, thanks to their claws and their long tails for balancing, it's their ankles that are rather amazing. They have reverse joints on their ankles that allow them to climb down trees head first.
That's cool.
Just like another amazing animal that I love, the binturong, which you can find out more about them in this
We already know about him!
The last thing about coatis is their brain power. Remember how female coatis are rather social? In a scientific study that looked at the brain size of both males and females in raccoons, kinkajous, and coatis, when they compared the brains between male and females across these groups, the only difference within the same species was found in the coatis. Female coatis possessed a larger frontal cortical volume than their male counterparts. Researchers believe this is because of their lifelong social ties. Isn't that amazing? Leave this video a thumbs up if you too love the coatis. And to keep
Okay, guilt tripped me into giving you a thumbs up because I love Quadamundis.
Much of Melbourne's water supply. This is another example of how geography quietly controls human life. Millions of people in Melbourne depend on water captured in forested mountain catchments to the east. The city may appear urban and disconnected from nature, but geographically it is tied directly to the surrounding highlands. The Dandenong Ranges, rising east of Melbourne, create another distinct landscape. It is the remains of an ancient explosive volcanic system, and they are close enough to the city to feel suburban in places, yet high and wet enough to support tall forests, fern gullies and cool temperate environments. They act as a green edge to the metropolis, a reminder that Melbourne sits not in an empty flat plain, but between bay, river, basalt plains, uplands and forested ranges. The Yarra River is the key connector. It begins in the Yarra Ranges and flows westward toward Port Phillip Bay. Today, many people know it mainly as the river that runs through central Melbourne, but geographically it is much more than an urban waterway. It is a link between the highlands and the bay. It carries the story of eastern rainfall into the heart of Victoria's largest city. Its valley provided a route through the landscape. Its lower reaches offered water, access and settlement opportunities. And its mouth helped define where Melbourne would grow. As we follow this westward movement, the journey begins to shift. We are no longer in the wild east. We are approaching the geographic centre of modern Victoria. A place shaped by the meeting of a river, bay, plain and human settlement. Port Phillip Bay. This bay is so important that it deserves its own chapter, because without it, Victoria's history would have been completely different. Melbourne may not have become Melbourne. The state's population may have concentrated elsewhere, trade routes may have developed differently, and the economic geography of southeastern Australia may have taken another path. Port Phillip Bay appears permanent today, a huge sheltered body of water surrounded by suburbs, beaches,
like a
ports and roads. But it is not ancient in its current form. It is a relatively young coastal feature, a flooded landscape created by rising seas after the last ice age. Around 20,000 years ago, global sea levels were far lower than they are today. So much water was locked in ice sheets that the coastline of southeastern Australia extended far beyond its present position. Bass Strait was largely exposed. Tasmania was connected to the mainland across the Bassian Plain. Animals and people could move across landscapes that are now beneath the ocean. Where Port Phillip Bay now lies, there was not always water. Instead, there were lowlands and drainage systems. Then the planet warmed. Ice melted, sea levels rose, the sea pushed inland. Bass Strait flooded, Tasmania became separated, and the low-lying basins along the Victorian coast were drowned. Port Phillip Bay formed as the ocean invaded this landscape. The former lowland became a vast marine basin. Only a narrow entrance connected it to Bass Strait. This entrance, the Heads, remains one of the most dramatic parts of the bay's geography. A huge body of water lies behind a relatively narrow opening. Every tide moving in or out of Port Phillip must pass through this constricted gap. The result is strong currents, dangerous waters, and a coastline that has shaped navigation for generations. But from a settlement perspective, the bay was extraordinary. It offered sheltered water along a southern coastline exposed to powerful seas. It provided access to inland routes. It received the Yarra River, and it created the geographic conditions needed for a major port city. Melbourne grew where river met bay, where freshwater met sheltered marine access, where inland routes met maritime trade. This is why Port Phillip Bay is not just another coastal feature, it is the geographic foundation of modern Victoria. The bay shaped settlement, settlement shaped transport, transport shaped industry, industry shaped population, and population shaped the state. By the time we reach Port Phillip, our east to west journey has already revealed several of Victoria's defining patterns. The mountains create water, water creates rivers, rivers create valleys, lakes and settlement corridors. The sea floods lowlands and creates bays, and where these features intersect, human history accelerates. By the time our journey reaches Melbourne, we have already crossed several of the landscapes that define southeastern Australia. We began in a high country, where Victoria rises into the Australian Alps. We followed the Great Dividing Range as it captured rainfall, fed rivers, shaped forests,
tribal
and
villages
created
next
the
to
wet
both you
eastern
guys.
spine of the state.
Yeah, I know.
We moved through Gippsland, where mountains, rivers, and the sea combined to form one of Australia's great coastal lagoon systems. We followed those rivers and forests westward toward Port Phillip Bay, a flooded Ice Age landscape that became the geographic foundation of Melbourne. And in doing so, we have seen how eastern Victoria was shaped by water. But this is only half of Victoria's story, because beyond Melbourne, the landscape changes again. The land begins to rise into older uplands. The forests become drier. The rocks beneath the surface begin to tell a different story. A story of ancient oceans, folded sediments, quartz reefs, buried rivers, and one of the greatest gold rushes the world has ever seen. From there, our journey will continue westward into the Victorian goldfields, then across the great river plains of the Murray Basin, through one of Australia's youngest volcanic provinces, past the sandstone walls of the Grampians, into the dry mallee country of the northwest, and finally down to the wild cliffs, rainforests and storm-battered coastline of the Southern Ocean. Eastern Victoria was shaped by mountains, rainfall, rivers and the sea, but Western Victoria was shaped by something different: gold, fire, wind, stone and ocean. That is where part 2 of our journey begins. If you enjoyed this first part of the journey, consider leaving a like on the video and subscribing to the channel. It really helps support these longer documentaries and lets me keep making deep dives into Australia's landscapes, geology and natural history. And I'd love to hear what you think. If you enjoyed this broader geography style video, leave a comment below and let me know. If enough people enjoy it, I'll continue this series and explore more of Australia's regions in future videos. I hope you found this as interesting as I did. And as always, thanks for watching.
Here, I'll summarise the video for Northern Territory and Western Australia. It's hot! It's not much here. Bunch of sand. And then there's Perth.
People are coping about Burkina Faso moving closer with Israel.
Israel now. Intriguing.
You just clicked on this video to drop a hate comment. Fuck you, Pakistani lover, friendly Jodish Bharat is number one. You're proving the point raised at the title of this video, so you didn't destroy me, I destroyed myself. Look, I respect India as an ancient civilization. I just respect Pakistan more. Oh, keep them coming, more downvotes, money lovers! Look, I'm Pakistan! Nuke me! No, but seriously, India has a lot of things going for it. Several thousand years of history, a large expanse of territory that is close to ours in size. We still have more land, and look at how arable it is. Fuck yes. There's a lot I respect about India. Butter chicken? See? That's definitely Indian. The fact that you let monkeys govern most of your rural towns. I tell you, for a society governed by a caste system, you are very inclusive, aren't you? Alright, I'll stop paying you out. Sri Lanka's got a high GDP per capita!
What?
Something about GDP.
Yeah, that's right. You're getting another history lesson. India is the world's most populous country and just pips out the Vatican City for the title of world's largest democracy. It's home for many ethnic, religious and linguistic groups that, when compared to other parts of the world, live quite harmoniously. India's economic growth is solid, its middle class is booming, and the Taj Mahal is nice. No Sphinx Hotel in Geelong, but both are wonders of the world, aren't they? Yet, you really don't have to look around to see a lot of familiar symptoms of developing world malaise, like massive wealth disparity, substandard infrastructure, Lily Singh being from there. Many economists have tried to explain why India's economy hasn't taken off in the same way other previously impoverished Asian economies like South Korea and China's have. But I swear it has something to do with fucking Lily Singh. Russell Peters tried to help bolster your profile, but one Indian man doing impressions of a Chinese man can only do so much to unfurl the damage of that one YouTube rewind video. Of course, a big chunk of the reason that it hasn't taken off is different geographies creating different cultures, but that's sort of the reason for everything. It's a bit like a teacher asking, why is the world a sphere? Atoms? I guess, in a roundabout way. Can anyone tell me why the Declaration of Independence was signed? Atoms? Damn it, he's right again! But most of India's history was ruled by a hodgepodge of different, mostly fragmented empires. The Mughal Empire, which was the last major empire to hold the vast majority of the Indian subcontinent, reached its apex in the early 1700s. Succession wars and the growing ambitions of its vassal states to rule independently led to the empire's slow demise. And how opportune for the British. It was at this exact time the British East India Company began to make inroads into the subcontinent. If it was the Dutch instead, Britain today would be like Croatia. Well, it is pretty pov these days. It basically is where it cosmically was supposed to wind up. But as the Mughal Empire crumbled, the East India Company was basically the only major political and economic force left in the subcontinent, and so it basically became like the Tyrell Corporation in Blade Runner, but it was in the time of town crier bells instead of robots. It was a corporation governing huge swaths of the country. They started collecting tax. They tax Indians heavily to extract as much wealth from its Indian territories, even during times of famine, which I do have sympathy for. National flagship transportation company as your government. It'd be kind of like if Qantas was the government. Can you imagine how much that would suck? And they make the Minister for Asian Economic Cooperation Jetstar. And again, that'd mean the Minister for Agriculture, Rex! Yay! India came under full control from the British Crown when soldiers working for the British East India Company, yes,
Coupe just denounced
company,
me
had an army that
for
was
being
at
bad
points
to the
larger than
environment.
Britain's actual army. Indian soldiers in that
fuck
army
have I
ended up
done?
launching a subcontinent-wide rebellion that was clamped down
This
on by the British.
motherfucker.
Shortly after, the remaining powers that the British East India Company held in India were transferred to the Crown, beginning the period known as the British Raj. Peak era of that hat that the hunter in the Jumanji cartoon wore. Literally heady days. It seemed that the primary vision Britain had for India was to discourage Indian manufacturing so that they would be more reliant on importing British goods. More or less the same play of
Damn
every
it, the
empire.
city-state
Get the provinces
got
to
the
sell
building.
raw, low-value goods,
I know,
and
I
then get
saw
them
that.
to import the peak of technology at the time, which was this vacuum
Okay,
cleaner
I'll just
that
wait here.
had
He'll
to
get
be
captured
dragged
again.
around by a horse. Fuck. There is yet another reason to be grateful to be alive
Race
in
to
the
it.
age of Dysons. This is a self-defeating machine. Ow, the horse did a plonk. Oh, bollocks, the bag's full. Imported goods from Britain quickly displaced locally made products, which left India with a massive trade deficit and little in the way of an industrial base. It is estimated that in the span of 250 years in which the British were present in India, are you ready for this? Approximately 45 trillion US dollars was siphoned from the Indian economy into Britain. And my question is, where the fuck did that go? India was granted independence in 1947. It became a self-governing crown dominion in the same way Australia, Canada and New Zealand are today, before opting to transition to a presidential republic in 1950, and yet still gets to participate in the Commonwealth Games. Fuck off. That really is the Eurovision of the Olympic world, isn't
That's
it?
funny.
I mean, anyone can compete. It's a complete joke. Post-independence India tried to uphold the principles of Swadeshi, or national self-sufficiency, same basic deal espoused and promised by all independence leaders, and yet never delivered on by any of them except Juche bitches. That's right. You know why you failed, India? Because you don't have the willpower of North Korea, do you? Do you? You're thinking of watching the comedy stylings of Andaz Apna right now, aren't you? I don't know what that is. India's post-independence economic policy sought to have a strong public and private sector work in tandem to build robust national industries. They really were trying to give local industries a go by keeping out foreign competition and trying to rely on the fact that they had hundreds of millions of customers. But as every country on earth learns, the hard way, shutting yourself off doesn't work. Except in North Korea. It really is the superior Korea, isn't it? How good is this video pissing off two populous countries as much as possible to big ups one that doesn't have access to the internet? I tell you, whatever your criticisms of me are, you can't accuse me of pandering to an audience. There was another huge drawback. India's infamous shit-ass bureaucracy. Getting even a landline phone connected was a pain back in the day. So imagine trying to import items when secession had one clear message into the public service labyrinth. No. Gandhi has spoken. The first thing they should have done to cut back on the government spending was fire everyone in customs, because that jungle of red tape was customs enough. There's no way that you're cutting through all of that without a Jumanji hat, but those were out of fashion and importing them was impossible because of the fucking bureaucracy. The Indian rupee wasn't freely convertible either. So, even if you wanted to do business, money there was unnecessarily expensive, which made Indian exports even less desirable. It wasn't until the 1990s that India abandoned these policies, and it wasn't by choice. It was because of a balance of payments crisis that threatened to upend the entire Indian economy. This was the period through where India moved from its Trump phase to shut the world out to its Russell Peters phrase,
take it and go. Take it and go.
I told you he did a lot for India's economy. Throughout this video, I will be doing a fair bit of comparison with China, but not to illustrate that dumbass point that I hate of, this country can be like this country. I'm all about the opposite point, which is this country cannot be like this country. India cannot replicate China, because it's India. It's worth stressing that China, similarly fucked from years of exploitation from foreign states, started with a roided up version of India's protectionist economy. Everything was run by the state, and they didn't have any foreign investment or participation in their economy under Mao. And so, the Chinese abandoned the Maoist model in 1979 with Deng Xiaoping. When he looked at the starving masses of the Chinese peasantry and realised,
King?
Don't know if these guys can make high-quality electric cars. Deng acknowledged that China needed
I don't think that's what it
know
was.
how to build competitive industries, and honestly, this is why the 80s gets such an undeserved bad rap. Everything was great about that decade, from economics.
Pretty sure it was Nixon trading UN recognition.
Yeah. I definitely
get
know what
access
that
to the
one is.
workforce.
I love the part that is most
But, you know,
memorable
whatever.
in that particular film. But it's what we learned here too. If you fence off your country, you start making substandard shit that people in your own country only buy because they are forced to buy it. Their plan was to use its labour force to become a useful node in the world economy, and Christ did they ever achieve that. They started off building ports, roads, highways and infrastructure to support efficient manufacturing operations and supply chains. They would use that money to educate their population, make its manufacturing base even more efficient. They would then invest in industries like renewable energy infrastructure and EVs that were pie-in-the-sky business opportunities 20 years ago, but now are disruptive high-growth industries that are shaking the foundations of Western economic dominance. Compare that to the case of India. After liberalising, over a decade later, they pivoted towards... I'm sorry, it's just such a stereotype. IT services. I mean... did I even have to tell you that? You could have guessed, right? They did this because a lot of Indians knew how to speak English. How handy is that? Because China didn't, they had to invest in roads, highways, ports, and make heaps and heaps of Macca's toys. India just had to set up phone lines. Howdy, partner. My name is Mike Tyson. Yes, the world champion boxer. That's correct. No, I don't want to talk about my heavyweight championships. I would like to help you with your modem problem, sir. There's obviously many issues with this. The first one is, please, no more lies. I know your name is Sanjud, not Mike. But another is that AI is going to make a lot of low-end customer support and IT roles redundant. And the other one is that if you don't build out the rest of your country like China did, you know what happens? Your economy basically becomes this strange mix of call centres and farms, as opposed to Australia's much more diverse economy of red roosters and shitting on Abby Chatfield. Fan of both services, mind you. But there's much worse problems for India.
Poops on
That's
people?
just the beginning. Agriculture contributes to about 20% of the economy. But it
That
employs
one
nearly
video
50% of
about the
workforce.
confused German
Fuck, man.
talking about
Agriculture
party
really
poopers.
is, they're shitting on Abby
Yes.
Chatfield, isn't it? That speaks volumes.
They take
as
things
to
so
how poorly
seriously.
utilised the Indian labour market is, especially when you consider that employment in India really isn't how we understand employment. It's closer to how Victorian Dickens villains understood employment. I'll give you a penny if you do a little dance to distract that lord while I pick his pocket. India, 2026. Use and go as hard there. The vast majority of the Indian workforce is employed under informal agreements without
That's funny
contracts or
as fuck.
benefits, and yet they have this weird employment protection system that seems to be based,
Barb Camp just
I think,
appeared.
mostly off
and
of
it's gone.
superstition. For example, Indian companies cannot hire or fire workers if they already have over 300 workers. What that means is on one end of the spectrum, you have massive mega corporations like Tata and Reliance employing thousands of people in workshops, and small businesses on the other hand. If you're a medium-sized business looking to expand, which really is what you should be fostering as a government, you're fucked. You run into that massive, world-famous wall of Indian red tape that does not allow you to scale up your workforce. Of course, there's a lot to say about labour abuses, poor working conditions, shit real wage growth. We all know this, but my bigger overarching point is India's economic policy is so fucked that it simultaneously fucks over workers and employers. That's an impressive feat. With companies looking to rely less on China as their sole manufacturing hub, India has rightfully identified, maybe we can set up some industrial hubs, but companies are having issues setting up in India because the industrial base and know-how just isn't there because of their IT strategy in the 90s. There's a lot of engineers in India, software engineers, not many of the engineers that can build highways. They can put up the ad on Seek.com to search for that engineer. But we also have to address the other massive elephant in the room. Ooh, risque play on words. Culture. One reason why India could never become like China, as I hinted to previously, is that India remains a patchwork of hundreds of religious, ethnic and linguistic groups. Placating all these groups still is a massive issue even to this day, with flare-ups of separatist movement activity and sectarian violence still plaguing India, especially as the Hindu nationalist government of Narendra Modi fans the flames for religious fervour. Economically speaking, that presents in itself massive challenges. In China, for instance, you can force Mandarin Chinese on over 1 billion people. You can't do the same thing in India. India's official languages are English and Hindi, the latter being a northern Indian language that holds the distinction of not being spoken exclusively by one single ethnic group. For context, about 40% of India speaks Hindi and its subdialects, and the remainder speak a diverse range of other languages like Punjabi, Tamil and Bengali. What this means is that people in India who do not speak Hindi as their mother tongue and weren't taught English or Hindi as a second or third language cannot trade or do business with someone from another part of India. There's literally a language barrier on their economy, a Tamil tariff, if you will. Also, Indians, let me know in the comments, there any crossover? Is it kind of like when I hear German and I think, nah, this is just English. You just put Husenfumpfen at the end of every noun. Then there's the caste system. An estimated 15 to 20% of India's population belong to the lowest caste, who are called the system. An estimated 15 to 20%. You just put Husenfumpfen.
Look at what he wrote.
Bogan.
Is that a real word?
I have no idea. Is there a German in the chat? I just can't get over the fact that he's like, you can force Mandarin on people when China has 300-ish indigenous languages.
I mean,
are you fucking kidding?
You expect this dude to understand culture when he's constantly doing an Indian accent in a video shitting on India?
But he just said he's a genius in culture. No, because he was able to make a joke. Ooh. This is like, you know how some people have that, like, that white is right sort of mentality where they think that anything that white people do is good and great, but if somebody else does it, it's shit. Same mentality. Except his bias is against Indians. And for whatever reason, he's got this gassed up view of China, which I suspect is because of the people that he co-hosts the podcast with, who are basically just like CCP glazers. That's where I imagine it comes from, but because I don't think I've heard him talk about China once and have a good take. It's always dog shit. And like, the man went there the other week. Or the other month. And I'm like, you went there and you still don't understand? Were you not paying attention?
Who is your daddy? And what does he do?
The end of every noun. Then there's the caste system. An estimated 15 to 20% of India's population belong to the lowest caste.
China definitely doesn't have those.
Or untouchables. Imagine being called untouchable, and if they are untouchable, how the fuck is there 100 million of them? That's a lot of touching. Despite the caste system being legally abolished in India, culture caste discrimination obviously remains widespread. Most Indian Supreme Court judges are from India's highest caste, for instance. The vast majority of India's billionaires who hold 70 to 80% of the country's wealth come from higher castes. It's a problem because when you don't have class mobility, there's a lot of potential Einsteins making a monkey.
Bro believes in class mobility.
Look, man, his second channel is a self-help channel. What do you expect?
Remember, the middle class is a fictitious class.
Do tricks on the side of the road for coins. I honestly think this is the biggest contribution unions have made to Western society. They made more pathways where you can start from the bottom. And you know I'm not saying this in the annoying, everyone has the right to dignity way. Take your dignity and monetize it on OnlyFans. I'm talking raw Chad economics, empathy cucks. It's very good for the economy that someone can start out as a pov and end up as a rich. Making that near impossible is really bad for the economy. Having said all that, at the moment, it's got pretty decent economic growth. Will that continue for a long period of time? Probably not. The biggest
I wonder if he's aware that the path that he took is no longer open.
Direction, and even if it's unpopular, they can stick
I don't think he does.
Fruit. As we all know all too well, very fucking difficult to do that in a democracy, even one as small as Geelong Local Council, let alone a billion people speaking a billion different languages. You might be wondering, why am I saying all this?
300 indigenous languages.
Trolls, frankly, but also because
almost 100 dialects
it really
of Mandarin.
is one of those sleeping giant countries. I think we're all rooting for India, except in the
But you're
cricket.
praising
Because can you imagine what a prosperous
law
world
that
it would be
forces
with two
people
Chinas?
to
How
speak a
great
single
would that
language?
be? To have a giant neighbour with a
Interesting.
similar political system and large consumer market
I wonder
base that we
how
can conduct
supportive he'd
business
be of
with
making
in
English
an ocean that isn't
the
going to
main
be a
language of
flashpoint for
Australia
another world war.
and
Obviously,
forcing the
reasons
indigenous
outlined
people
are just some of the huge
to
major
speak
challenges
English.
that make me think, Christ, I do not envy anyone who has the task of attempting to govern India. But I reckon there's one obvious starting point, which is, guys, you've got to go renewable. It's good to see that they have recently started to take that seriously, better late than never. But one of the unexpected twists of history is Trump might actually go down in history as everything Al Gore wanted to be going down in history as. He could be the green president that saves the world. Him fucking with energy exports through the Straits of Hormuz, that really caught India with its pants down. I mean, you thought that was bad for us. Factories and businesses are being forced to shut down in India because they are painfully reliant on Qatari gas. Meanwhile, Pakistan, whose energy grid all but collapsed, is buying up cheap Chinese solar panels to address their energy needs, becoming an unlikely centre of renewable development in Asia. So, if for no other reason,
helping
India,
slavery.
you're going to let Pakistan run rings around you? You
Very
don't even
cool.
let them do that when they're putting up their flag on the border. Green energy for India is such a no-brainer. They could pull an easy dub here where China had to pull a very hard dub. China had to set up a bunch of manufacturing industries to develop all the Asian economic wonders, much like Japan and South Korea had to as well. But that in turn has made it really hard for them to decarbonise their economies, while India, that's one problem you don't have. As every builder knows, it is way easier to build a building from scratch than to renovate one. That's the obvious starting point. You can start with a low carbon energy grid, and energy is the starting point of any economic advancement. Anyway, that's what I reckon you should do. What do you reckon you should do, Indian nationals? Watch more debates hosted by Arnab Goswami? Oh yes, I actually do know about Arnab, and that is my style of comedy.
Oh, look. Is he going to New York? You can go see him.
Throw nickels at him.
Please do.
I found a weakness. Don't you? Do you know what I'm talking about? No, I should probably introduce that. I'm talking about Pauline Hanson. When am I not these days? She did a little speech at the press conference. The entire press is saying, oh, she's down because she fumbled the parental leave question, and also she couldn't describe what a monoculture was. I don't think that anybody cares about the monoculture. I mean, it's objectively hilarious that when she's describing monoculture, she has just replaced in the dictionary mono with multi. Same thing. That was funny. I don't think that that is the reason that she has dipped in the polls quite significantly. I think it was the pay parental scheme. Point. And that's why we're going to sharpen that little sword so we can damn it right in her little Ronald McDonald eyes. Pop, pop. Not physically. I like the fact that Pauline has eyes. Although I kind of do like the concept of her being the Paul Atreides in Dune Messiah. Now that I have lost my eyes, I truly see. That'd be a sick press conference. Blind Pauline Hanson. Anyway, I think this is a major point that is really important if you don't want to see Pauline Hanson as Prime Minister, which obviously I do, as you can tell from my content. But, I mean, it'd just be so good for views. But you don't want what I want. You don't want her to be in there. And I can understand why if you're anyone but me. But at the same time, stop being selfish. The way that you do that, I think, is to remind Australians, you vote for her, and all of your workers' rights go, all of the cost of living measures out the door, everything that Labor has pieced together over the last term, out the door in Pauline Hanson's mass red-headed clearance, as fiery as my hair. Ah! So, let's go through it. Let's go through her record, shall we? We've got nothing better to do this hour, and let's be honest, neither do you. You're listening to me in my car, aren't you? I find it kind of insulting that you're not looking at my face the entire time. Put it up where the GPS is on your car, my face. Look sternly down at you as a reminder that you should buy this hoodie at Friendly Geordies. Yeah, that's right. That's the only reason that I'm wearing this. It's got one of those cool little, something bordering copyright infringement on the back, so make sure that you do that. Also, I don't know if you know this yet, but I'm going to San Francisco and Portland and Seattle. I was going to say Washington. Whatever. I don't know the geography of your place. I'm not even sure if Seattle's in the United States. For all I know, it could be in Canada or Mexico. Vancouver, definitely in Mexico. Chicago, Ferndale, Toronto, Boston, Brooklyn, Philadelphia. Washington, Atlanta, Orlando, Dallas, and Los Angeles. Get your tickets now. Get them right now, now. You want to be versed in this. I think that this is the most powerful sword that we have in our artillery. Even though I'm not sure swords are used as artillery, every single time people always come up to me, they say, oh, how do I stop the One Nation orange wave? I honestly think that you point out that she is strongly opposed to cost of living measures. She's trying to backpedal on that now. But even in a press conference, Mark Riley, as always, coming up with the goods. I do like him. He does look exactly like what a Channel 7 political correspondent should look like. Let's just look at this man and truly appreciate the aesthetic.
Senator from the 7 Network. You said in your
What's wrong with you,
One
John?
Nation will look after working
There
we go,
Pauline
right there.
Hanson.
Isn't that exactly how
fair
you
enough.
imagine him? Sort of a an intelligent sports commentator look. There's a bit of a beefiness here. That's my boy. Keep up the lunches.
To examine a little of your record, you criticise minimum wage increases, you oppose same job, same pay, you voted against casual workers' rights, wage theft criminalisation, and workplace protections for the gig economy. And
Opposed
recently again
wage theft criminalisation. That's awesome.
To sack workers. How is any of that helping working Australians?
It's nuts, isn't it? I'm always impressed by Channel 7. I'm telling you, we don't need an ABC. I'm strongly against it for many reasons. You can go click on my videos instead of going... Go actually listen to what I said and then agree with everything and don't ever
Yeah, I
disagree
bet
with
you're
it.
a
But
fucking
I seriously
moron.
think that Channel 7 does a better job. I'm not even joking when I say this. I think they do a better job than the ABC.
You are media illiterate.
Prove me wrong. They do the, oh yeah, they're all bastards, we're going to hold them all to account. But they actually do that. As
Pause
you
it
can
for a
see with
second.
Mark right there. That is a very pressing, pointed series of questions at Paul.
So, Channel 7 actively took an active part, in the disinformation campaign designed to delegitimize the arrest of Ben Roberts-Smith for war crimes. How about that, dickhead? Kerry Stokes and Channel 7 hired this man, and then when he got arrested for war crimes, they used their media outlet to run a disinformation campaign about a rival news news outlet, whatever you want to call them, Channel 9, who decided to run a 60 minutes episode about war crimes in Afghanistan. And Channel 7, instead of sitting out because of conflicting interests, decided to run direct disinformation, which aligns with Gina Reinhardt and likely combined funding from Gina Reinhardt. How about that, you fucking moron? What an unfathomably fucking stupid comment from someone who is proclaimed internationally as a fucking journalist. You fucking moron. Stick to comedy. Honestly, you're a fucking dipshit.
And not even a dipstick, because that's useful.
It is useful.
Hanson. Watch how she expertisely
Objectively
deflects.
dumb
I'd say,
statement.
Mark, is it really working for small business out there, industries and manufacturing?
Yeah, that's the question. Wow, it's like she heard that classic wisdom in Canberra. Look, if you don't like a question that you're being asked, just answer the question that you wish that you'd been asked. But there has to be a little bit of art in that. You have to at least start the question sounding like you're going to answer the question. Immediately go straight from employers to... straight from employees to, what about small business? And I really need to point this out. Anytime the Teals, anytime One Nation, anytime the Liberal Party say small business, what they mean is big business. That is a golden rule of politics. Lib lights, lib extremes, libs, they all mean anyone that employs 500 people or more when they say small business.
And I was speaking to one business person. He said the latest increase is going to cost him $50,000 for his business.
Don't care.
And he said,
No small
She's getting
business
better at
is
it.
paying that much.
She's so much more well refined than she used to be, which is a real shame. I was talking
Yeah,
to
well,
a
that's
friend of
because
mine
she
about
went to
this.
Bannon.
Back in the day, good old Pauline, 90s Pauline, there was something familiar about her. I really liked her. I've said it before, but rural lesbian mum, hey, what's with all the Asians? Anyway, how many chips you want, love? She was that, and she was in Parliament, and that was great. I like having a couple of oddballs in Parliament, or at least I can live with it. But obviously, exactly like what happened with the Greens Party, they, through time, all of the leeches of Canberra, like your Australia Institutes, for example, like your IPAs with Pauline Hanson, they all start leeching on it. You can tell, by the way, that exactly what the Australia Institute did to the Greens, exactly what the Australia Institute is doing to the Teals, even though they didn't need any help, they were always cocksuckers to begin with. But the same dynamic happens. Think tanky types leeches that want a seat that's easy and understand that there's nowhere near the level of oversight. I mean, you should look at the people that surround Pauline Hanson. It's a who's who of the most violent criminals in Australia. Not the sort of lovable first fleet, oh, I stole some bread, I did. It's none of that. It's a lot of fraud, a lot of DV, a lot of R-ing, child R-ing as well. This is the tough on crime party. But it's that caliber of person. It's, well, you know, there's less extreme versions of that, obviously. It's a really weird phenomenon with Pauline Hanson that the true crims are attracted to it. If anybody knows the answer to that, let me know in the comments. I'm genuinely curious why the hardest MFs in Australia, anyone with like a Hells Angels tattoo on it, yeah, you bloody get on Pauline. Oh, that really hurts your throat. Imagine speaking like that, genuinely. But that's what happens. All of that scum moves to those minor parties. They build them up into some sort of brand like this. And through time, if you stay around long enough, you lose all of your original charm that made you Pauline Hanson. What made Pauline Hanson originally was that she would run her mouth, very Trump-like, very, very Trump-like. No filter. What does that mean? No, I'm not scared of people from other countries. I just don't want them here. Like that it was great. Gaff machine. Something really likable and charming about it because it's authentic. But through time, as you can see when she immediately pivots to about small business. You know, the other day I was talking to a small business owner. They're very refined, focus group tested answers. And also I hate that.
Gina is behind
I was talking
it.
to someone the other day. Yes, that's how you implement national government policy. You talk to someone who
has no policies.
Furniture King.
I've got to find $100,000 to pay that. He said, I'm going to have to let people go. So it is a great concern. You need to look at the other side of the ledger. Can businesses afford and pay that? I understand.
Yes, because
maybe
there's
people
one thing
should be
the Australian
downsizing.
government has never done. It is sympathise and bend over backwards to appease the endless whining from small business. I'm telling you right now, there's no one whining
dancing?
in this nation.
You need to be
than
held again
farmers
because you're a
and
dancing
small
boy.
business. By a mile. Number one whinge position goes to farmers.
BB.
But that's why she's probably appealing to them. She never shuts up about farmers. She never shuts up about small business because they're whingers. And so whingers are naturally attracted to someone who's made a career out of whinging. I just couldn't be Pauline. Like, you could just hear it in her voice. It must suck being Pauline Hanson. I mean, it'd be kind of good being a gilf. That's
They are
mad.
miserable
Good for
people.
her. She still slays. But, like, other than that, just the quiveriness in the voice, the endless fear and sadness in it. You have to stay in that space to appeal to these people for votes. It's not right. Man. Always. Your entire life. Imagine waking up first thing in the morning. Farming subsidies. No. When it comes to small business, there is the trite and true, small business is the backbone of the economy. What I hate is that your One Nations, your Liberals, like to position themselves as the party of small business. And I honestly think it's because they say the word small business more than the Labor Party does. That's the only reason why small business thinks that they're on their side. If small business were good at their jobs and actually had the capacity to go in a medium-sized business, they would be Labor voters, through and through. I'll explain why in a second, but let her finish her point. Well, you're the one that's stopping this. Shame on you. I'm trying to get her to speak.
There is a struggle that is happening in people being able to afford and pay their bills. But there has to be a balance. As I said, I've been in small business. This government hasn't.
30 years ago.
Albanese and Chalmers haven't. You have to...
Which means that everybody in the Labor Party has never been employed in a small business, never had a small business, because Anthony Albanese and Jim Chalmers haven't. I can't believe this. I've been in a small business in a time when there was Game Boy Advances just around the corner, a mere 6 years from being developed. That's when she was around. She was in small business. Actually, I had a Game Boy Pocket, and I was like, wow, it can't get any better than this. It's a small Game Boy. She was already out of small business then. Back when it had Pokemon with the 2D. She was already a professional politician for years by that point. Hasn't been in small business for years. She is the definition of a professional politician. The definition of it. She's one of these like, oh, we got to get rid of the Canberra types. You can start with you, for fuck's sake. I mean, talk about a useless job. Talk about a useless fat cat job. Anyone on the crossbench, off you go.
We're kind
I
of
honestly think this. I
blockading
think that everybody in Canberra is doing something except the crossbench.
Yeah.
To have a balance.
That's funny as fuck.
Why has increased in cost of living? Because there's electricity.
I got nothing else to do.
Okay, we'll go back to that. Let's go through her small business points because, like I was saying before, if you had a brain and you're in small business, instead of one of those fat Greek guys that stares at a black and white television that is permanently on Channel 10 their entire life, has a heart attack at
I'm
about
waiting for him to
65,
produce a
well before
settler.
they should, from refusing
Take
to
it.
ever move off of that tiny stool that they sit on.
And
if
then
you're
kill 'em.
anybody that has any acumen in small business and wants to rise up the ranks, you would absolutely be voting for the Labor Party. You would, even if you just maintain being a small business, you would be voting for the Labor Party. First off, this is the most important point of that. Well, historically, let's go through it. I've already done it in another video. You can go look at the one that we did about how awesome Paul Keating and Bob Hawke are. But they are 100%
Oh, the guys who
responsible
helped Suharto?
for small business in this country quintupling times 5. This many. I think that small
20?
business numbers now are around the 2.5 million mark. I think when Bob Hawke and Paul Keating started, it was around the 500,000 mark. Why is that? Because of their economic changes. This is how prosperous they have made it. They have, first off, made the economy possible for people to move out of the working class and into small business if they wanted to have a crack. Before that, there was so many institutional blockages in that. Because of people like Pauline Hanson. Their day and age, Pauline Hanson would be voting against it like they're voting against it now, because all throughout history, names change, but the game stays the same. There's the Labor Party and the rest of them. The rest of them are not interested in actually building sovereign wealth. They are interested in building Gina Rinehart's wealth. So that was one of the major reasons. Also, allowing banks to give out loans to people that weren't millionaires to begin with. Back in the day, banks were so, with the true meaning of the word conservative, as in you could walk in there and say, I've got $500,000 in my bank account and I want $1 million loan. I don't know. I don't
Are they
know
just
what
your
happens
warriors?
if you don't pay it back. We're going to get half
Yeah.
of our money. Sorry, that's a no for us. So if you're in the working class, good luck.
But
Good
they're
luck getting
really
a small
strong.
business loan. You're never going to get it. That was a major reason why
They got
small businesses explode.
increased cost. So they cost more than the warrior. And receives plus 10 combat strength when fighting units with a higher base combat strength. Plus 5 combat strength versus district defenses. So that's the thing is, because we have the mod where the unique units stay, my melee units always are getting plus 10 as long as I'm fighting somebody of a higher tech.
I don't know if that is the case, though. Because I don't believe that units that aren't upgraded. So if your unit dies that was your unique unit, and you produce another one, it doesn't get the bonuses. Because there was the one that where, I think it was China, where you get the field cannons that shoot twice before the upgrade. I produced new ones and they didn't have the double fire. So it has to be upgraded and maintained.
The Labor Party are the ones that made small business their cliche of the backbone of the economy. Before that, it was just mining. I mean, it still is, but no, actually, screw it. No, it legitimately is the backbone. It now employs 5 million people. Back then, I can't remember how many it was. I honestly think it was something around just a few 100,000 that were employed in small business. They put it in the millions. That's first and foremost. But this government specifically, first government in history to come up with a national small business plan. We've got a video coming out about data centers, but it is very much the same idea, where they get a bunch of eggheads to sit in the same room and say, this is how we move small business in this country. This is where we move the entire, I don't even know what you call it, sector of the economy that is small business. They should all have these exemptions. They should all have these tax assistance programs. They should all have, well, a very good example is the energy rebates that the Labor Party has given out. These very targeted measures to help small business, I feel like such a politician saying this, thrive. To help small business thrive. They've done all of that. First time that they've ever had a peak plan in place to tell all the states, This is where we should sort of uniform our regulation as much as we can across Australia to help small businesses. We're talking about employment. We're talking about, like, in terms of like, their employment contracts. In terms of energy rebates, in terms of how many other specific regulations that are kind of like higgledy-piggledy across the nation. They're trying to uniform those, make them simpler for small business to run, make it much easier for them to do their taxes. All of this. This is all Labor Party initiatives. I mean, Jesus Christ, the fact that they just gave you a $20,000 write-off, $20,000 as a legitimate small business. I know that you get your Boost Juice ladies out there saying, that's nothing, $20,000. I spent $20,000 on my nails. But if you're not whining on Instagram in a luxury car about how much Anthony Albanese has screwed you over by making you pay appropriate tax, if you are anyone else other than that, if you are just one of these dumbasses that likes that, going like, yeah, that's going to be me one day, the Labor Party has helped you so much. And then all you have, in comparison, is Pauline Hanson whining. All you have is her saying, I talked to a small business owner the other day who doesn't know shit about the wider economy and doesn't even understand the tax exemptions that he's put out because he's clearly not educated. And this man said that these changes are going to cost him $50,000. And he has to come up with, quote, $100,000 for that $50,000. Now, either Pauline Hanson's stupid or the small business guy is stupid. I'm going to predict both.
Have a balance there by all means.
Oh, sorry, I also got to add this before we continue on. If small business is struggling so much, why did it go up 90,000 last year? Why is that a 16% increase from the previous year? You will see this time and time again. Despite people like Pauline Hanson saying, I've been in small business, that's why I'm good for small business. You see the stats, you look at the scoreboard. Every time the Labor Party's in, small business skyrockets. Obviously, you have to exclude the points like the cost of living crisis. Obviously, I'm going to exclude things like the Liberal Party with COVID decreasing. But it is just a mathematical fact that in normal years, when you don't have some massive cataclysmic economic global catastrophe, the Labor Party wins out on small business. Sorry, continue on, Miss Pauline. Miss Hanson, I should say.
Why it's increased in cost of living? Because of the electricity charges. That's the main thing, which is...
You'll see this, we'll go through it, but every single time they ever get cornered on cost of living and how bad they are for cost of living, because One Nation has a particularly egregious record on voting against pay increases, on voting against workers' protections, on keeping very important pillars of the modern economy in place, like childcare, like paid parental leave. I am not in any of these for the, it's tough being a mum arguments. It's purely so you can get mum out of the hospital bed, stitch her up, back onto the factory floor with you, love, until you pump out another one for the country. That's why I'm into paid parental leave.
Costs of business right across the whole board. Charges there. Industrial relations, I can assure you, needs a complete overhaul because it's not...
Okay, that is terrifying. You think that industrial relations in Australia needs a complete overhaul. If you think industrial relations in the workers' paradise still is to this very day, I'm sick to death of it. See, the worst thing about being a Labor supporter, don't you think that this is your entire life?
Can you, for 1 second, not be a fuckwit?
Don't you feel like that is you anytime that you are talking to any of your workmates? That. Can you, not be a fuckwit for 1 second? I honestly feel like that's a huge portion of my job. Anytime the Greens are up in the polls, anytime Pocock's up, anytime One Nation's up, anytime the Liberals are up, reminding Australia, because the only reason that they are up is because they like complaining. I think the real thing that plagues Australia is the fact that we are just whingy, whiny Brits. The worst part of that whingy, whiny British culture, we have
that's true. You whine
constantly whining, constantly complaining. And I think that as soon as you remind people, the thing that you're whining about as a protest vote, this is the exact reason that they are moving towards One Nation. You can see it, very similar phenomenon that happened in France, because France is a very whiny culture as well. I will never forget Macron coming out when he called the election and saying, I don't think that you actually wanted Le Pen, I'm calling you bluff. And that's what he said to the French public. I really wish that Albo would one day come out and say that. Say to the Australian public, can you not be a fuckwit for 1 second, right? Australia has the best industrial relations laws in the world. I challenge you to find a country that treats workers more fairly than Australia, of which, by the way, you are. There are very few actual, like, hustle entrepreneurs out there that are actually crushing it. Very, very few. The rest of you are milling around in, I'm imagining, 19th century workers' conditions that George Orwell was complaining about in Road to William Pier. That's what you do in your life. You trudge into the coal mines. Every now and then the coal mine explodes. Most of your friends die. You hobble out with no legs and walking around with 2 arms. Oh, I've got to go back into the coal pits tomorrow, I do. That's my imagination of what the average Australian worker does. Today, 2026. But the point is, when they're talking about, what about small business? What about small business? What about small business? There's about 2.5 million. This is like, even when they go to that, when they're like, I'm talking for Quiet Australia, we're talking about 2.5 million business owners at max. At max, they're talking about. When the Australian workforce is what, like 11, 12 million? What about them? Why do you have to look at the ledger of small business, which Labor does anyway? Why do you have to be this vicious, where you are actively saying, while answering a question saying, no, I'm for the worker, you are saying, I want to do, quote, a complete overhaul of Australia's industrial relations laws. This is stuff that the Labor Party has been fighting for 100 years. People literally died for this. Just so you know, in the union movement in Australia, it's happened all over the world, obviously, but a lot of people were shot giving you these rights. And she wants to get rid of all of it. Seriously, can you not be a fuckwit for just 1 second?
Working. Businesses also tell me you can't sack people these days. They're on their phones.
Too right, Pauline. I actually do agree with that one. Yeah, tell them. Hang on.
Work. They don't turn
Yes.
up. They actually
Yes.
are lazy.
Yes.
And businesses are tied to it. They've had.
Pay them more.
But at the same time, you are saying that you want to be the proud defender of Australia's culture, and that is Australia's culture, just being shit, lazy workers. They are. You go to any other country in the world, it is remarkable to me that I can come back to Australia and you ask for anything being mailed to you and it'll be there within like an hour. And then you go back to you. Yeah, it'll be 2 to 4 business months and 6 of the months in Australia holidays. It's a shitty, lazy country. It is another thing that I really despise about Australia. I hate how whiny and lazy Australians are. Because your conditions are set up so well for you to succeed in life. And I really think that a lot of the time when they say, government's keeping me down, the reality is that you're a stupid dodo. You aren't very well educated, not because you weren't offered an exceptional education by world standards. It's because you weren't paying attention because you're like, Miss, there's a pigeon in the classroom.
It's true.
Fuck, I'm going to throw a rock at it. Fuck yeah. That's why. Culturally, we are a whiny, lazy culture. I think there's some very good aspects of Australians. I think that we're very funny. I think we're very funny. Like, you look at the comments of any of my videos, and there'll be so many legends in it. So many legends with that very laconic, here's your smart ass thing to say. There's that, and that's so much better than looking at any American political commentator's comments. I think that we do have like a nice sense of fairness to us generally. I mean, Howard did a lot to try and erode that. I think that we're pretty happy-go-lucky as well. It's pretty easy to shoot the shit with an Aussie. There's a lot of those good things, elements to it, but oh my god, the laziness and the whininess kills me. It absolutely kills me. But, yes, I do agree that in Australia, it's hard to find good health. It really is. I mean, Jesus Christ, compare that to hiring. Even when you get like weirdo Japanese people coming, you know how like there's always that hippie Japanese guy that lives in bloody the Gold Coast or something? I swear to God, that's what keeps the Gold Coast going. It's definitely not the Maoris that are moving in from New Zealand, just as lazy and fucking, hey bro, it's a holiday, hey. But it's just those Japanese guys with the small circular glasses that work in all the sushi huts there and all the Korean restaurants for some reason. That's what keeps the Gold Coast going. It really is. But the point is, when it comes to unfair dismissal laws in this country, that is something that you can even say when you go to places like South Korea or Japan. It's hard to fire people. It is. There is a reason, and I'll explain why. But across the developed world, unfair dismissal laws do make it. And Australia is probably ranked somewhere in the middle, but like we're nowhere near as bad as the EU, and we're nowhere near as savage as the United States. Look, as always, Australia just does it better. And every single time it's because of the Labor Party. I know that, look, you know. because you're
Labour
here.
Party
But
rolled
it's
back
true.
union protections
You
and
look
made
at it
worse.
all, and it is just like there's very few things that you can actually fault with this country.
It's
If
great
you
how not being on a
actually
side
know what the hell you're
makes you
talking about,
hyper
you wouldn't
aware of
fault
how
it. You would
fucked
know
up the
all of the
country
reasoning
is.
behind it. And go, oh yeah, that
It's
makes
great.
sense. So yes, it is annoying. There are shitty, lazy workers, but there are also shitty, lazy people. And the reason that you don't want them outright dismissed is because those shitty, lazy people still exist in society. They don't just disappear because they're not in your workplace anymore. So what do? Well, if you're a benevolent country like Europe, I guess they go on some sort of welfare, and then they suck you there. So they're draining your money anyway in huge, expensive welfare programs. And then the other one is,
Man,
like America, you
sounded
could be
like
like,
a conservative.
nah, we're just going to get rid of that as well. And then what happens? They become psycho crackheads in LA, making LA indistinguishable from... Dude, go back and watch that movie and tell me that that's not modern LA. But that's the difference. The reason that you have a bunch of unfair dismissal laws in this country is not really for small business, as always, because Labor gets the balance right. Small business is exempt from most unfair dismissal laws anyway. Unfair dismissal laws, by and large, are designed for that straight up unfair dismissal that happens in the United States, where they go, attention workers, we have discovered that we can still run the company at relatively the same level of productivity if we fire 10% of the staff and make everybody else that stays here take on the rest of the burden. The following people are fired. And then they go, and out they go. Done. Bye. See you later. That's mostly what unfair dismissal is there for. It is, they are always trying to paint it as, oh, small business. They can't fire someone when it comes to small business. But man, small business really is like a family. Don't you reckon? Even when you work for a small business and you had like a bad small business boss, wasn't it just like a shit Greek dad? That's all it was. It was like, I'm sick of you, get off your fucking ass and get back to work. I'm sick of you having lunch at this. Go ahead and, no, you can't have another smoke break. Alright, you're gonna ruin your lungs anyway. Just go pack the boxes. Right? Like, it's not really for them. There is some unfair dismissal law that is around small business and included in small business, but the vast majority is for that sort of factory work. You are a cog. We have decided that you are no longer necessary. You are expendable. It's mostly for that. And the reason that you don't want that, the reason that it is actually adverse to productivity in a country, the reason that it is adverse in economic growth, and there's good research behind this, is because if you, like, it's not like you can't fire them. It is difficult and annoying, obviously. I do empathise with employers on this one front. Yes, you have to go through the checklist. You have to give them the notice. You have to come out and say, well, we think that you could be improving in these areas. Can you please sign this contract saying that we have told you to improve in these areas? And then you go to the lazy unions. And I do think that this is something. I think that probably like a 60-40 split. 60% of the time the boss is being a cunt. But like, dude, any union rep will tell you there's a lot of times that there's some union someone that they represent coming in and being like, I don't want to do my job and my boss is forcing me and now he's trying to fire me. This is unfair dismissal. And you have to advocate for that piece of shit. Yeah, there's a lot of shitty people in society. There is. But the reason that it is there
you should learn when to stop talking.
Time.
Okay. This is an hour long, so.
Jesus Christ. You should stick to the edited videos. I think. Did you just wage war on the city-state to take the border?
I figured, why not?
Fair enough. Train up and give XP to the military.
If we're gonna watch an hour-long video, let's watch some real Australians.
Oh, is this the boat?
So I was sailing in the Caribbean recently and I noticed something really strange happening. You see, these fishing boats, they just keep exploding. Look, you can see it here. If you look at the footage from the cameras of America's MQ-9 Reaper drones, you can see it right there. It's really weird. Like 200 fishermen have just spontaneously combusted so far. And what's even weirder is that the US Navy is here too, and they've been intercepting ships in the Caribbean that are trying to bring supplies to Cuba. So obviously I was very confused. So I decided the best way to work out what was going on is to, get on a fishing boat and try to bring 30 tons of humanitarian aid to Cuba.
Evacuate your engine room immediately. In one shot,
that one
blew up
song,
the engine room.
Evacuate
Ship's
the
up.
Dance Floor?
Yes.
It was in all those Just Dance games when they came out. Where would the connect be without Evacuate the Dance Floor, huh?
Nowhere.
So I was sailing in the Caribbean recently, and I noticed something really strange happening. You see, these fishing boats, they just keep exploding. Look, you can see it here. If you look at the footage from the cameras of America's MQ-9 Reaper drones, you can see it right there. It's really weird. Like 200 fishermen have just spontaneously combusted so far. And what's even weirder is that the US Navy is here too, and they've been intercepting ships in the Caribbean that are trying to bring supplies to Cuba. So obviously I was very confused. So I decided the best way to work out what was going on is to, get on a fishing boat and try to bring 30 tons of humanitarian aid to Cuba.
Evacuate your engine room immediately. In one shot, blew up the engine room. The ship stopped. Very profitable business. Who would have thought we were doing that? We're like pirates. We're sort of like pirates.
So you're probably thinking two things right now, right? Number one is that I'm obviously back at home, filming the intro segment to this video, so I guess I didn't die or I didn't go to prison, but
damn.
Well,
you actually have no
he
idea
probably
where I'm filming this
bitched
video
out like he did with
like
fucking
I could be
Pine
doing it from
Gap.
CIA Black Side.
Not
Maybe I'm filming it
cameras,
from
I'm
hell, right?
scared.
Maybe I'm dead. Right? You actually have no idea what happens to me in this video. And the second thing you're thinking is, why does the US have a naval blockade of Cuba, and why are they blowing up all these boats? Well,
tell us,
to
please.
find
I bet
out,
you're
we're going to
gonna
know
tell
what's
us the
going on
truth.
between the US and Cuba and how it all started. So for about 4,000 years, Cuba was home to 2
history
million
lesson,
people.
classic.
Then the Europeans came in 1535, and through a very delicate balance of
we're going
slavery
back
and
600
brand new cutting-edge
years.
diseases
Awesome.
like smallpox, in just 30 years, the indigenous populations were declared completely extinct. At that point, the Europeans had the same feeling that I had when I ate an entire jar of pickles at 2 a.m. and then didn't have the ingredients left for my sandwich the next day. Without the indigenous slaves, the Europeans would have to do all the work. And they didn't come all the way from Europe to just pick sugarcane forever, so they imported a brand new kind of slave from a different continent to, replace all the ones that they killed. And they actually kind of look like this, because they look quite different, these ones. Let's see. Asian, white, Asian. Yeah, so the new ones look like this, which is it's pretty good.
That's a good joke.
Look at what he pulled out.
I know. I saw it.
Anyway, the Europeans fixed that extinction problem, and the system worked pretty well for them for another 300 years, until the Cubans got sick of being slaves on plantations, and I guess the Spanish got bed sores or something from sleeping on piles of bones all day. So the US actually stepped in and helped kick out the Spanish. But the main thing the Cubans got out of it was replacing a handful of Spanish plantation owners with a handful of Cuban and American plantation owners, and all their profits went to US companies instead of the King of Spain. And this system continued for the next 60 years, right? The Cuban countryside was a giant US sugarcane plantation. American companies controlled about 70% of the land, and the
this is
remainder
where
of it
the
was owned
story
by just
should have started.
0.5% of rich Cubans. Illiteracy and malnutrition was through the roof, but in the cities, they had so much disposable food that they started using their spare grapes and bananas to make hats. And you can see them here dancing with these stupid hats for a bunch of guys with equally stupid names like Lucky, the Bug, Joe Bananas, not to be confused with Joe Diamonds, Joe Batters, Joe Fish, and Fat Joe, who were also there, and along with a guy called the Little Man and another guy also called the Little Man. You see, Havana, the capital of Cuba, was known as the Las Vegas of Latin America. And not just because it was the mecca for gambling and prostitution, but because it was run entirely by the US Mafia. Here's mob kingpin Maya Little Man Lansky hanging out in Havana with the US-backed Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista. They're getting along really well because Batista let the mob buy up every hotel and casino in the city and passed laws that facilitated their money laundering and their narcotics and human trafficking. And the mob loved it. I mean, not enough to give him a stupid nickname like Bobby Gabagool, but still, they made a crazy amount of money together. And any Cuban who got in the way of this racket was executed by the dictator's secret police. Or, if you're lucky, like Fidel Castro over here, they'll just torture you and then exile you to Mexico. Now, at the time, Batista didn't realize that this was the biggest fumble in history because Castro was about to grow a beard. And with a group of 82 other bearded Cubans and a bunch of guns, he decided to sail back to Cuba from Mexico in a tiny 12-person boat that was called Granma. Which, I mean, look, I don't get it either, but they wanted to liberate Cuba from this corrupt dictatorship. Unfortunately, they were immediately ambushed by Batista's army and only 12 of them survived the landing and they fled to the mountains. Now, in any normal situation, this would be the end of the revolution, but the interesting thing about Batista is that literally every single person hated him. So for the next 3 years, these 12 bearded men became thousands of bearded men, and women too. And by 1959, they had defeated Batista,
Bearded
who,
women?
Fled the country with $424 million he embezzled from his corrupt
he even
dictatorship.
put a beard
Castro
on there
became
too.
the leader of
That's
this new
great.
Cuban government, and let me tell you, he got to work immediately.
Funny joke.
They skyrocketed to 7th in the world in literacy rates, eliminated poverty, brought electricity to the entire countryside, and established a system of free, universal healthcare, achieving lower infant mortality than the US and more doctors per capita than any country in the world. It's crazy what they did. I mean, you have 9/11 first responders traveling to Cuba so they can get treatments they can't access in the US.
This one test that they recommended I take is about $5,000 to $7,000. I have no medical coverage, so I can't go for the last part of the test.
But that's actually someone else's documentary, and you're watching my one right now, so just don't worry about that video. Now, in order to do all this cool stuff, the new Cuban government had to make a lot of enemies, right? So a big part of eliminating poverty is getting rid of Cuba's colonial plantation system, which means taking the land back from the 0.5% of the population that owned it and distributing it to the farmers who actually worked and lived on the land. Now, the Cuban government actually wanted to do it all by the book. They didn't just take the land, they offered to buy the land off the, handful of plantation owners. But like every multinational business from Apple to Amazon to Google, they paid zero tax by cooking the books. They shift their profits around so they could claim they were running at a loss. And because the new government was doing it by the book, which was cooked, they offered these businesses the amount of money that the businesses themselves had reported for the past decade. Now, every country that owned Cuban businesses, from England to Spain to Switzerland, they accepted that they had a good run doing slave labor and lying about their profits, and the jig was up, and they took the money that was offered and signed the companies over to the new Cuban government. Well, no, every single country except for the US did that. So all these Cuban plantation owners and oligarchs moved to the US, expecting that Uncle Sam would quickly invade and topple the Cuban government and, they'd get their slaves back. So the CIA, the mafia, and Cuban exiles really gave it a good crack. They invaded Cuba 2 years later and lost, and then they did chemical warfare. Then they tried 573 different Looney Tunes-style assassination attempts on Castro.
Quadrian.
They literally
Hell
tried
yeah.
to make him smoke an exploding cigar at one point, but, they never
these are the
managed to kill
CIA's
the president.
fucking
But look, I'm not
attempts
saying
to
that the
assassinate
dream team of
Castro.
Miami Cubans, the mafia, and the CIA are a
Hilarious.
group of bumbling idiots who can't get anything done, right? They did manage to kill the American president on their first try, which is very impressive, right? But that's a whole other story. The point is, the Cuban plantation owners never gave up. They just kept going. They did heaps of cool action movie-style terrorist attacks against Cuba over the decades. They'd bomb passenger planes, they'd shoot bazookas at public theaters. They killed a bunch of people, they were busy guys. But unfortunately, after 70 years of living in Miami, like anyone who lives there, their brains had completely melted and they just don't have the same mojo anymore. All they can do these days is, get on their knees and beg Trump to bomb them next after he's done with Iran. And when they're not doing that, they make the worst AI-generated reggaeton videos in the world. Hallucinating about a utopian US-controlled Cuba where they finally get their slaves back and, Havana has a McDonald's and a Walmart and a CBS, but somehow in their vision, the CBS isn't surrounded by fentanyl addicts like you usually get at a CBS in the USA. But whatever, it's really inspiring stuff, but unfortunately, as good as their AI videos are, the Cuban government is still in charge. But there is one thing that the US did that has drastically affected Cuba, right? And it's spelled out in this declassified government memorandum from 1960, which was only a few months after the Cuban Revolution. You see, the US knew that Castro was incredibly popular, so the only way they could actually get rid of him is to completely block the country off from the outside world, bringing about hunger, desperation, and eventually the overthrow of the government.
1 second.
So they introduced an embargo, which the US government called the most comprehensive set of economic sanctions that any country has ever had. Now, up until this point, the US controlled Cuba for 50 years, so they were obviously Cuba's biggest trading partner. But the issue isn't that suddenly US companies were banned from trading with Cuba. It's actually much, much bigger than that. See, any country or company anywhere in the world that does business with Cuba will also be sanctioned and blacklisted by the US. So, let's say the CEO of a foreign company is completely insane and says, like, fuck it. Like, I really don't mind getting blacklisted and locked out of the global market. I just really, really want to sell this cancer medicine to Cuba for some reason. And even in that, like, super rare scenario, the US can still stop them. Since the US essentially runs the, global financial system and owns the global reserve currency, the bank that facilitates this transaction will be fined $619 million for doing it, which happened to ING in 2012. And if you can't tell by all the spelling mistakes in the company's name,
put an aqueduct
it's a Dutch bank.
and
It's
a
got
dam
nothing to
next
do with
to
the
each
US,
other.
but they can still somehow be
Nice.
fined for dealing with Cuba. It's actually insane, right? They've made it nearly impossible for any country to buy or sell anything to Cuba, and nothing's
so
off
much
limits,
production.
right? Like in 2016, when the UN set up an international
It's gonna be
children's
nuts.
painting competition, and a 13-year-old Cuban boy with haemophilia won. And they had the award ceremony in Algiers, as you do, and the kid was meant to receive a Nikon camera as the grand prize. But after pressure from the US, Nikon, a Japanese company, refused to hand over the digital camera, all because the kid who won was Cuban, and they didn't want to compromise their business with the US. It's actually nuts. Like, any country in the world would have an immediate humanitarian crisis if it was locked out of all international trade like Cuba was. But in the words of former US President Jimmy Carter himself, the only reason the sanctions haven't created a humanitarian catastrophe in Cuba is because the Cuban government has somehow maintained one of the best healthcare systems in the world. Without being able to trade with anyone, the Cubans have managed to use the very little resources that they have and make it go a really, really long way. The healthcare system isn't just surviving under 70 years of the biggest economic blockade on Earth, but they're still doing international aid. Like, a tiny country that can't trade with anyone sends more doctors to the third world than the world's 8 richest countries combined. They cured blindness for 4 million people around the world for free, and even in the more extreme cases like Haiti, Cuban doctors make up 75% of all healthcare in the country. I mean, without Cuban doctors, there would basically be no doctors left in Haiti. It's crazy. Somehow the Cubans managed to do all this impossible stuff for almost 70 years, but that brings us to the year of the fire horse, 2026. Now, one of the only countries that's ever been brave enough to, sell oil to Cuba has been Venezuela, because, they're already sanctioned to shit, so, what more could the US government do, right? Well, it turns out the US government can actually do a lot more, right? Especially now that the government's been, supercharged with the insatiable aura of the pedophile. In January, in the middle of the night, the US military flew in on the country, killed a bunch of people, and kidnapped the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro. And they've been holding him in US prison for the past 6 months, claiming he's a drug trafficker, which is weird because, the brother of the US Secretary of State is an actual drug trafficker. And just a month before that, Trump pardoned the president of Honduras, who actually trafficked hundreds of tons of cocaine into the United States. But whatever, look, what I'm trying to say is that they're full of shit. Apart from the fact that Maduro somehow dresses exactly like my local drug dealer, there's actually zero evidence that he's involved in drug trafficking. But at the end of the day, none of that really matters, right? Venezuela got the message loud and clear and they stopped selling oil to Cuba. And just to make sure nothing else slips through, the US has sent its military out to intercept any other country that dares sell oil to Cuba. Even civilian boats are getting intercepted. I mean, look, the New York Times actually made a cute little animation of a civilian ship trying to buy and sell oil, getting ping-ponged by a wall of US ships intercepting it in the Caribbean. But this guy's one of the lucky boats. I mean, since December, the US has killed over 200 people by drone striking random ships in the Caribbean, turning the sea into a no-go zone for pretty much anyone. Now, the US claims they're killing drug traffickers, which is kind of funny because in the United States, the punishment for dealing drugs is not execution. And so it's illegal anyway, but it's also super convenient because they've simultaneously blown up all the evidence of the supposed drug trafficking.
You're getting fucked up by a
it's extra
quadrillion.
weird considering that the families of the victims are suing the US, showing that their dead husbands,
I'm
brothers,
on my
and
way.
sons are just fishermen. And look, I don't know who to believe, right? Obviously, both these claims are equally credible, but that's beside the point, right? What I'm trying to say is the Caribbean Sea is now no man's land, right? And Cuba hasn't had any fuel for 8 months. They're going through constant blackouts, the garbage trucks, the hospitals, everything's down. It's absolutely horrifying. So as a YouTuber who cares about this stuff, my first thought was, how can I make this about me? So I teamed up with Progressive International, and together
I love
we're going to get some boats.
That's funny.
How can I make this about me? That's so fucking funny.
Hey, he's a little bit self-aware.
And fill them with food and medicine and see if we can get through this military blockade. Alex and I have done so much dangerous stuff in the past, and I was so excited for the next adventure, but Alex was actually too scared to do this one, right? Which,
pussy.
I don't really care, right? My best friend doesn't want to hang out with me. It's not like a big deal. I got heaps of other friends, actually. I got one other friend, Dan. Let me tell you, me and Dan, We go way back. We're like, talk about friends. He's probably my best friend ever, actually, now that I think about it. It's always just me and Dan against the world.
Did you break up with your
no one else matters as far as I'm
boyfriend?
concerned. We go way back.
He said he was too scared to do
South
it.
America. Yeah, you know the guys I'm talking about? They got disgusting hair, 100 armbands. They can't stop telling you about how their ayahuasca trip freed them from all their worldly vices, but they're also inexplicably addicted to Cuban cigars now. Well, that was me and Dan 14 years ago. We went to Cuba together back then and did everything you'd expect us to do. And look, obviously that was a long time ago, and we've both changed a lot since then, right? We both got haircuts. So Dan and I were all packed and ready to fly to Mexico to try and sail this boat through the US blockade. What we didn't realize is that since we decided to go the dangerous route by boat instead of, flying all our aid in like everybody else, this trip would essentially be a never-ending cascade of bad news. And we received our first dose of it as soon as we arrived at the airport.
We got a message from the organizers. Apparently there's some fucking, cyclone. Yeah, so essentially, we're going to be delayed.
Maybe 20 minutes?
3-4 days, and we don't even know.
I'm scared of the US invading Cuba.
Yeah. I know, he rambles a lot.
Yeah, the more likely we're going to be there for when that happens.
Everyone else just flying in, hey?
Yeah. Every smart person.
Yeah.
Every important person. Also, I'm scared of getting bombed by the US. And it's just now we're taking the slowest boat possible. We're going to spend a month in that little channel just begging them to intervene. If we were fast enough, it's we've got a day. We've got a day in which it can happen. That's it's not a lot of time for them, for the Navy to make decisions, But now they're going to be like, oh, do you want to do it today? They say nah. And then 3 days later they check in, they're like, they might change their mind.
Who's our captain anyway?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
Why don't you take a radio, you doofus?
It probably is.
He could be Lieutenant Dan.
Well, because the Mossad might put a bomb in it.
Yeah, I'd love to sail.
I'd love to go get bombed,
I'd love to take YouTubers.
Yeah, it'd be silly to go onto the ocean without a radio that you could be like, hey, US military, what the fuck?
Stupid windy piece of shit.
Which would be
I was really
recorded.
scared of the cyclone and the delays, but there was
So if
another
something was
coincidental
to
issue that
happen-
made me really scared of being in Cancun specifically and waiting for the weather to clear up.
Look, we actually timed it perfectly for the peak of spring.
That is just so stupid.
Yeah.
We're gonna be the most disgusting men in the world.
It's the worst.
Yeah, man, there's a couple 30-year-olds with 1,000 cameras. I feel like a married man who's concocted the most transparent lie I could think of. Sorry, babe, I gotta go do aid work. The children need me, man. Oh, what? Spring break for week. Popular with 18 to 25-year-olds, it's us.
We're gonna get arrested, but it's not our fault.
I was trying to do aid.
Well, we're on the plane now, so there's no turning back from our destiny of, being creeps in their mid-30s going to spring break. But whatever, that's a minor annoyance. We also had to fly a really stupid way to get there. Since the US has this tendency of, arresting and deporting people who they don't like, even if they're just doing a layover and, not actually entering the US, we had to fly all the way up to Canada and then fly back down to Mexico.
Sounds like you just went out of your way to do it.
How are the thumbs going, Dan? I did not think about
To be honest.
this. I was just like, it's only 5 hours from Cancun. Oh, spring break.
So we just sat in the warmest diner we could find near the airport for 13 hours, and then it was time to fly over to the climate that we actually packed clothes for.
Tenemos que practicar español. Tengo una idea.
Good luck. Good luck practicing your Spanish for Cuba.
It
is
weird Spanish, is it?
It's just extremely fast. It's the fastest Spanish there is. So, native Spanish speakers often can't understand Cubans.
That is
So, when I've done Spanish videos with, Cuban body piercers and stuff, they put a disclaimer saying that they are Cuban ahead of it.
Sorry, I'm Cuban.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Why is this drought going forever?
El vuelo. Solo hablamos en español. Bueno, para practicar. Sí. Si no sabemos cómo se dice algo, tenemos que decirlo en inglés con un acento en español. Yo tengo miedo. de las bombas americanas. Necesito hacer caca en mis pantalones. Sí, es como se dice así.
We finally touched down in Mexico and we had to make our way to this little island where our boats were leaving from. So far, Mexico's the best country I've ever seen. Live music on the ferry ride, it was bloody great.
Yeah, Mexico seems cool. Watch out! The Guardian's keeping the guinea pigs away. Is it Peruvian or Mexican?
The final scene when they go to the Elfish Heaven.
Do they keep away his recoveries?
Hearing this song when we get double tapped. I've never seen my own dad so clearly.
This is what
I've
it's
never
gonna
seen an
be
actual
like.
pan flute.
that
That's
way.
funny.
You ascend into the heavens.
So there we
I
were.
love this.
We're on the island and it was time to see the boats and meet our fellow sailors.
We haven't slept in like 2 days. And there's something about being so severely jet lagged that like it doesn't feel real.
Yeah.
You know, and if we're doing something normal, it would feel surreal. We're also doing something insane.
So we found the place and it turns out our boats were just on the other side of this mangrove. Now I went in there without filming because I didn't want to ruin my first impression by being, an annoying YouTuber and sticking a camera in people's faces. But it turns out their first impression of me was actually much, much worse than any of that, right? Like, what happened next is probably the most embarrassing thing I've ever put on the internet. And in my defense, I was very sleep deprived, like super sleep deprived. But I don't even know why I'm making excuses, right? You're going to see it anyway. But I essentially ran away from them, right? I shat my pants and I just ran away. Like, I was only there for like 2 minutes and I met them and I said, hi, my name is Alexa. And these are like serious activists that were on the previous flotilla to Gaza. And they started telling me all this scary stuff, like about the likelihood of us getting bombed and how dangerous
pussy.
the conditions are in the sea right now. And
what did you
I suddenly
expect?
felt like this burning sensation
Honestly,
in my stomach. And I
what
said I
a
need to go
sheltered
poo, but then I
bitch of a
disappeared for
person.
like 24 hours.
Like,
and to be fair, I was actually pooing
You're
for a while.
literally
Like, it was one of those like serious
sailing
like,
through a
shirt-off
blockade.
poos. But that only accounted for like
Did you
15
not
minutes
know
of my
prior
disappearance. The next 24 hours
of the
were mainly
risks?
just me panicking.
What the fuck is wrong
why
with
do
you?
you think the other guy was too scared?
Like, Jesus Christ.
What's going on there?
Yeah, I just feel like an idiot.
Like, the Gaza flotillas have gone through multiple instances.
I want to do this thing. I felt like the dumbest guy in the world.
The last one, they got raped. What did you expect was gonna get told to you?
And now I'm fucking embarrassed because, like, why did I disappear?
You should be.
What are your options? I mean, I don't think you can really go home.
I mean, you can do it either. That's the thing. I can go home and just like learn that I'm not that guy.
No, I don't think you're gonna feel good doing that.
I feel bad, but it's like I could have died. Anything's better than that.
Yeah, you really feel.
People are starving in Cuba.
Yeah.
Hours passed during this freak
Good
out.
to see
The
you're
organisers didn't know
incredibly
where I'd
selfish.
gone. Like, little did they know that I was just a kilometre away and it was just me staring into the void
Awesome.
and apparently stimming, which is a brand new feature I didn't realise I had for the past 30 years. But
It's
this one I worked
anxiety
out
is
what the
what it
problem
is.
was. Like, it's not the fact that I'm like a pampered YouTuber who pretends he cares about the world but, can't handle any risk to his comfortable middle-class life. You see, the problem was Dan.
what it
See, Dan is one of those very kind people, right? Like a really good friend that's going to, like, when they see their friend panicking, they try to comfort them, right? Like, hear them out and give them space. But that's when I realized what I actually needed was like an asshole like Alex, right? Whenever I freak out while we're sneaking into a CIA base or laundering money, he's always been there to concoct the most sociopathically efficient way to bully me into doing something I'm terrified of.
Hey, Alec.
Hey, Ben. I am fucking shitting myself. I'm so scared.
We went to go meet everybody, Alec. And Alexa just decided he needed to take a crap.
What is the thing that people say?
I
It's like
literally ran away.
bravery is doing something
Actually, I
you
just
don't
remembered
want
I
to
need
in face
food,
of the fear
and
or
they
some
never
shit.
see me again.
Exactly what you asked.
No, it is exactly what I asked for, and now I'm thinking, like, did I just secretly know the entire time that I didn't want to do this?
Well, I was surprised. Like, wow, I freaked out more than Alexa is. I was like, is this man
Courage.
suddenly love open ocean?
Why am I so fucking stupid?
Well, Alexa, I think you know nothing about sailing, so don't try to understand it.
Yeah.
Just let them. You're not going to magically solve all their sailing problems in like 5 minutes. Be like, wait, what if we tried this? It's just going to confuse you, And you're gonna make you feel worse about it.
Well, I feel really bad now, so I think that's what's happened. The woman who's like one of the organizers did
I mean,
the
at
Gaza
least
flotilla, and she's like, yeah, you know,
the other guy understands.
70% chance that we would die, you know, and we all
See,
knew
like
that.
this is
This
what I'm
one, you know, is
talking
more
about. Like the
chill,
people
and
that
I'm
went
just
on the
like,
Gaza flotilla, they
like, how
clearly
much more chill?
understand. Were you not watching?
I'm like with people who seem like their risk tolerance is so high.
The entire first half of the video is videos
Dan,
of
Dan's
America
like, yeah, they
bombing
seem really nice
boats.
Well, I think you need
Yeah, but he added that
Did you-
after.
You are a YouTube content creator.
Yeah.
What would Mr.
So did he go
Pay someone else
to do the boat thing,
Pay someone $1 million
not
to do it with
understanding,
their hands tied
and
behind their back.
then made the video?
Yeah, fuck, I forgot. So
Because
that was
I would
really helpful.
think that you would plan this out.
I think this is all part of the video.
But that was my problem.
This is all theatrics, you reckon?
That's what I gotta do now as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, well, good luck. Let me know what you decide to do.
Okay, bye-bye.
So the call obviously didn't help, and I immediately went back to being a fidgety little
I don't know,
coward.
he seems
I spent 2 minutes
genuinely
around legitimately selfless
unhappy
people
and
who understand that their
scared.
lives aren't more important than the lives of Palestinians.
I don't think he's that good of an
Cubans.
actor.
And you know they're willing to put their
No,
money
you
where
just
their mouth is, and I was slowly
amplify what you already
realizing
feel.
that I'm a bit of a phony, and I'm terrified.
Yeah.
Like before I made any drastic decisions, I did decide to sleep on it, right? And honestly, a decent part of my panic could be attributed to the fact that I hadn't slept 50 hours, because the next day was absolutely beautiful. I mean, look, the boats weren't in the best condition. You know, the wood was rotten, the metal beams were snapped. You know, we were essentially stranded, waiting for the weather to get better. And the third boat that we were meant to be on hadn't even arrived in the port yet. I mean, we weren't even sure if it existed, but everyone was just trying their best to deal with all these problems. And I discovered that it's surprisingly easy to distract yourself from your imminent death when you're busy trying to fix up a boat. For the next few days, we'd spend the daytime fixing up the boats and spend the nights having, you know, little
See, this is
hoegans.
great.
Honestly felt like I was living through the kind of thing that a middle-aged woman would fantasize about when, you know, her husband forgets her anniversary. You know, just a ship full of sexy young adventurers in South America, just surrounded by, like, you know, socially conscious, ripped guys who they stare deep into your eyes and promise to take you far away to feed starving people and make love under the stars. But still, for those few days, I was actually having a great time, right? Apart from when we sang all those sea shanties that, for some reason, they traditionally always focus on sailors dying horrible deaths on the ocean. But I did learn a lot about, like, boat maintenance, and I met a lot of cool people. Which reminds me, I promised Jorge
See, this
I'd
is
plug
why you
his
do
homemade
things.
chairs in this video.
You're getting
so
connections,
if you're ever
like,
in Isla Mujeres
I
and you
don't-
need a really good chair, go find Jorge. He's got you
Like,
covered.
you've already
anyway,
flown.
As each day went past, I was getting a
Like-
lot more comfortable. But more importantly, since a lot of these people
It's
had
not
been
the
on
same,
previous
but
flotilla to
I've never
Gaza,
done a
like
high
this guy
ropes
playing the
course
fiddle for
before, and I
Adnan.
did a high ropes
He let me
course
know
the
in
other
detail
month.
what we were in for,
Right?
and I was
And
surprised.
the one that we
I spent
did
the
was
lead
like
up
you
to
have
this
to
trip
jump off
freaking
like
out
a
about getting
40-foot
bombed by
tree.
the US, but it turns out it's
And it's
also
a slow
pretty fucked
descent
if
and
they
shit.
don't kill you, right?
And it's like,
Even
you're
just
already
getting
up there. Fuck
intercepted
it,
by
do
the
it.
military is still a horrifying experience.
You're already there.
Normally they intercept the boats. With,
Why
like,
even
their
question it?
elite
Who gives a
marine
fuck?
units. But there were
There's
so many
people
boats.
more
they
in
didn't
need
have
than
enough
you.
of those elite forces, so they just called up like reservists, and you could see that they were like totally. Like they didn't know how to drive the boat, like they couldn't figure out, like they were throwing up, they were seasick, like I mean, it's, you know, once you first see that green laser dot on your chest and you know that it's an 18-year-old who's been raised from birth to think that you're some kind of threat and subhuman, honestly, there's a pretty decent chance they'll pull the trigger.
Now, the interesting thing about Adnan is that, unlike everyone else who was sailing into the arms of the IDF, Adnan was simultaneously on a family vacation because he was on the boat with his younger brother as well.
They demanded the passport when they intercepted him, and he said, I want to speak to a lawyer.
Oh, yeah.
And they punched him in the face. And when they loaded him on the prison bus, like, there's cells on the bus, so like you're already locked up. And the four of the guys just jumped on him and just started hammering him.
Holy shit.
And they beat him until he fell to his knees and curled up in a fetal position, and they were kicking him. And I was there watching my brother get beat, and I couldn't do
Yeah, what can you do?
that was tough. You know, finally, I think we got into our cell. It was like a relief to be in the cell because you're like, okay, we're going to be left alone at least for a little while now. You know?
But the relief didn't last long. Now, this is where the psychological warfare started.
We were like totally disoriented.
Yeah.
We hadn't slept for 24 hours and we were just exhausted. Of course, I don't know what time it was in the morning. They undo the padlock. It's a big crossbar that they take off the door, so you hear the clunk, you know, of the metal. We were made to kneel down, put our hands on our heads, and we didn't understand what was going on at all. So they've got dogs as well that they come in and they're like ready to release on you. They've got their green sniper dots on your chest. Yeah, sometimes they would just come in and count you.
Yeah.
And it's like, you think somebody slipped away?
Yeah,
you
you
know?
guys ate each other, like, I don't know.
Right. No, I wanted to move to the next cell. I just tunneled through the wall.
Yeah,
you know?
easy.
I don't know what the hell.
So they do this weird intimidation routine multiple times a night. Like, you never know when it's coming, right? And it always ends with them counting you.
But one time, he forgot that how many people were in the cell afterwards. So they came in like all like shock and awe. Lights on, guns out, dogs in, everything, count us, blah, blah, blah. And then he forgot, so after we were all like getting back in bed, he came back and like meekly poked his head like through the bars of the cage, and it's like,
That's ridiculous.
and it was so funny to me, like why don't you just do that in the first place?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's because you want to terrorize.
Intimidation, yeah.
I mean, look, it's a horrifying experience, but these activists are just constantly willing to put their lives on the line, like again and again for a good cause. And it makes sense why they do it, right? When you're fighting against the most powerful countries in the world and you're just a regular civilian, the flotillas are actually a really clever tactic. Like Cuba and Gaza, right? A group of people are being starved by military blockade, but the countries that are doing it are put in an impossible position when the flotilla arrives, right? So either you let them through and you look weak and it inspires more people to try and break your blockade, or you kill them or imprison them, in which case you look like a monster because now you're harming civilians from other countries, not just the brown people that you've so far been able to justify killing. For that reason, the authorities try to stop the flotilla at every step of the way before you set sail, which is actually quite easy to do in the case of Cuba because the country's already sanctioned to shit, right? So if we want to get a boat for the flotilla, the company that rents or sells it to us and the insurance company that's covering the transaction and the voyage, they're immediately locked out of the international banking system because they're now doing business related to Cuba, right? And I don't know, no business is going to take that risk. So that's why our boats kind of suck, right? Like we either had to salvage like an old shit boat or pay a business an exorbitant amount of money to, make up for the fact that, their company will practically cease to exist after they do business with us. And we got a taste of that bureaucratic issue while we were picking up these ships and the ship that
because
we were
they
meant to
have
be on
shipbuilding.
never
He
arrived.
stuck it all the way up
turns
to the
out all
top,
this
and it's
pressure from the
already
US
falling
and
to
their
me.
sanctions meant that our boat is being held up all the way over here in Progresso, 300 kilometers in the wrong direction. So Dan and I had to get a last-minute bus
23 per
across the
turn.
Yucatan and gear up for a much longer sea voyage if we were actually going to be allowed to set sail at all. Which is a pretty annoying situation to be in, but it was
I just
only
gave him
exacerbated
2
by the
gold per
fact that the
turn for
Mexican
open
bus
borders.
company chose the worst
Worth
possible
it.
movies to play.
I'm sending my ships up now.
Why did the Mexican bus have to play the one of everyone dying at sea? What the fuck is this? I hate this. Also, these boats are so much better.
The eras are moving so quickly.
And if
What
that
the
wasn't
fuck?
spooky enough, we got another call from Alex to scare us even more.
This morning where Trump was just saying, yeah, I can take it.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of making Cuba.
What a time to
I
go.
can do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation.
Oh, I fucking hate it. It actually changes the way I look at Twitter now because everything I read scares the crap out of me. Like, hearing just like everyone's opinions on this thing is so upsetting. I'm just like,
Hey Alexa,
just don't
here's
talk
an
about
idea.
it. Just leave me alone.
Delete the fucking app while you're
we
doing
finally
this.
arrived to Progresso Harbour and it was time
Delete
to see
all
our boat.
social medias.
Our boat.
Actually,
I've heard some horrible things about it, but I haven't seen it.
have one
What's the best case
person,
scenario?
I don't know. Well, that's the thing. I don't even know what a
a
good
couple
boat looks
people,
like.
with access to accounts,
I
and
wanna
airdrop
see
all your
a
shit
local
to them.
walk past and go, good boat.
But we finally arrived to Progresso Harbour and it was time
That's
to
how
see
I'd
our
do it
boat.
if I was feeling nervous about it.
The only problem is no one from the flotilla was here yet, so we're just a couple of gringos in a fishing town trying to work out which boat is ours.
I'm really hoping it's that luxury yacht with the American flag on it.
Look at that thing, hey?
All I could really tell was that these were definitely 100% fishing boats.
Oh yeah, you smell that.
Yeah, that's pretty potent. I guess we're
They
on.
said blue and white, which is...
That could be one of them.
Oh fuck, is that one wooden?
Yeah.
We got the one wooden one.
After a little while, the other activists showed up and we were about to get our first glimpse of the boat.
But they told me it was the biggest one. And you can see it there, just sticking out of the top. Big is good, I think. Bigger the boat, better the boat.
Right.
Think about it, Titanic, you know, big.
How are we going to get to it? We got to sail over to our boat.
Oh, can we go? Boat to the boat.
I think it's had a fresh coat of paint too.
You can smell the fresh paint.
Be the person like everyone has to take care of.
Don't worry, that'll be me.
Yes, I'm super excited. So much improved from yesterday.
Oh really? I like the smell of the paint. It's really overpowering the smell of the fish. Put like a fresh coat of paint on a fishing boat, you don't know what the actual offensive smell is, you know? It's good.
Whoa! The aid hadn't arrived yet, so we were getting busy, cleaning up and washing the boat, and I thought I was doing a pretty good job and, making myself useful, but I'd barely been on the boat for 15 minutes, and I managed to secure my position as the most useless crew member. Now, pay attention to this rusty metal shaft that goes down 2 meters into the engine room. Even though I'm filming it right now, in about 3 minutes, I'm about to forget all about it and walk into the boat with my head held high and just plummet straight down that hole.
The sound and everybody yell out and say, that's definitely Alexis falling down the hole. There's like 30 people here. What happened, Alexa?
I walked straight through the hole.
You gotta watch out for that. Oh man. You gotta be careful. You get really hurt doing that. Yeah, careful. Oh man. Those long legs of yours. Could you just like split your head open? Right?
Yeah, that's crazy. That should not have happened.
While
That'd be
we're in
so
this
funny
fishing
if he
village,
died.
watching all these fishermen trying to help us
Just by
reverse park
falling
our
into
fishing
a boat.
boat, something dawned on me.
I've been shitting myself for a week about the US bombing all those fishing boats. I didn't realize we were like exactly on a fishing boat. Like this is the worst kind of boat for it. Isn't it?
This is where the tuna go.
Yeah, there's a little fish hatch.
What I also didn't take into account is that the fishermen here, all around us, live with the constant fear of getting bombed every time they set sail to do their jobs.
Sí. Ahorita con el régimen que tiene Trump está cañón. Y el mar, o sea, para mí el mar. No se queda apoderado de todo ahorita. Sí. Tienen a Cuba restringido y qué drástico es que qué mal los tratan. No deberían.
¿Y qué piensan ustedes de esa flotila?
De esta ayuda muy bueno, muy bonito.
Sí.
La verdad. Ojalá lleguen. Ojalá y porque pues escuchar noticieros y todo que todo les quitan. No llega esa ayuda humanitaria. Ya ha enviado muchos países. Lo ves a los pobres como los tienen.
It was actually horrifying thinking that these people risk getting blown up just for doing their jobs, and I felt awful.
Pretty cool.
Until the fisherman started flexing on us about like how much better his boat was than our boat, and then I don't know, I felt kind of neutral about it after that.
Sí, no sabemos dónde dormir.
Hay como 10 para 25. Wow, toda madera, Sí.
Así es, muy bonito.
Vamos como ustedes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we had to end our tour of this guy's much more comfortable and sturdier boat because our aid truck started coming in and it was time to somehow get 30 tons of food and medicine onto this boat. Now, we didn't just have 3 big trucks, but also a bunch of like nice everyday people heard what was going on and drove up and brought their own donations. It was really beautiful. It was a lot of work, but the energy was great. Everyone was singing the whole time, so even when you're on your 50th sack of beans and, it rips apart and you spill beans everywhere, you need to, like, tape it up and fix it, you still feel great. It had been hours and hours of hot work, and I was slowly starting to realize how much 30 tons actually is, right? Like, especially when you're down in the hull, loading an endless stream of sacks and boxes.
It's really warm down there.
Been down below.
Yeah,
Whoa.
just this thick smell of diesel.
Yeah.
Hot.
Working.
Boxes. Is this another? Is one of the?
Yeah, there's 2 more to go.
Is this the same truck?
Same one.
Oh,
yeah.
fuck.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Let's go have a smoke.
But we just kept going, right? Loading bicycles and solar panels and everything that would fit on this boat. It got to 3 a.m. and it looked like we were maybe, getting close to finishing until the Mexican Navy heard what was going on and they made us stop so they could check through all the things we were loading to make sure everything was up to code. which led to hours of negotiations, right? When they clocked that we had filled this little boat with like 30 tons of aid and there were only 10 beds, they insisted that we only had capacity for 10 people and that more than half of us wouldn't be able to make the trip, which is, you know, a rough thing to hear after weeks of preparation, but eventually they caved and let us go. I mean, until the sun came up the next morning and they returned to address even more regulatory issues and safety concerns. But at least there's one major safety concern that we don't need to worry about because we addressed it within the first 15 minutes of seeing the boat.
Right, they painted that white border around it because of me. I'm integral to the ship's safety. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have painted that thing there.
Safety officer.
Yeah. I just go out, walk through places, get hurt, and then we know what the dangerous things are.
But it was all squared away now, and we had officially gotten our passport stamped by the customs officer, so this was it, right? There's no turning back now, and I am terrified.
That's it.
There we go.
Well, if we don't go now, then we're going to be illegal in Mexico. Oh, you learn something new about yourself all the time.
What are you learning?
I just realised that when I'm actually scared, I need a poo.
You're like an octopus.
Yeah, I don't understand. I thought it was like a turn of phrase, like shitting myself.
Oh, there you go.
I can't stop pooping.
This is a journey of self-discovery.
I don't want to know that. It's so inconvenient. Imagine if I have to do something important in the future.
Yeah.
I would just have to poo myself.
Yeah, no, you can prepare for the scenario.
What
Your
if, you know,
low-fiber diet.
I'm about to have a baby. I gotta shit. You know, I go to my parents' funeral. I'm shitting, I'm not there. How bad is that? What am I going to do on the boat? I'm just going to be pooping the entire time.
Yeah, better the devil we know, hey?
Agradecer a todos los trabajadores del puerto también.
Gracias.
Pasa allá afuera.
Well, there you go. I'm stuck on the boat now, and whatever happens, happens. So I guess now's a good time to find out what the actual chances are I'll get blown up out here. Now, you might think the US is blowing up narco traffickers in the Caribbean, or you might think they're just killing random fishermen, and that depends a lot on what kind of media you consume.
Ground news.
Now, if you're watching this from a boat in the Caribbean and you want to work out if a missile is heading your way, you could read through like every...
My pants out of fear like half an hour ago. And now I feel like I've never pooed before in my life. It's perfect. I feel really, really good.
Quietly confident, eh?
Yeah, I reckon. I'm not the kind of person that dies.
Never.
Hasn't happened before.
What do you reckon sailing life for you?
For now, in the harbour, the 5 minutes of sailing we've done, I reckon I could do this the rest of my life.
Now, I knew we had a bunch of activists and journalists on board from around the world, but I felt a bit out of place seeing the caliber of journalism on this boat.
I should have brought a suit.
Yeah, you'd be much more legitimate.
That's fucking awesome. Is he going to wear it the whole time?
But as we left the harbour, it got harder and harder to hold the camera straight. And eventually it got hard to just stand straight. And I realise now that I'm editing it, it's surprisingly hard to capture how unstable the boat was on camera because, you know, the cameraman is essentially being a human gimbal. Like here's an example. If you do this to a chicken, notice how its head always stays upright. That was us when we were filming, right? You're watching this video through the chicken's head and everything looks much, much better from the perspective of the chicken.
It's hard to walk around, man.
No few legs.
Yeah. Are we going to get used to it? I don't know.
No, I don't know. I need to hold onto a wall.
Apparently this is the easy bit.
No.
Yeah. I think the waves are going to get fucked.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
At this point, I realised there was something I needed to do that I should have done while the boat was stationary.
Got to put this on top of the boat.
You're going to fall off.
I can barely walk down here. There we go.
I was pretty scared of flying overboard when I went to set up this satellite on the roof, but now that I'm editing the video, I'm actually much more scared about the fact that my dick was hanging out of my pants the entire time. Going through the footage is so bad because there's just like so many clips. Just so many clips of just my balls on the screen. And before we set sail, you know, we got all our luggage, we ratcheted it up like down in the hull so it wouldn't fly around everywhere, but that meant that all I could really wear was what I had on, you know, and it was really stupid. So if anyone on the flotilla was watching this, I'm so sorry you had to stare at my balls for like an entire week. Like I actually had no idea that they were just hanging out the whole time, and I don't know, getting seasick and worried about getting bombed is bad enough without having to stare at my balls all week. So I'm really sorry. But back to the satellite. I got up on the roof and the waves were pretty nuts. Like I tried to keep my body, you know, close to the ground, but the ground wasn't particularly stable either.
Bits of the roof are coming off.
Very slippery. If we get intercepted by the US Navy,
Yeah.
if I can get internet on this ship,
Yeah.
then I can back everything up.
Yeah.
And then they take us, they imprison us, whatever. But the footage,
Yeah.
what you're watching right now, is going to be on the internet.
Yeah.
All because of what we're doing right now.
Okay.
So if you're watching this, if you can see this video, it means the internet worked and we got it through. If you're not watching this, it means it didn't work.
But I had no choice, right? You slowly get used to the movement of the boat and you learn to stay low, and we set the internet up in no time, and I could get back to work backing up our footage.
What are you doing?
Backing everything up, making sure it's everywhere. Everywhere. This one,
So where's that going?
my ass.
Okay.
Look how small it is.
Oh, it's teeny tiny.
It's right in my ass.
Do I notice a thing?
This one, on the front of my penis. They're all different options.
Oh, right, yeah. For your satisfaction.
I can have a good trip.
Now, the next challenge of the day, which is actually quite linked to me being scared on the roof, is needing to use this thing. Now, since the boat is constantly rocking back and forth, you need to secure the door while you're hovering over this seatless toilet. And if you're a socially minded person, you're probably going to want to flush when you're done. So you have to get this bucket and lower it over the side of the boat and fill it up with seawater before you even go in. Now, I used this toilet exactly once, like only on the first day. It was actually impossible to stay still, right? You're squatting over this thing, shaking back and forth, you're shitting everywhere, and it took me like 20 minutes to just clean up the mess that I made. And at that point, I made a vow that I just wouldn't poo ever again. And I just go mind over matter and just like hold it in for the next week. And it's not even about the sheer difficulty of like pooping. It's also the fact that you're just in this like stinky, confined plywood box, and it just makes you seasick immediately. So, feeling constipated is way better than that. But it also became increasingly difficult to be inside the boat at all, because it turns out the Alexopoulos Memorial shaft was left constantly open to stop the engine room from overheating, which meant that the kitchen and the bunk beds were just dense with this like noxious diesel fume. So when the sun started going down, most people tried to find some space to sleep on the floor outside, which was harder than we originally thought, because we loaded multiple pallets of solar panels on the deck, so there wasn't a lot of space for sleeping. If you're lucky, you'd get a hold of one of the few gym mats that were lying around and find a spare spot, or you'd make really good friends with someone who managed to secure a spot themselves. Now, it got surprisingly cold at night on the high seas, which is something I didn't know about, and I didn't really plan for, since all our luggage was in the hull. So I was just stuck in short shorts and apparently with my dick hanging out, so I was very cold. Now, there was obviously a lot of water lapping up onto the deck, and any smart person would have quickly claimed, the few dry spots on the ground, but I'm an idiot, and instead I focused on doing this. At this point, it was getting really cold and all the good sleeping spots had been taken, but I managed to get creative and realized I could sleep on the edge of this wooden pallet if I just kind of squeezed myself under the ropes that were holding the stack of solar panels in place. And after a night of sliding back and forth and like constantly waking up to my head hitting the edge of the boat, the sun was shining, and it was our turn to cook for everyone, and I love cooking. Honestly, I felt pretty great. For a couple of minutes. It turns out what I was tasting in that moment was stomach bile, and I'd completely emptied my insides. Now, it had been about 24 hours on the boat at this point, and I somehow convinced myself that I had some kind of like genetic immunity to seasickness, but I mean, obviously I was wrong. Either that or like the stress of the trip had cultivated some kind of reverse bulimia where I had to vomit everything out before I could eat a meal.
So hungry, I vomited everything.
Just in time, eh?
But I couldn't keep any food down. Once the seasickness set in, it was actually horrible. Like, it was so bad. It felt like you were hungover and like super dizzy, but you're also forced to be on like this 600-kilometer long roller coaster. And it's not like one of those cool roller coasters where you get to have fun and kiss. It's like a roller coaster where you also have to do chores the whole time. Like even just getting a cup of water is so hard. Like it involves like tightrope walking and like washing dishes and squats. It was actually fucked. Like, I was just counting down the 72 hours until we landed, just praying it would all stop. And I guess my wish kind of came true, because it was that moment that the engine died. turns out it was probably a faulty alternator. So everyone was scrambling for solutions, right? Like some people were trying to jerry-rig one of the solar batteries that we were taking to Cuba, while other people tried to set up an old generator to power the battery. And I was trying to address the issue by just continuously vomiting over the edge of the boat, but none of that fixed the alternator. So we were all out of ideas.
Did you vote already?
We were just stuck there, you know, just floating aimlessly in the middle of the ocean for hours and not getting any closer to Cuba. But it was kind of nice. I mean, without the deafening noise of the engine, it was a little bit easier to just lie perfectly still and ignore the seasickness. You know, I kind of feel like I reached a level of zen in that moment because I didn't realize at all that we were about to be boarded by the military.
Lol.
I woke up, tried to work out what was happening, but everyone I spoke to was confused. I went to my laptop and realized that my very special strategy of uploading everything online was a complete failure. I had like half a terabyte of footage and literally none of it was uploaded. I should have guessed by the fact that it took about an hour to just like check the news every day, but yeah, my footage wasn't backed up anywhere. And obviously you are watching the footage right now, so I guess I managed to save it somehow. But in the moment, I thought it was game over. So for the sake of immersion, I need you to pretend that you're not watching this video right now. You're thinking about this happening.
Hope it's one of the nice Navy ships. What do you reckon? It'll look friendly? I think it's smiling. I don't understand what's happening. There's like a shark. He came from that side. Now he's coming around there. It looks like he's going to turn around this way as well. Just circling us until we get hungry and beg for mercy.
Thankfully, it was a false alarm. It turns out the captain had sent out a distress signal when the motor broke, and since we were in Mexican waters, a Mexican Navy ship came by to help us out, and after an hour or so, the engine was back on. Now this would have been a relief because it meant we were back on track to arrive in Cuba in 3 days, but I had a chat with one of the Mexican Navy guys, and he said something completely different.
The Navy man just said if we need 5 days to get to Cuba, and our crew says we need 3. And we have like half a alternator.
So it might be 3 days, but it also might be 5, and also it might be even longer depending on how many times we break down and whether we can fix the problem at all. And the entire time I'll either be vomiting or worrying about dying or going to jail. Like, I kind of felt like I was in hell.
So on the day before interception came, the boat I was on Sumut Flotilla broke 4 times. It was 4 times engine failures. And when the engine stopped, it would be a noise like beep. So it was easy.
So this is easy?
Nah, it's not easy, but it's something like you kind of get used to. And if you want the mission to keep on moving, you just gotta take a light mood and work with it. Make it
These
work
people
again.
seem
That's it.
great.
But look, whatever I've been doing for the whole trip obviously wasn't working. So I thought, you know, I might try this like weird new South American thing called being happy. I got to tell you, man, this new strategy was working out surprisingly well until nighttime, because it was my turn on the roster to stay up and stand guard as the night watchman. You see, on the Gaza flotilla, they'd get attacked by drones at night, dropping bombs, starting fires, or even spraying weird, like, harsh chemicals. It was up to me to wake everyone up if we were being attacked. But here's the problem, right? You look at this light in the sky, and you tell me whether that's a star, or a passenger plane, or a drone about to bomb us. Like, the sky is full of these things, and there's no decision that I can make here that isn't incredibly embarrassing, right? Either I'm the idiot who woke everyone up because he saw a star, or I'm the idiot who didn't warn everyone that we were about to get bombed. It was kind of shit either way, but I guess maybe it didn't matter. Like, I realize if I do get hit by a drone strike, I won't even know what happens. You know, I'll just be gone. It kind of made me wonder if any of the fishermen over the past year have been in this exact same spot thinking the exact same thing, like thinking they might be seconds away from being hit. You know, they're thinking about their family and all the things they've done in their life and just, you know, praying that God will accept them into the crystal clear waters and sunny skies of fisherman's heaven. Like, it's funny to look back at it now, but I honestly thought I was going to die and end up here. Like, it's fucking crazy. Like, this video was such a massive risk. Like, not just for my own life, which, you know, I'm very attached to, but even just the fact that, you know, chances are we'd get intercepted and I wouldn't even have any of this footage at the end anyway. And the only way I can actually take these risks is thanks to our supporters on our Patreon. Thanks to you guys, I can take these bigger risks and make people You wake up sleeping on a pile of ropes, wearing the same clothes you wore for the past 3 days. You try to distract yourself from the fear by, filling up your day reading, playing Uno. The boat keeps rocking. Your mate Claudio, the 80-year-old Italian journalist, burns himself on the chimney, so you have to make a warning sign. You cook, you eat, you sing. You try to work out if that new ship on the horizon is going to board you. You wash yourself with the dangly exhaust hose that cools the engine. And then you're told we'll be arriving in Cuba tomorrow morning.
Is that what I just
saw?
saw?
On one side of the boat, and then it comes up on the other, and you wake up on a soggy gym mat in the same clothes you've been wearing for 4 days. And then you're told you're arriving in Cuba tomorrow morning. And the same thing happens the next morning. I honestly started to think maybe we had already been drone struck and we didn't even realize it, right? We were now in purgatory, and this was just our life for all eternity. Then one night, a bunch of tiny islands pop up on the radar, and in the morning, they pop up on the actual horizon. But I've been in purgatory for days, so I don't fully believe my eyes.
According to this, not in Cuba yet. No land. I don't trust it. I think the Americans are going to intercept us. It's too exciting. Don't sail towards it. It's a trap.
We decided to climb up on the roof and make sure these Cuban mountains were real.
You know what this place needs?
What?
A KFC. A KFC and some Trump towers.
Yeah, I think an Amazon fulfillment center would be nice.
Yeah, big AI data center.
I look at that and I see unrealized, potential.
Profits, baby.
Yeah. Seeing land is so special to me.
Oof.
Because it means I get some
Profits.
a bed, a shower.
Land to exploit.
Ground that doesn't move. Although I had an earthquake like a few days ago. Like, that one's not so sure. But bed and shower and toilet definitely gonna happen.
It turns out nothing was definitely going to happen because we just got news that a US ship had just moved to the outskirts of Havana.
You heard about the US ship outside of Havana?
Yeah, I'm telling you, if those Americans stop us, I will lose my mind. They could have stopped us at any point in this trip. They could have stopped us before we all threw up. They could have stopped us before we all spent 3 days in our own sweat and piss.
Sleeping outside on the wet floor.
But it turns out Cuba is a really, really long country. So that US ship in Havana will have to wait while we just sail along the coast for another 2 days. Until one night at 3 a.m., we saw some lights. It was so weird looking at Havana, after staring at the sea for days. It dawned on me that we were actually going to make it now, which was a relief, but it was also incredibly sad because
do they have roads?
Havana's enormous, right? Looking at the size of this city spanning the entire coastline up to the horizon, I couldn't help but be terrified by the concept that there are millions of people in there that are living without the basic necessities of life. Well, I guess at least we made it. This Coast Guard was the first Cuban I spoke to. He asked if I'd been to Cuba before, and when I told him I came 14 years ago, he immediately told me I probably have a 13-year-old kid here. And I was honestly a little bit embarrassed to know that my kid's first impression of me will be this, a guy that looks like absolute shit, but whatever. We made it back to experience this brutal communist dictatorship once again.
They have a giant statue of Jesus.
Well, maybe it's all going to be okay after all.
Yeah.
We need to look for the things we have in common.
Yeah, we all love Jesus. There's a lot of people there. You had your dad.
Hey, there's this kid.
Yeah, I was so sure I was getting on a boat to nowhere. Oh, what a horrible thought. Just lying there the first time, be like, I'm gonna die. Oh, llegamos.
I was so excited to finally end the seasickness, but no one told me about the land sickness.
I was so fucking dizzy, man.
It's wobbly land.
Sea legs, baby.
With a destabilized country.
I was so disorientated and thirsty
funny.
and confused, but one thing I knew for sure is that these Cuban delegates were about to shake hands with stinkiest people they've ever met.
Gracias por invitarnos. As soon as I got off the boat, I feel how disgusting and sticky I am. It's like this is like a different sense of stickiness. But just like 10 seconds ago, I was like, oh, this is normal. As soon as I got on land, I'm like,
part of the marine.
I'm covered in gel. I'm like a fucking slug.
I feel more like a shell.
Oh, yours is crispy?
Yeah, mine's
wet.
right off.
Mine's
You're going salamander.
Yeah. Crazy how much your mind ignores when you're on the boat. I gotta land. I need a shit so bad. Like my whole body's just fucking. My body hates me right now.
But it turns out we'd have to wait a few more hours before we could do any of that because all these people had come down at sunrise to welcome us.
When do I get to do a poo? I need to do a poo.
Now, I didn't realize at this point, but we also needed to unload the 30 tons we'd loaded up in Mexico before we could get any relief. But it was done, and we finally checked into our hotel room. We were staying at Hotel Presidente, one of the many kind of affordable state-run hotels in Havana. Now, the special thing about this place is that the US government won't let you stay here if you're a US citizen. You have to go to a private hotel, or else you could face up to a penalty of 10 years in prison and $1 million fine.
That's
but
moronic.
I'm Aussie, so I don't have to worry about that. All I need to worry about now is having a shit and a shower. And even though the energy crisis meant that there was no hot water and occasionally there was no water at all, it was still 1,000,000 times better than the boat, and I felt relaxed for like the first time in a week, until I checked my phone.
You know what the Pentagon's new operation for Latin America is called? Operation Total Extermination. Operation Doing What the Devil Says. Why would you call it that?
Totally, it's not very diplomatic.
Makes you a little bit scared being here. I'm like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Total extermination, but I'm here.
It's just so lame, hey? It's just so obviously just a computer game playing kid.
Yeah.
That's suddenly too much power.
But if I thought the news on my phone was bad, it was even worse on Dan's phone when he tried to access his bank account.
You're blocked from online services because you're in a sanctioned country or region.
Epic.
And then, oh, well, like I need to buy a sandwich. See details. We are obliged to manage our international sanctions risk, so you cannot buy a sandwich.
That's so nice that a random fucking Australian bank will just like get rid of.
You should have planned for that, bro.
If you do anything,
You cannot do anything.
Whatever you do,
And then
don't
I'm like,
open
okay,
Tinder.
Cool, well, I'll go and get a VPN thing. And then look, like I try to download this one. The App Store is unavailable in the country.
Oh, you got fucked!
Yeah, I can't use it. VPN. All I want is a sandwich. I'm sanctioned.
That sucks for you, dude.
Why don't you spot me something? Come on.
I got my VPN on time.
Come on, just a little bit.
You gotta look
You're
at it.
complicit in this.
Cuba's a communist country. That's why things are so bad right now. I'm gonna learn from Cuba's mistakes.
You're just sanctioning me as
No,
well.
you know what? I think the value of money to you is actually so much more than it is to me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna loan you the money. If you want $5 now, you have to give me $50 in a month.
Right. It's like a World Bank loan.
Yeah. You have to change. You have to restructure some of this stuff.
A little bit of changes. I'd like you to organize your wallet.
Yeah.
A little bit of financial math.
Now, to be fair, even if Dan was allowed to access his bank account, pretty much all the ATMs are down because of the energy shortages. So since I'm the guy who, took out money before the trip and, I need Dan to hold the camera and not be dead, I decided I won't let him starve for now. But anyway, the rest time was over and we had to find our way to the hospital to hand off all the aid that we brought. So the problem was that the hospital was like 10 kilometers away and it's incredibly difficult to get a taxi with barely any fuel in the country. But luckily, with the help of a world famous soccer player called Xi Jinping, Cuba set up a factory just outside of Havana pumping out thousands of these electric tuk-tuks, in response to the US cutting off all fuel from the country. It was pretty strange getting our first
Would be
actual
great
glimpse
if
of
the
Cuba. The
country
streets were
could
so
produce
empty compared
energy.
to 14 years ago, and because the fuel blockade made driving nearly impossible, you had to go for all these weaker vehicles
I guess that's
that
what the
use
solar
renewable
panels
energy,
are
like
for.
these 2 horsepower tuk-tuks or this 1 horsepower horse. But we finally arrived to this children's hospital that specializes in cardiovascular care, and it honestly felt surreal seeing all this aid reach its destination. And something tells me the nurses couldn't believe it either. For the past couple of months, all I could think about was this flotilla, but somehow the only thing I actually thought about was the flotilla as a political stunt, right? Getting on the boat and exposing to the world that the US is killing people through their blockade of Cuba, and hopefully, inspiring people and governments around the world to take action. But I didn't actually think about the real people that are going to receive the aid that we're bringing. Like, there are children in this hospital whose lives are going to be dramatically affected by this, 30 tons of food, medicine, and solar panels that we filled our little boat with. And honestly, I hadn't thought about the real-world impact of that.
I only thought about being a pretentious dickbag. Okay, bro.
Hey, I was thinking it. You said it.
Gracias a ustedes por venir. Ustedes están haciendo una cosa. Mire, no solo lo que ustedes aporten, que están arriesgándose, vienen aquí a que después lleguen allá y los puedan crear problemas, los quieran meter. Eso es una cosa que no tiene precio. Agradecerles a ustedes lo que están haciendo y nos da un estímulo para seguir que ustedes no se pueden imaginar.
It's actually so nice seeing where all our aid was going, but it felt like a drop in the water. The hospital was running out of
This is
everything,
why
from
it doesn't matter if you
medications
die.
to medical machines to simple things like gauze and bandages.
En un hospital del país, en donde podamos hablar cualquier país, hacen un reporte o dicen se rompió este equipo.
Which sounds brutal, but it's bigger than you.
El privado dice, bueno, esta pieza cuesta tanto y al momento se lo pone.
Sí.
En el caso de nosotros no es tan así. Nosotros tenemos que hacer una contratación, ver si no nos está prohibido vendernos al país por el tema del bloqueo. Entonces se encarece todo y se demora mucho más que en cualquier mundo por esta situación. Aquí hacemos cirugía abierta, en este caso, donde necesitan muchos recursos gastables. Estoy seguro que si no tuviéramos ese bloqueo fuera lo más rápido posible.
Tenemos dinero a veces en los bancos, no podemos utilizarlo porque hay bancos en algunos países que no aceptan transacciones con Cuba.
But lacking supplies and equipment is just like one of the many issues that they have to deal with here.
Simplemente el hecho de no tener combustible para poder bombear agua en una ciudad y tener abastecimiento de agua en un hospital, y sabemos lo que implica eso, es un gran problema de salud, de higiene.
Hay que estar muy atentos al uso de combustible. Por ejemplo, hay un área que no es posible que esté encendida, que es la parte de las consultas y demás, porque el combustible hay que ahorrarlo para la forma general, porque tenemos una terapia intensiva donde hay pacientes gravemente por su estado crítico y es necesario que se mantenga.
You can tell she's not actually Cuban because of how slow she's speaking.
La eficiencia del bloqueo no solamente impacta de esa manera, impacta en el personal propiamente que trabaja, personal que viene a trabajar con miles de problemas, dejándolos atrás, dificultades inmensas, que vienen y que lo hacen a conciencia porque en gran medida lo que les remunera en estos momentos su trabajo no es suficiente dado la crisis que hay para poder garantizar todo lo que necesitan. Y también va siendo escaso. Realmente se trabaja como si estuviéramos un país en guerra pero sin bombas.
Ella es de provincia y entonces se va muy lejos y el transporte está difícil. A veces no hay combustible para que se traslade ese paciente.
After seeing it in person, I really don't understand how anyone's surviving here. I mean, the blackouts mean that the doctors have to operate the respirators by hand throughout the night. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I can't actually see how they're going to keep this going over the next few days, like, let alone months or years. But the wild part is, even in the middle of this crisis, Cuba's still dedicated to making life-saving care available to everyone.
El eco que le han hecho, todos los exámenes, aquí ni un peso tenían que pagar, todo es gratis. Y la atención de las doctoras, ¿para qué? Que compensa el mal rato que uno está pasando por la situación de los niños.
I mean, the fact that they still managed to keep healthcare free during this humanitarian crisis made me feel a little bit hopeful, right? Until I stepped outside and got a taste of reality. It turned out that one of the members of our flotilla, Tiago, had been arrested while flying home on his connecting flight in Panama.
I think the interrogation is so funny when, like, the entire thing is broadcast almost live, you know? Like, what were you doing? It's like, well, there's documented the entire time. Yeah.
Right after that, we heard that the other two boats from earlier in the video were meant to arrive today, but they had completely vanished on the high seas.
Just on the phone with the Mexican authorities, they're launching like a search and rescue thing because no one knows where the two sailboats went.
Holy shit.
Crazy.
So they are trying to find them.
But is there a worry that something happened?
We just don't know.
It might just
We
be
just
taking
don't know.
some time.
But there was literally nothing we could do about either of those things, but, you know, sit and be scared. So we decided to walk around the hospital and we bumped into this nice Swiss man, Franco Caval. He happens to be one of the best oncologists in the world. Like this man wrote the textbook on medical oncology. No, it was him. I checked. He's the guy who wrote it. As a world-renowned oncologist, he's particularly upset that Cuba is, you know, blocked off from accessing vital cancer medications that
Hey,
he
give
helped
me
create, right? So
200
he
gold
spends
real
much of his
quick.
free time visiting Cuba and trying to help. But
I promise
he struggles
it will
to find
be worth
any
it.
European company that dares to
I
do
already
business with
pressed next
Cuba
turn.
because they're so scared of the Americans.
Okay, you can give it to me next turn. I promise
Oh
it
my
will
God.
be worth it.
In children. Cuba was
You can, I'll literally give you gold in return. How about that, you know? You like that?
There you go.
Look.
Sure. That'll work. What did you do?
Fucking just levied an army that had like 5 man-at-arms.
Oh. That is a good spend. Time to destroy Dakar. Well, goodbye.
We're wiping out Coupe
Coupe
as well.
Just purging him? No cities, nothing?
I mean... Send military up if you want to slice.
I'm building.
Companies were bought by the third one, which is an American company.
I might take Dakar.
Children with cancer in Cuba didn't have
leave Dakar for me.
The US company didn't sell that. So that's one example.
That's the hard one
But
to
it's
keep.
not just humanitarian doctors like Franco that visit Cuba. Apparently,
I know,
Western
but
big
just leave it
pharma
for me.
CEOs are coming here too.
They were a little bit interested because Cuba has an important research bar.
Yeah.
And they have developed also a couple of interesting drugs, which were then bought by companies. I know from a very important CEO of a very important pharmaceutical company who came incognito to Cuba. Nobody was allowed to tell that he was going to see what they are searching for.
So I'm standing there on the street talking to a world-renowned cancer researcher, and he's telling me that, big pharma executives are entering Cuba secretly to like collaborate on research projects without the US government knowing. But it's all just kind of like difficult to believe, right? How does a Caribbean country, it's blocked off from trading with the world, how do they become a biomedical powerhouse making insane discoveries like, the world's only meningococcal B vaccine and luring big pharma execs with these breakthroughs? And, all the other Caribbean countries, they're still stuck researching who that guy was who let the dogs out. It just doesn't make sense. So the next day, we decided to visit the Neuroscience Institute to see how it's possible that Cuba's pumping out all these medical breakthroughs under siege. Now, this institute was on the other side of town, so we were facing the same problem we'd face multiple times a day in Cuba, finding transportation. Now, after being on land for so long, I was honestly missing the diesel fumes of the boat engine, so I decided to splurge and get a real petrol taxi to take us to the institute. And we're going there with our mate Daniel. He's a Cuban journalist working for the independent media outlet Belly of the Beast. They do awesome documentaries and on-the-ground reporting in a place that's always like so saturated with fake news from mainstream media. So you can check him out in the video description. Now, Daniel joined our project as a producer, which is, a stressful job at the best of times, but he was also doing it under the constant threat of being bombed by a foreign country.
Realizing that your future, the future of those around you, ends up depending on, individual decisions of people that, in all honesty, couldn't give two shits about any of you.
Yeah.
It's daunting.
Yeah, sounds terrifying.
The idea of violence and the idea of an armed invasion running through my mind. I keep having nightmares about it.
Yeah.
They start bombing, I'm dead. A lot of people are aware that this is a real possibility, and those who are thinking it like that, there's not a single one that would say, hey, yeah, sure, they should bomb Havana. That's not a thing. Like, you could find someone that tells you, sure, I hope the government changes, right? But bombs and bullets, they have no names. Once the shooting starts, no one's, stopping to say, oh, let's see if this guy was a communist.
After that fun chat in the taxi, we finally got to the Neuroscience Institute to meet up with Dr. Mitchell Valdez Sosa.
Don't panic if there's a power cut.
Okay.
The elevator will have no problem and we'll just wait.
We can do the interview in the elevator.
All right, yeah.
Perfect.
This was the very
That would have
first
been sick.
medical equipment manufactured
To do the interview in the elevator.
computer.
It turns out Cuba became a research hub thanks to this computer and a guy called Erwin Roy John, the father of quantitative electroencephalography and neurometrics. And look, I don't know what that means, but I was standing in front of a world-renowned scientist, so I just nodded along, right? Now, Erwin Roy John wasn't a fan of Big Pharma, and he was a massive fan of Cuba's universal healthcare system because, he's interested in treating people and not just making products for a company to sell to the highest bidder. So he wanted to do his research here.
Irving Roy John was fired up with this idea, and he said, I'm going to bring to Cuba some computers with my software for studying the electrical activity of the brain. Of course, when he asked, for the permit, whatever, to export it, they said, oops, That's trading with the enemy. In the meantime, Fidel had talked to the university professors and asked them, you guys can make a computer? He said, we can. And looking at the user's manual, they started deducing, if this does this, it has to work in this way in the inside, on the plane. When Roy returned, ashamed, I wasn't able to convince the US government. We said, nope, we have our own computer.
Good, we sorted that.
And that was how the Neuroscience Institute was started. Now, the research Erwin Roy John did here led to breakthroughs like this. And trust me, I Googled it. Like, I don't fully understand it, but they're definitely breakthroughs. And in Cuba, these insights were used to test every child in the country for neurological disorders like epilepsy for free. And in the US, these same breakthroughs are used to, charge parents upwards of $22,000 if they want to know if their kid has epilepsy. So it's no wonder Roy John opted to do his world-renowned research in Cuba, even though he knew full well that he would be blacklisted by the US government for doing it. Cuba is the only country in the world that had to develop everything themselves. From the ventilators that saved countless lives during COVID to screening devices for newborns and hearing aids, which by all accounts should be almost impossible to do. Like even in a country like the US, right? One of the biggest biomed industries in the world, they still rely heavily on global supply chains for all their medical treatments, right? No country can function without accessing the things that the rest of the world produces. But cutting off Cuba from the world isn't just cruel to this island nation of 10 million people.
There are people that feel, we're blackout, people that feel.
It's also cruel to everyday Americans who can't access any of Cuba's medical breakthroughs, such as, treating early onset Alzheimer's or healing diabetic ulcers without having to amputate a limb, which affects you. No, the person watching this, it affects you directly. It's like you've been sitting here watching it for over an hour now, and that means that you're much, much more likely to develop type 2 diabetes.
Tens of thousands of amputations in the US and all over the world. The cooperation between the US and Cuba could save, from amputation, dozens of thousands of people a year. There's no right to harm a country.
You say dozens of thousands?
You're also harming your own people.
I love that.
It's absurd. It's absurd.
This US policy of suffocation only really has one explanation.
They don't like the Cuban example. This is fractions of a cent. We provide our people with medicines at extremely low prices. In the US, the whole pharmaceutical industry is profit-driven. And this is the gigantic lobby. So this example of socialized medicine and preventive medicine, it doesn't fit into their profit-driven ideas. And they don't like the Cuban example.
The US has been doing this for the past 60 years, and it's crazy to think that these doctors and researchers are still making scientific advancements.
You people have worms in your brain, honestly.
And we were about to experience a really big one that night while we were having beers with our 80-year-old friend Claudio at the hotel.
¿Y cómo subimos a la habitación al 10º piso?
It was pretty freaky, but sadly this was business as usual for the Cubans, and everyone was ready with emergency torches and emergency orchestral instruments.
Is someone just playing the flute outside in the middle of the blackout?
I had one turn from a wonder.
Oh, there's a car coming.
Somebody built it.
Someone's got a lie.
Motherfuckers.
This would be so creepy if it wasn't for the flautist.
It turns out some people are even more prepared than the flute player, and they have their own backup generators.
Will our key cards... Oh, there we go. Hey, nice. I was wondering if our key cards will open the lock to the door.
Now, we've never been in a citywide blackout before, so we took this opportunity to scope it out. Occasionally, you'll stumble upon a private business that managed to get a backup generator going, but generally it was just pitch black. I can't imagine going through this multiple days a week. I mean, we barely found our way home in the dark. But we woke up to some even worse news the next morning. Our 2 boats were still missing.
Yeah, it's quite scary. And then you think of all those songs we were singing.
About dying at sea. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, I hope they're okay.
Yeah, and I think the thing that kind of got me today is that they did a search and there was no one. Oh, there's nothing we can really do. Just wait and see and hopefully they come down to that harbour over there, to the end of this street, and we go give them big hugs.
Now, to get our mind off of our
country,
potentially
Cuba.
dead friends, we decided to, talk to some people whose lives were comparatively worse to make us feel better. So we went to Centro Havana, one of the poorest parts of the city, to see how everyday people were living under the blockade. We thought the best place to start was at the Community Medical Center to speak to Dr. Roxana. She agreed to chat with us about how the community was dealing with the blockade, but I also realized I had an opportunity to get free healthcare, so I wanted to
the
get that
entire
sorted
first part of the video.
Dile que quiero por aquí.
Sí, es algo serio.
So apparently there's one of these community clinics every couple of blocks in Cuba, and they're actually community doctors, right? They spend half their day in the clinic like a normal GP, then they spend the rest of their day going around doing routine checkups at people's houses. So your average Cuban will have a GP visit them every 2 weeks for checkups, not just when they're sick, but like all the time. In Australia, we got so much money and resources, but you'll never, ever get that amount of attention from a doctor. Like, I'm lucky if I get 5 minutes with a GP when I'm sick, let alone if I feel perfectly fine.
Yo tuve un problema en Australia hace 20 años. Yo fui enfermo cada vez y no sé por qué. Y fui al doctor y hacemos muchas investigaciones. Pero el problema fue que yo no había dejado de tomar por un año. Y por eso fue enfermo cada vez. Pero el doctor no ha visitado mi casa y por eso no sabe que yo soy tan sucio.
Por eso es fundamental, o sea, tienes que ver al paciente íntegramente con todo. Tienes que ver con todo, porque hay enfermedades psicológicas que te afectan orgánicamente, hay enfermedades orgánicas que descompensan la parte psicológica. La higiene es fundamental para todas las demás enfermedades. Entonces todo tú lo tienes que ver todo en conjunto, que es la base de todo el sistema nacional de salud.
I was honestly amazed by the Cuban health system, and frankly I found it embarrassing that a country with nothing can offer their citizens much more than a rich country like Australia. But this phone call that interrupted us was an instant reminder of the reality of what they're going through under the blockade. Just like the hospitals, there were barely any medical supplies left in the country, and everyone's just trying their best to get a hold of some. We decided to follow Roxana around that day while she did her house visit, so we could get a better feel of how regular Cubans are dealing with the unfolding humanitarian crisis. The first patient was Glenda, a 79-year-old woman who was diagnosed with diabetes. And after her checkup, she agreed to chat with us about, how she's been dealing with the blackouts.
¿Es posible saber cuándo no vas a tener
hay veces sí, hay veces no. La mayor parte de las veces la empresa eléctrica no puede pronosticar porque no sabe.
Sí. Bueno, para mí es muy difícil aprender cómo funciona todo.
No, lo difícil es saber por qué no reímos todavía.
Pero sería difícil todo, por ejemplo, si no hay corriente, ¿cómo se cocina la cena?
Exactamente. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hacemos nosotros? Cuando viene la corriente, hay que levantarse a resolver ese problema. Hacer los frijoles, esto, lo otro, para que sea nada más.
Y eso puede ser a las 3 por la noche.
A las 3 de la mañana. Puede ser cuando sea.
Dice, a eso le suma el agua. Tienen que entonces, esa es otra.
Por ejemplo, para lavar hay que tener en cuenta, uno, que haya agua. Porque aunque haya agua en la cisterna, si no hay electricidad, para poder impulsarla. Dos, que el motor sirva, porque esa es la otra historia. Y tres, que hay electricidad. Hay que conjugar las tres cosas. Y a veces, no. El otro día estuve 2 días con la lavadora de ropa sin poder lavar.
It turns out Glenda was 13 years old when the revolution happened, and because she knew how to read and write, as a teenager, she volunteered to go teach in the countryside as part of this, sudden nationwide push to eliminate illiteracy. And what she saw in the Cuban countryside in 1960 broke her.
Y ahí me di cuenta qué cosa era realmente el capitalismo. Por los campesinos sin ropa, los niños con las barrigas llenas de parásitos. La situación tan grave que había es donde yo alfabeticé, que ahí la situación era morirse de hambre, era la realidad que se vivía en ese momento. A mí se me murió en los brazos un niño de 2 años por asma. Eso fue un golpe para mí tremendo. O sea, yo tengo eso grabado en mi mente. A mí no hay que me haga cuento de que buenos son los americanos, ¿no? Ni el capitalismo, mentira. Supuesto.
I noticed this weird souvenir clock she had on her wall as well, and it turns out she's experienced capitalism more than once. In 2009, the South African government was giving out flights to people who wanted to volunteer in local communities, and she obviously jumped at the rare opportunity to, see the world that she'd been locked out of.
Pero date cuenta que en Sudáfrica yo fui a una comunidad que tenía 500.000 personas viviendo en casucha, con las mínimas condiciones Increíble eso, era algo. Y uno de los problemas que tenían ellos más complicado era que no sabían cómo enterrar a los muertos, porque era muy caro. Y entonces las comunidades tenían un consejo que tú tenías que pagar todos los meses para cuando te murieras, te pagaban el entierro. Y entonces cuando yo dije allí, ay, pero si el entierro en mi país es gratis, dice, ¿cómo que es gratis? Yo decía, es gratis, dice, no, aquí no, es horrible. No sé allá en Australia cómo será.
Se puede sacar, ¿cómo se dice? Insurance, seguro.
Seguro.
Sí, puedes sacar seguro para cuando fue. Eso es algo popular, no sabe. Hay comerciales en televisión.
Muy caro.
Tienes que sacar el seguro para morir. Eso no existe.
No. Esto es bueno. Aquí todo es gratis.
Me voy a Cuba cuando quiero morir. Para hacerlo aquí.
Y te garantizamos el tiempo, no te preocupes. Está bien, bueno, ya saben, aquí nos tienen cuando ustedes
gracias.
Si quieren tomar café, vuelvan otra vez, que todavía me queda. A 3 días me queda.
Hopefully one day I get to come back and take her up on the coffee, but I mean, getting to Cuba wasn't easy. And when I turned on the TV that night, it felt like getting to Cuba was almost impossible. Like, our missing boats were primetime news in Cuba, and we were starting to get really worried for our friends.
What?
But being...
Well, I annexed Hanzor with faith, and all those levied units just disappeared.
Incredible. Should have done that. That was what one might call a mistake.
I didn't know it would happen.
Well, it was a learning curve, I guess.
Scared for your friends and family is just a taste of the daily lives of Cuban people who, you know, they're either facing starvation or like a full-on invasion. Like the next news story was about university students training to defend themselves when the US invades. Like, there isn't a single part of these people's lives that isn't affected by the blockade. Like, from the simplest things, like garbage trucks struggling to get, you know, the few drops of fuel left in the country so the streets overflow with rubbish, to completely empty tourist centres. Like, literally nothing is coming into this country. But in the middle of all this, the weird part is that life somehow goes on. Like, the country's slowly suffocating, right? They're facing a humanitarian crisis on the horizon, but everyone's just trying their best to live their lives in any way they can. Like, I spoke to so many people during this trip, and obviously the video is already enormous, so I had to cut a bunch of stuff. But if you want to see the full, uncut conversations with everyday Cubans, jump on the Patreon because I'll be uploading all of them there. But the same thing happened in all these conversations, right? I kept trying to do the maths. Like, if the average salary is like $20 a month and a bag of rice costs $12, how is it possible that anyone's surviving? And I asked this question to every Cuban I met, and every person had pretty much exactly the same answer. They all told me that they had no idea either. It's crazy. Like, a couple of days later, we found out that our friends weren't dead, which is, you know, it's a massive relief. And the rest of our humanitarian aid made it to Cuba. And obviously the Cubans were ecstatic that, you know, someone out there cares about what's going on. But the reality is that what's on those tiny little boats can only go so far. Like, things are getting really, really bad in Cuba. Like, people are dying, and everyone else is just living on borrowed time. And this was the point of the blockade for the past 60 years. When enough people starve to death, the Cubans won't have many options left, right? They'll get desperate, and they'll eventually dismantle the socialist system they've built. I mean, unless the US gets bored of waiting and invades them first. But either way, you know, the mafia will get their cities back, the plantation owners will get their slaves back, and the US will get their sugar companies back. And the people of Cuba, they can look forward to becoming just like all the other capitalist third world countries around them, like Haiti and Dominica, or even Puerto Rico, right? Which is actually part of the US, but they haven't had a functioning electricity grid for the past 9 years anyway. Like, these countries experience some of the worst living standards in the world, and their lives are about to get much worse because the US recently kicked all the Cuban doctors out of the third world as part of the blockade. So I guess Haiti doesn't have any healthcare now either, and it made me think about all these places from, you know, Haiti to Somalia where, you know, people can't afford food and everyone's slowly starving to death. In all these places, it's kind of really hard to even work out where to start, right? Like, how do you fix this? Who's going to invest? What would they even build there? Is it going to go to the right people, right? But the tragedy of Cuba is that they've already set everything up on their own. You know, they got world-class healthcare, they've got the infrastructure and the know-how. Like, the only thing we need to do is just stop fucking with them, you know? Like, literally the only thing the world needs to do is just treat them how we treat any other country in the world, right? Let them buy food, let them buy fuel, let them buy medicine. just let him sell stuff. I don't know. We just need to be normal. At this point in the video, I'd usually provide a link, right? Like, I want to share a fundraiser for Progressive International that's planning to bring more aid boats to Cuba, but the US has sanctioned them too. So honestly, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't usually say this, but I'm completely out of ideas. It's up to you guys. Like, you need to do everything you can to stop your governments from killing these people.
But whatever you do, don't protest in a military uniform.
That's illegal. That's
It literally is.
The government of Burkina Faso severed its diplomatic relationships with France, citing the, quote, neo-colonial ambitions of its former colonizer, which it once again accused of supporting terror groups that are currently active across the Sahel. This decision came 3.5 years after Captain Ibrahim Traoré's government expelled all of the French troops and the French ambassador from the country, which happened again in January 2023, a year after the France-backed regime was ousted in a popular military coup. In 2024, Burkina Faso expelled 3 other French diplomats accused of subversive activities, but it had continued to maintain formal diplomatic relations with France until last week, when it did announce severing these ties with immediate effect. Again, because of France's support for terror groups. So to discuss all of this and what it means for the region and what has happened since then, we are very excited to be joined by David Hundain, a Nigerian
in an imperialist
investigative
invasion.
journalist and author. David,
Yeah, France, well
thank you so
known
much for joining us.
funding ISIS.
Thank you for having me.
We're happy to have you back here with us. So let's get right into it. Since the patriotic revolution in Burkina Faso, the relations with France have been tense, of course. The expelling of the troops, expelling of the ambassador, several diplomatic personnel. So why now? Why did the government finally decide to sever diplomatic ties
They're so
with France?
So from my perspective, it's been coming. Based on what was put in the statements, they themselves alluded to the idea that they've been giving France chances. They probably didn't want to come across as this stereotypical Cold War era sort of knee-jerk revolutionaries. They've been trying to play a long-term game, and they've been actually quite restrained in many ways. But I think what finally tipped the balance was I think 3 or 4 days before this announcement was made, a French military general, who is also, I forget the exact post he has, but he does something with the EU as well, and he basically pushed a motion at the EU Parliament condemning Burkina Faso, essentially directly interfering in their local political space, which is the number one grouse that they have expressed over and over and over again, that this French entity keeps trying to interfere, this French entity does not respect their sovereignty, and that's their number one problem with them. And then this guy went, I think his name is Christophe Lemaitre or something like that, went ahead and did the exact thing which they've been complaining about for 3 years. And I think that's what finally put them in a situation where they thought, you know what, we have to make a statement. We have to do something epoch-defining finally, because we've given these people enough rope. And I think that's what happened.
Well, one of the reasons that was cited by Burkina Faso for cutting ties with France was, quote, active support for subversive networks and terrorists. And as you know, this claim has been lodged against France by other alliance of Sahel states like Niger and Mali, who've recently suffered serious terrorist attacks. So in your perspective, David, how much truth is there to this accusation that France is backing terrorist groups in the Sahel?
It's more than an accusation. The French themselves have basically come out to say as much.
Maybe don't seek
Russia's
Russia's
famous
help.
video, which was, it's from
You might get fucked up.
LCI TV, which is a local French TV station.
Yeah.
From 2023, shortly after the coup in Niger,
Sleep with dogs.
where the French ambassador in Niger
Get
was
fleas.
forced to leave the country. And this guy who is identified on TV as a former DGSE officer, the DGSE is basically the French External Intelligence Agency, it's the French CIA basically. And this guy goes on TV, he's been interviewed, and he says now that our embassy staff are no longer hostages in Niger, we now have the freedom to carry out more destabilization operations in Niger. He said this in plain French on national TV. So they basically, and now even before they stepped up these operations, they basically signposted it, telegraphed it to the world that we are going to make this place ungovernable and unlivable for these people. That unless we are going to be in charge of this place, unless we are restored to our imperial position here where we get to plunder this place, we will not let the locals have it. They basically said so. And even beyond that, every so often, you will often see the spokespeople for the so-called Azawad Liberation Front, which is one of the terror groups that is allied with Al-Qaeda in the region. These spokespeople go on French national TV. They go on France 24, and they're interviewed. So that in and of itself is beyond just
France 24 did interviews
I
with
would actually classify
Azawad,
that as an open diplomatic provocation.
and that means France is supporting them. Got it.
And then those of us who are local, who here in West Africa, who are on the ground, and who have like a front row seat to see French information operations up close, they have a whole army of social media sock puppets and bot accounts and things in that space, and all they do is just on a 24/7 basis just constantly pump out accusation after accusation. If, say, the Burkina Faso or Niger or Malian military scores a significant victory against these terror groups, next thing you see is that they're accused of carrying out a civilian massacre. Right, these are terrorists that were killed in an armed engagement.
Let's justify the massacres real quick because we're breaking news. Okay.
Captain Traoré is carrying out an ethnic genocide. And then these claims get amplified in French media. So from those social media accounts,
here's an idea. Don't do an ethnic genocide.
Pretty easy. 24. And then that's how
doing what Israel's doing to the Palestinians,
into the mainstream,
to the Fulani.
So right now,
to justify Russia's involvement in an ethnic cleansing is probably not a good way forward.
You see articles
when you're trying to virtue signal that France is
they're literally
bad.
trying to sell the narrative that these countries fighting back against the terrorists that they are sponsoring is somehow a genocide. That these countries should not be allowed to violate the human rights of the terrorists that they're supporting. So France
you mean the Fulani people, which you're painting with a broad brush as all terrorists, exactly like
really
Israel is doing?
That up, and especially this resolution that was adopted in the European Parliament last week, because it's truly mind-boggling. I mean, of course, we know that European Parliament resolutions are essentially, they don't do anything. Yeah, they're just papers, but it does show that they are clearly committed to kind of fighting this media narrative and this media war to demonize the Sahel states, which have dared, again, to assert their sovereignty. But, as part of this media war, we've seen
they're so
kind of
funny.
claim circulating on
They're
social
so
media,
funny.
which you have commented on, which is
don't forget, this is all them detracting for the fact that they were just shaking hands with Israel in Burkina Faso. Let's see how they justify and gloss over that one.
There's a claim that Burkina Faso received an Israeli diplomat
They did.
and opened up diplomatic channels and is like buddy-buddy with Israel.
They are.
This has generated a lot of online commentary. So what is behind this kind of social media story? Is there an Israeli diplomat in Burkina Faso? What's happening there?
Okay, so I'll try to summarize the actual material facts of the issue so that those who aren't aware can get some education on this. So up until 1993, Burkina Faso and many other African countries had no diplomatic relationship with Israel whatsoever. In 1993, something called the Oslo Accords were signed in Norway, and as part of the Oslo Accords, Burkina Faso opened up a diplomatic channel with Israel. So there's no direct Israeli ambassador to Burkina Faso and vice versa. What there is that there's an Israeli ambassador to Cote d'Ivoire, which obviously is a major Israeli ally in West Africa. So, but the Israeli ambassador to Cote d'Ivoire is then accredited to 3 other countries, that's Benin, Togo, and Burkina Faso, and is able to provide consular services for Israel in those countries. Now, whenever a new Israeli ambassador to Cote d'Ivoire is appointed, as part of this standard diplomatic procedure, he has to present his
ISWAP
credentials
just hit the Mali
to
army.
the president of Cote d'Ivoire and to the presidents of the other 3 countries that he's also accredited to, including Burkina Faso. And that's what that was. So, in fact, if you read the full announcement, the day that picture was taken, which started going viral, the same picture was taken with 7 other ambassadors.
Okay.
So a total of 8 ambassadors came to present their credentials to Ibrahim Traore, and then this, I forget the name of but it's some sort of Christian Zionist organization which targets black people in America, basically. They go and take one of those pictures or 2 of those pictures showing only the Israeli ambassador and Ibrahim Traore, and say Ibrahim Traore has received an Israeli ambassador and he's opened, it signaled the creation of a new chapter in the Burkina Faso-Israel relationship. He completely pulled that out of his backside, basically, because that absolutely did not happen. So basically, the idea here is...
David, just to tell everyone, the organization that you're referring to is this very obscure Twitter account called Institute for Black Solidarity with Israel, based out of Charlotte, North Carolina. There you go.
That's the one. So essentially, you have this. It's a basic, bog standard, non-newsworthy diplomatic event that this sort of crypto Zionist operation has then blown up into this thing.
Crypto Zionist?
Unfortunately, a large part of most of the audience has no idea about any of the things I've just said. So to most of the audience,
this reminds me of?
Why is this supposed
Do you remember that guy that went around calling everybody secret white supremacist?
And then why is because, and then
you don't remember this? I think his name was Tariq Nasheed.
Then made reference to some general.
Everyone was an undercover white supremacist that disagreed with him.
And Israel, right now, but if you read to the end of the announcement, it then says the framework guiding this agreement doesn't exist yet, which is a diplomatic way of saying we are just being, what's the word? We're being polite. We're being civil, right? We want to act like we're civil with these people. We're not taking a fight. And which I think is a pragmatic thing to do if you're in Burkina Faso's situation. I think that because of the sheer amount of revolutionary aesthetic surrounding the Burkina Faso story and how romantic it is,
where it was a military coup. Then 2 other countries did a military coup.
And has a lot of material
and then said,
to get through. It still
fuck
has a
Nigeria.
large amount of poverty to fix. It still has basic infrastructure that it is constructing. Its security situation has not been sorted out yet. It still needs to finish the job. It still needs to finish equipping the military. So when you're in that situation, 3 or 4 years ago, you were ranked as the 2nd poorest country in the world. Yeah. Now, obviously, because of their gold, they've nationalized the gold.
Number 1 in terror.
And they have some money to do certain things now. Good for them.
Top of list,
not
baby.
By any means there yet. So this is not the time for a pragmatic leader to start picking fights with people he's not qualified to pick fights with.
Oh, hear that? He's being pragmatic by dealing with Israel. Got it. Makes sense.
Even much bigger and much more significant countries like China, when they were going through their revolutionary periods, they didn't go around picking fights with giants that they couldn't go toe to toe.
Hey, you guys know that Ho Chi Minh offered Israel...
Brother,
Israel's
the Maoist movement funded revolutions all over the world. What are you talking about?
You know what the best part is? Their funding of Cambodia. Pretty cool.
And not only that, they were doing it especially after the Sino-Soviet split. Which I guess is a little bit after the revolution period, but still.
60s, yeah. I think.
Right? So there was never a time you saw China going, even though ideologically China was obviously opposed to the US, but you never saw China go and actively pick a fight with the US. Right? So
they were just doing it with the Soviet Union at the time.
Yeah.
You never saw China pick a fight with the US. Meanwhile, they're actively killing the Soviets in all these different conflicts throughout Asia.
Yeah. Like
Burkina Faso, which is many hundreds of times smaller than China, be the one to do that. But I think a lot of these internet commentators they've been taken in by this romantic notion of this guy who is like a regen of Thomas Sankara. He's some kind of savior. He's not. He's a pragmatic leader whose primary job is to fix his country. The primary purpose of the revolution is not to satisfy the sensibilities of internet people. The primary purpose is to improve the material conditions.
Not going terrible. It's not any worse than it was before.
Bumper sticker. That was beautiful.
I think it is worse.
So, speaking to all of that, it has been almost 3 years since the Alliance of Sahel States was founded. So, from your perspective,
it's
David,
a confederation.
How has this development changed?
It is a confederation.
Are you referring to the break with France?
No, the Alliance of Sahel States.
Oh, right. As an institution, right.
Yeah.
It's done some very important things. So I'll start with the things it's done materially before I get to the more conceptual stuff. So materially on the ground, the primary thing that has changed, first of all, is the security situation. It's a lot better than it used to be. There was a time, I believe in 2022, when Ibrahim Traoré first came into power, I believe less than half of the country was functionally under the control of the Burkinabe government. More than half of the country was basically ungoverned space, right? Now, that is the total percentage of the country that is under fixed government control, I think is up to 79%, which will still sound like it's quite low, but the outstanding 21% is always important to remember that this is a vast expanse of Sahelian land, which is basically impossible to completely police. So it's not as though there's 21% of the country that is under the control of terrorists, but it's that there's 21% of the country that is still susceptible to these attacks, right? So that's the first thing that has changed. Materially, the security situation generally has improved a lot. Economically, there's been a lot of growth. Last year, I believe 2025, for the first time in living memory, Burkina Faso specifically produced more grain than is consumed. So for the first time in living memory, it was no longer a net importer of food.
That's interesting.
Because there's obviously the most important thing if you're trying to improve the material conditions of people is food sovereignty, food security. So maybe not so much in Niger, which is at the other end of the development scale in the AES, but definitely Burkina Faso, that problem has been fixed. So their food security is basically, it's one of the best in the region, if not on the continent right now. There are large-scale infrastructure projects going on. The most significant one to me is the new expressway between the capital, Ouagadougou, and Bobo-Dioulasso, which is the second largest city in the country. Why it's significant, apart from the fact that it's obviously going to open up economic opportunities, is that it signals a shift in infrastructure policy from the colonial strategy, which was basically to build roads and rail lines linking mines to ports, right? Because that was the whole essence, that was the whole idea behind colonialism, is to extract. So instead of building roads and rails to connect ports to mines, so that's out, they're rather building infrastructure between cities to link the people, which is how you build the actual local economy. Mali, which was always more developed, the other two members, it's the developments in Mali are more conceptual than material. So the first thing is that there's been a unification of their mobile communication systems. So if you're traveling across the three countries, you no longer need to roam, right? If you have one SIM card, it now works seamlessly across the three countries, which might not sound like such a big deal to you, but here in Africa, I guarantee you that absolutely is a big deal. If here in Ghana, if I'm going to go next door to Cote d'Ivoire, my Ghanaian SIM becomes useless. I can't do anything with it. That's how it is all over the continent. multiplied in 55 places. So they are the first bloc on the continent to actually converge materially in that sense. So in that sense, it's a big deal. They've created an AES radio and TV station. I don't think they've gone far enough in terms of investing in their media narrative, but they've definitely started. They've definitely taken a few steps in that direction. They've inaugurated an AES bank, which is the first step on the way to breaking out of the CFA franc, right? So they've inaugurated an AES bank and they've built up their gold reserves. They anticipate that when they inevitably launch their new currency, that there's going to be an attack on that currency. That's almost inevitable. So they're building up their gold reserves to be able to withstand this attack, which is why they haven't launched the new currency yet. As I said, they're being very, So yeah, and those operations are based out of Mali. In Niger is a significantly less developed than the other two. But the most significant change that has taken place in Niger is that the country is now, for the first time, taking a much greater proportion of
I'm going to miss out on a golden age by a single turn.
Previously, it was French and Canadian and Australian mining corporations that basically made all the money. Less than 21% of Niger had access to electricity. And Niger was one of the greatest, the largest suppliers of yellow cake uranium to France. It generates over 70% of its energy from nuclear power. So you can imagine the imbalance there. But now they've kicked out the French company Orano. They've chosen new trade partners. They've been able to get better prices for their resource exports. For example, there was a comparison we did at the Spearhead last year where we compared the amount that was made from exporting to France versus the amount that was made for exporting to Russia for the same thing, and the difference was something in the region of 60%. Because that's how much they're getting underpaid and undervalued. So
hell yeah! I forgot I was sitting on the
Bob
Bob
starting to have some infrastructural development. So for the first time now, they're building a whole housing development for the armed forces, for example. Things which should have been unthinkable 4 or 5 years ago, because the money simply wasn't there. But the money is there now because the state is taking a much bigger percentage of revenues from mining and extraction going on in the country. So those are the material changes that are taking place in the AES. And then, of course, the biggest one, how could I forget? The AES military. They now have a joint military force of over 100,000 fighting men. To put that in perspective, the largest military in the region is Nigeria, which has about 250,000 fighting men. These countries traditionally have been Nigeria's poor cousins and nobody thinks about them. Now have a military that is approaching half of that size and is still growing. So the balance of power in the region has shifted, basically.
No, that's definitely a huge,
great. Can't wait for a regional
tectonic
war.
shift, you could say. David Hundayan, Nigerian investigative
and then
journalist,
for
and author,
ISIS
we
to
really
capitalize.
appreciate you joining us and breaking all this
That's
down.
going to be great.
Look forward to having you
especially
on
for the
again
people
soon.
of
Thank you
West
very much
Africa.
for having me.
That'll be fantastic. One of them dams is going right there. Get in there. Can't hear it. Can't hear it.
Days. Like obscenely expensive because rent seeking has gotten so bad, and I now have like a picture perfect point of anecdotal evidence that I can offer to supply my argument.
Hell yeah.
Because I remember when I first made this argument, there were like people in there was the people in the Reddit, and the people in the Reddit were like, he's not a professional. He hasn't even worked in this field for 20 years. Okay, well, you know what? I got an email. So how about that? You want some anecdotal evidence? Take a look at this. Okay, I'm gonna read this. Okay, hold on. Okay.
I'm gonna.
And and they're supplying a particular anecdote. I'm not going to say the name of the city or the engineering firm. I do have a photo, and I asked them if I can use the photo. It's not actually a photo, it's a diagram, okay? Hold on, okay? Get ready for this.
It's just going to be a
genuinely,
goatee.
this is why it's all falling apart. I mean that. I really do mean that, you know? It's like intersectionality, okay? Progressive talking points often meet up in the middle because there is a link between being anti-racist and anti-sexist.
Like
and likewise, the collapse of Western civilization is, in my opinion, like fundamentally rooted in financialization and rent-seeking, and this is like a root point. This is why everything is bad, not the AP News, okay? This. Right here, okay? Are you ready for it? I'm going to read some shit, okay? Attached, this is the email. Attached is the full cost estimate of this project, redoing a small road and its utilities. But for this example, I'm looking at the crosswalk paint lines here. See, you can see the lines here, right? There's the stop line, there's the crosswalk lines, okay? The stop line there is estimated to cost $30 per foot, and the crosswalk paint is $20 per square foot. In total, we've estimated that this crosswalk, only painting it, will cost the taxpayer $4,720. When talking about these grand public works projects, they may not seem very bad, but keep in mind that this is, at most, 4 hours of labor and a few dollars of paint. This crosswalk in particular will use anywhere from a half-gallon to 1 gallon of paint. The paint is specifically made for purposes like this, and it's not expensive to buy. In fact, it costs about $500 per ton if you buy it in bulk from China. Even if, however, the contractor were to purchase this retail, it's around $230 for 5 gallons. For argument's sake, we will say the contractor bought the 5-gallon bucket. Assuming the prevailing wage is around $60 per hour for this labor, that's around $240 per labor and $46 worth of paint. So taxpayers are paying over 10 times what it costs to paint this, even when workers are getting paid really well to do it. Getting shafted has become so baked into our system, this is the estimate that we came up with, not how much it'll actually cost. That doesn't even include the other aspects of finishing this crosswalk. While working, they need to ensure there's traffic control happening, and that's another lump sum of $32,000. The signage that we're installing along the whole road is another $3,000. In total, the cost of this project is assumed to be around $1,436,000. That's all the email. I just read the email. This is what I mean. This is just for repainting the intersection. This is what I mean. This is like a fundamental. We built more beautiful, more technically impressive cities for less money in less time with men who had worse construction equipment. On every level, like every single level of this process has been optimized to maximize rent seeking. Everything is impossibly expensive now. We're talking, I mean, this should cost, like, again, just for the paint and for the labor, about $300. And somehow, yeah, I mean, I don't need to reread the email because it's obscene enough, even
well,
if
haven't
it's
you
like
heard?
first read over.
So were the Nazis.
But like, man, nuts. The 1.4 million is for the entire work they're doing here for like redoing this this intersection. But it is about between the installation and the traffic blocking about $36,700 just for the painting. Just for the painting, $36,000.
That's right.
This is what it. This is like the median wage for almost a year, and we're talking about a couple hours of labor. This is what I mean. Like when you, and this is why I think it's so important for leftists to pay attention to like monetary and fiscal policy, because when you get right down to the bones of it, like the rot is so much more fundamental than you think it is. You know what I mean? This is why I stress, like, it goes beyond just, well, insurance companies fleece you of your money. Yeah. But it's, like, much worse than you think it is. It's so much worse than you think it is. And it's on every level, and it's basically unfixable. It's basically unfixable. Because the system is designed... In order to fix this, you would need a fundamental rearrangement of incentives. And that would require so much political will on every level that it's almost difficult to fathom. It's really, really, really bad. By the way, I just want to say, that is only one anecdote that I was provided in this email. Only one. I was provided other anecdotes. And by the way, I just should say, this is the least detailed diagram that I received. I have received, like, very detailed diagrams in this email. Very interesting stuff. I didn't want to share all of it because I don't want to, like, reveal too many particulars. But this is, like, a fairly well-documented collection of data from one contractor, and it is genuinely obscene. It's really, really, really bad. I'm just providing this one because it's the most straightforward and simple one that requires the least, like, context to get into. Yeah, I don't know. This is precisely what I'm talking about when I talk about, like, the fundamental rot of rent seeking. It's so much, like, larger.
What does he mean by rent seeking?
It's why, like, when an electrician or a plumber comes to your house, like, every visit is $600. You know, everything, everywhere. It has nothing to do with, like, increased pay.
What does he mean by rent
or
seeking?
Like, safety practices.
No.
It's just built into the system. Does the email talk about what the 10 times literally is going
Strange.
to? Consultancy firms are designed to maximize the number of steps in between a project being proposed and a project being completed so that everyone gets their cut. Like, basically, every contracting firm is the stereotype of a union to make sure that as many people get their split as possible. So rather than just the people involved in the project getting paid, you have, like, this ladder, chain of people involved in the process of verifying it, of ratifying it, of planning it, of double checking and triple checking. And all of these people, mind you, are doing work. The point is to waste human labor and wealth. That is the point. It is, you have a process that could be done very efficiently with minimal people and minimal money, and instead you draw it out so as many people and as much money gets involved in the process as possible, thereby creating this, like, Gordian knot of incentives that like, make it impossible to do anything cheaply or cleanly or easily. Like, everything gets subcontracted here and here, and you're paying for the like headhunters who find the construction firms, and you have to split it between different ones. Like, this guy manages the traffic, but this guy does the painting. Oh, this guy's only specialized in stop.
Where it's like, we're going to trickle down the money, but then they just increase the.
You know what I mean?
Salary.
Isn't this the number one advice in the CIA handbook on how to paralyze organizations? You're talking about the COINTELPRO documentation, right? That one of the methods the CIA. Well, no, I'm thinking about the FBI. Well, the CIA wrote on this too. That if you want to fuck up,
Protestants
like, a
have arrived at my shores.
Bring everything to committee. Every decision, every question, every revision, everything should be proceduralized, formalized, and taken to committee, so that everything takes forever to decide, and everyone wastes their time, and everything is unproductive. Everything must, like, have a conversation had about it. What you do is you eliminate the cornerstone of competence, which in all cases, in all industries, is a reliable person who's been working in the field for a long time who everyone trusts. It doesn't matter whether you're in engineering, civil, like civic planning, the military, ad, sales, anything, literally any field. A hospital,
when I say it's capitalism, I mean modern capitalism.
Efficient cornerstone of any organization is the
guy
post-Reagan who's been there for a long time and does his work good and everyone trusts him. You can have oversight onto that guy, but that guy is how everything works. To be fair, this is how a lot of government bureaucracy works too. Of course it is. The difference being, though, that the government doesn't have a, like, fundamental profit-seeking motive here. A government bureaucracy might be inefficient, and in many cases it is, but it's not designed to be inefficient to waste as much money as possible. This is why, like, our government has shifted so much into public-private, contracts over the past century, because the best way to fleece money out of the taxpayers is to use the legitimacy of the government bureaucracy to distribute money to private corporate bureaucracies. You understand? Like, the government bureaucracy might be inefficient in the way that all bureaucracies are, but they are not designed to waste taxpayer money until the private corporation gets involved. Like, if a government bureaucracy uses more money than it needs, where does that money go? Like, it's not like a corporation where the profits just get sucked up to the top or whatever. If it's like a government organization, if it's like an administrative branch or whatever, the money just gets like paid out. It's all baked into the bureaucracy. But with private contracting, oh baby, all excess money gets bled up to the top, you know? Literally, can't we work with budgets? Sure. Good luck getting any quote lower than the one this contracting firm provided. Because all of the contractors collude on this. Does China have the same issue? All capitalist countries have this issue to some extent. China has tamped down on it. America is uniquely bad at it. Like, America is the wealthiest country on earth, but we have the level of, like, public-private corruption that you would see in, like, a fucking war-torn African nation ruled by, like, a dictator and his 5 brothers. We survive it because we have obscenely large capital markets and a very high average income. But the level of as a percentage, the level of corruption, the amount of money that gets bled away into every project might actually be like the largest in the world. I don't know. I haven't done the math. It is obscene. What if you say fuck off to contractors, just find a guy to do it? It's illegal. Basically, every city in America has long ago, after much lobbying from local corporations, made it illegal to do that. Seriously, go look at municipal law, go look at your local torts and provisions and so on. It is illegal for the cities to do this work directly. You have to go through private contractors, and they have all decided it's gonna be expensive, you know? It's like going to the hospital. Like, you go to the hospital and you need something that's like, you need like an injection and 1 vial, right? And it's like, it costs $8,000 for some reason, even though the raw parts and the labor combined to provide this to you was like $5 or whatever. Like, you could theoretically find a guy and pay him $5 and have him do it. Good luck getting that, like, through the legitimacy of a hospital.
Was it the Apadana?
You know what I mean? As soon as you are like folded into the system, you are folded into the incentive structure for rent seeking. And if you ever tried to be more efficient than that, they would break you and make you illegal.
I think he pipped you, Wonder.
Wouldn't this also apply to renewable energy projects like solar?
Oh, wasn't that one?
Yeah. Yeah,
he got
absolutely,
Stonehenge
100%.
too.
Yeah. It's for everything. It's for literally everything. So untangling this mess is next to impossible. I think, in my opinion, yes. I think that this is one of those things you have to fix, like, after the class.
Yeah,
you know what I
the
mean?
AI won't keep them.
This is baked in
It's fucking
like, on a
hilarious.
fundamental level. I'll put it this way. The nuance and complexity of the implementation of this level of rent seeking and public-private partnerships is greater than the complexity of any other bureaucracy that has ever existed in human history. The degree to which it's federalized, unprecedented. The fact that basically every municipal, state, and federal government in the West has done this, we're talking about tens of thousands of individual legal bodies that have all been simultaneously overtaken by capital interest and captured for their rent-seeking intent. Like, we're talking about a level of federalized complexity that can't really be addressed by any one movement. It's unbelievable. Yeah. Why doesn't the government just hire the contractor employees, pay them better? It's illegal. That's what I'm saying. In most places, it's illegal. The Pentagon's $52,000 trash can. Yeah. Many such cases. That's why the Pentagon gets so much money that it can't account for. This happens to the rest of the world? 100% it does. It's particularly bad in
Could have done that a long time ago, but
would
that's
you say
what
this
you
was legally
wanted.
decided? It's been happening bit by bit, piece by piece.
Because I had to funnel all my units through.
You would be crying
it has
for 10
definitely
minutes.
ramped up in the past century. The post World War II era, essentially. When after America became a superpower and we weren't facing like a domestic threat, we didn't really have to worry much about internal instability because America became wealthy enough that we could meet our material needs and everyone got fed, more or less. Obviously, people still go hungry in America, but like by and large, after World War II, we were on top of the world and we had an unrivaled level of domestic production. And as a consequence of that, like with no more internal pressure and everyone more or less somewhat comfortable, you can really buckle down and start rent seeking. Not even post-Reagan? Well, I mean, obviously it got worse under Reagan, just like literally everything else. Anyway, I just thought folks would find that interesting, you know, that email that I received. It's pretty grim, right? Can people like Mamdani combat this to some degree on a local level? Mamdani would have to, like, genuinely overwhelm the city council with an unbelievable amount of counter legislation that would have to get passed, and it would take so long and be so expensive, and they would fight back against it so hard. But then you have state level, like, regulation, right? You have, like, the New York State probably also has an incredibly complex network of, in some cases, laws that go back decades.
Why did he build
and somehow Mamdani would have to overwhelm the state legislature. And keep in mind that every single one of these changes is incomprehensible to the average citizen, the average voter.
Do I get his religion now?
Utmost importance to corpos. So corpos will do or say anything.
If you spread it, he would win the religious victory.
In line because it represents to them
Wait, really?
literally like in aggregate trillions of dollars of wealth flowing upwards.
That
over
would be
time.
hilarious.
But to the
I
average
hope that's
citizen,
the case.
they have no idea what's going on. So you basically
I would
have
never
no
be able
way
to win a
push for it
religious victory
because it's baked in
I'm
so
already
in like such
way
a
too
complex
built
way.
into what
There's
I
not
want.
one bill that you can pass called the End Corruption Bill. You know, what would you call a good title to this video segment? Rent seeking's built in. Nah, the title should probably be like, I got an email. It's worse than I thought. Because that's like true, but also kind of compelling, you know? That's like a good YouTube title. More vague? I mean, it's, yeah, but like, I'm sorry, quit clicking on it. What do you want me to do? Begging you one last time to address the bullshit jobs theory. I don't know what you're
Baptist
referring
Christianity?
to. Exactly. Say it broke you? Listen, you click on the videos. I don't know what to say. As far as I'm concerned, my obligation to you is that the content in the videos is good. But after that, like the title, the thumbnail, as long as they're like accurately gesturing to the point, like literally, I will do anything to pull you in, okay? If I had a fucking JoJo stand ability that allowed me to physically direct your eyeballs to each of my thumbnails as you scroll past them on YouTube, I would do that.
No,
I don't care.
We're not
I would
at war
do
with
that,
them.
100%.
It was probably because it was a
fucking gnat in here. God.
ally to...
Joke's on you, I only watch the streams.
Old mate.
Motherfucker. My mom works for a non-profit that helps generate green energy and helps people make their homes more energy efficient. It's actually a duty for the local municipal government, but my mom's non-profit has to beg them to please let them do it for free while the local government keeps trying to get for-profit contractors to do it worse. Yeah, no, it's like literally. And the reason for that is because the local government, the people in local government, the city councilmen aren't just like oblivious buffoons. They have relationships with local contractors. I guarantee you, every one of the city councilmen who lives in your city has contractor friends. And every time a proposed project goes through, they hear about it and they're like, hey, don't you think my firm could get that work? Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, buddy. I bet you a lot of those contractor firms probably threaten them as well, you know? Oh, if you don't find work for us, then I'm going to have to talk about how da-da-da. You're going past union, you know? You're going with some underpaid volunteers, you know? What, do you want me supporting your opposition in the next election? This is what I'm talking about. Like, it's this at every single level. So good luck fixing that. Campaign funds and donations too, yeah. It's not America exclusive. America's just particularly bad about it because we have so much capital that the deregulatory pressure is greater. The construction company in my town has a ruthless hold on city council. Yeah, I guarantee you it's like this absolutely everywhere. So good luck fixing this, you know? There. I added the proposed title. Still, it's interesting, isn't it? Our HOA also has this issue where they're trying to propose dumbass building projects that make no sense and do nothing for anyone who lives there. And it's very likely they just want to hire a friend to do the work. Yep. The best thing, in almost every single field of human creativity and construction, the best thing you can do is find something that was built 100 years ago. Neighborhoods, houses, clothing, not necessarily cars, but if you go back to like, honestly, tech has advanced quite a bit in the past century, so I can't really say cars, but if you wanted to talk about like aesthetics or innovation, you would want to go to like, yeah, the 1970s or 1980s at least. Obviously, the technology for modern vehicles is much better. Basically everything, like you want to go back 100 years.
Really
Furniture?
modern.
Oh yeah. Anything today built like shit with particle board. You go back 100 years, there were factories in North Carolina where people were on the cheap making furniture so high quality that today it goes for thousands of dollars. Appliances, refrigerators. We've just been making refrigerators worse and worse and worse for the past 70 years. Back in the 1950s and 60s, we built refrigerators that were as good as or better and
now
more
they have
reliable than
TVs
ones
in
today.
them.
It's on every
true.
level. Like
And they
everything
track
has just
you
been getting worse since
and
then
sell
in a
your
productive
data.
sense. Modern refrigerators have grok. That's fucking true. This is all true, but how are people going to afford a full-ass oak table? This is crazy to imagine, but it used to be, back in the day, every table was a full oak table. They didn't have like particle board or whatever back in the day. Every table was just a big wooden slab table. Like every table everywhere, basically. Like everyone. If you had a table, it was probably like a big wood table. Likewise with furniture, right? Can you up your volume a little bit? What the fuck? There. Half a decibel. Cars peaked in the early to mid 90s. Great. I mean, if you want to talk about like rent seeking in cars, I've talked at length about how cars are getting generally much more expensive despite not getting better. They're trying to find ways to like repackage everything to you, even if it's really basic.
No, it's much worse than that.
A big one is just the fact that they now deliberately build vehicles to make them impossible to repair at home. It used to be that if you were a bit of a gearhead, you could fix your car yourself. Like, it was complicated, sure, but the parts that you used to construct the car were basic parts. Not like the whole engine block. But if you wanted to do repairs, the bolts, the nuts, the screws, all the rivets, all of them, you could just go to Home Depot and buy them. They're just normal. But nowadays, they use special proprietary screws that you have to go to the manufacturer for in order to replace them. So not only have they made the construction more complicated, they're deliberately using construction parts that are more expensive but less effective in order to make it harder for you to do home repairs. It's not great. Best ovens were in the 1950s, had boilers with elevator mechanisms and shit. Yep. But I don't want to like get too much into the like, how do you say, how do I put this? Too much into the like, well, everything was better back then, and then make a comparison to something that would have cost like $10,000 back then. Because even if you do a direct price comparison relative to the affordability of a middle-class person then versus now, you know, on average, things really are just like getting worse. Cheaper, sometimes cheaper, but definitely worse. I think we should be looking towards the future instead of the past. Yeah, the future looks bleak, though, so, I mean, I do look towards the future.
Not according to PBD.
Not very blind.
Future looks bright.
Well, if you got money, it does.
The closest and the clearest example that I can make of this with regard to my specific knowledge is the fact that nowadays it costs hundreds of dollars to produce a pair of jeans that is exactly equal in quality and construction to a pair of jeans made 100 years ago. Like, you have to spend hundreds of dollars to get it, because everything that was used to make higher quality clothing back then has gotten rare and old and is now just being maintained by a small group of collectors and enthusiasts over in, like, Japan or whatever. We literally, like, can't redo that. We can't remake that. And that's considering the fact that the average cost of, like, cotton has gotten lower over time because we farm more efficiently than we used to. We don't know how to build the pyramids, ass Fosh. I mean, we know how to build the pyramids, but I guess a better way of putting it would be, do you think that the American government today could build the pyramids? Like, I'm being serious. If there was a city that wanted to build the pyramids and they had the lot for it, they already own the land, do you think they'd be able to build it? Do you think they would be able to? Or do you think they would end up going with some obscenely expensive, less beautiful, chopped down version with a bunch of defects and inconsistencies? At the end of the day, people say the pyramids were built by slaves. They were built by people whose job it was to make the pyramids. Nowadays, we have real construction equipment. Back then, they just had, you know, sleds and ropes and pulleys and shit. The Bass Pro Pyramid predates America. That's true. Let's move on. You want to know a real black pill? I looked it up. I looked it up because I was curious. Guess what the Pentagon cost to build? The Pentagon, keep in mind, is an almost impossibly large office building. And it's not just a regular office building, it's one that has to serve as a fortress.
Slam your horse into this or move it out of the way.
Like, it is a heavily fortified, extremely... Like, this is not built for cheap. The Pentagon is not built for cheap. It's like it's a city, essentially.
When he dies...
in a building on its own. It's enormous. It costs, in modern dollars, $1.5 billion. $1.5 billion. Or less than 1/10 of the cost of replacing the bridge between Washington and Oregon. 1/10 of the bridge that we're going to build between Washington and Oregon.
Speaking about jeans.
Jeans?
Yeah.
I gotta go. How long is this video? Like the one you're changing to?
Can't believe we haven't talked about this yet. This is so fascinating.
How long?
Come on, YouTube. It's like 5 minutes. 6:30. Full screen YouTube. Come on.
I'll have to go after this. Horsey died. Time to explore. Crabs. I have crabs. Oh, I can't hear it, by the way. I am big again.
Three years ago, in a mine shaft 250 feet below a sunny Arizona day, two guys struck gold. Actually, better than gold. They struck denim. Buried under a century of rocks and rubble, they found 7 pairs of 19th century jeans that are collectively worth way more than their weight in gold. At least $300,000. That's because crusty old jeans, even scraps of them, are in unbelievably short supply and unbelievably high demand. And if you were conscious for even 30 seconds of an econ class, you know what that means. People acting nuts. But why all the demand? It's not like jeans are hard to come by nowadays. At least 1 billion pairs are produced a year, and you can get these war crimes for under $25. The market's persistent thirst for vintage denim has its roots in the decidedly working class, sometimes rebellious, extremely American history of blue jeans. See, in 1873, when Levi's first patented the riveted, indigo-dyed cotton twill pants we know and love today, they were workwear. And to be clear, that's workwear as in wear them while you work in the mines, not wear them while you work on a video about pants for people who mostly aren't wearing any. And clothes for miners and factory workers have to be durable and functional, which for early jeans meant large pockets in convenient places, a high stitch count to prevent rips, and copper rivets reinforcing the parts of the garment most prone to tearing. But it only took a few decades for jeans to become an everyday thing and an American icon. In the 30s and 40s, cowboy movies made jeans the patron part of cool guys on horses. During World War II, Americans wore them to work in the military-industrial complex at home and abroad. Post-war, teens took them up to be rebels, and soon enough, blue jeans were as American as apple pie. And as American cultural influence spread in the mid-20th century, everyone wanted a slice of that pie. In Japan, importing jeans was illegal until the late 50s, so a huge black market for secondhand jeans sprung up in Ueno, Tokyo. In the 60s, Levi's sales were banned in East Germany, but when their economy was in the toilet in the late 70s, the East German government requested Levi's send them 800,000 pairs to sell to the cool American pants-wanting masses. But most Americans didn't know how much money their jeans could fetch overseas, so instead of getting into the resale market, they wore them to shreds or cut them up to use as packing material. Demand abroad outpaced demand in the US by so much that Japanese sellers would actually buy those packing scraps, stitch them back together into jeans, and sell them. All this is to say, vintage jeans have long since been both an American icon and a good product, so the demand isn't a total surprise. But in their 150-year history, a truly impressive parade of forces have kept supply low. From the Levi's patent stopping anyone from making riveted pants until 1892, to a warehouse fire in 1906 that destroyed a ton of Levi's inventory, to post-Depression Americans clinging to their jeans instead of selling or replacing, to import restrictions post-war, to labor strikes in garment factories in the 70s. So now, if you want one of those iconic pairs of yesteryear jeans instead of these horror shows, you gotta know how to look for them. Luckily, it's not hard for the layman to date a pair of Levi's. You just need to take them out to a nice dinner, engage with their interests, be communicative. No, that's a stupid joke. Not reading the rest of that. Here's how you figure out how old a pair of Levi's are. There are a few features that tip you off to a really old pair. Early Levi's, produced around the time of the Chinese Exclusion Act,
is not what I wanted it to be. I wanted a video on how people actually... This says how denim mining works, and he hasn't fucking talked about it yet.
Had a racist little label on the inside pocket that said, the only kind made by white labor, which is definitely not cool, but definitely does tell you the pants are old. The company stopped printing that sometime in the 1890s. Other signs aren't as racist. For example, the company didn't start using belt loops until Till 1922, so a buckle-back pair is likely 37, they started covering up rivets on the back to stop them from scratching up seats. From 1936 to 1970, the brand name on the little red tag in the back had a capital E. Before 1967, Levi's printed washing information on the inside pocket, but after that, they started putting it on separate care labels. So if there's a care label at all, your jeans are from after 1967. If that care label has the Levi's logo on it in red or black, it's from at least the mid-80s. And if that care label is huge and looks like a little booklet, it's probably from after 2003. And on most of these tags, in the jumble of numbers, you can find the actual
America
time
and Russia are next to each other.
This is the factory code, which is also on the back of the fly button. On this pair of pants, it's 513, one of the few that mean made in the USA. This is the style of pants, 550s, this is more info about the denim, and this is the month and year they were made. In this case, January 1997. So by the common definition of vintage, items that are at least 20 years old, these are vintage. But they're not the most valuable. They don't use the selvage denim of the old days, nor are they from particularly early in jeans history. If you want to find a really valuable pair of jeans, the kind that fetch 5 or more figures at auction, you need to look a little harder than my writer did. That's what so-called denim archaeologists do. Buying jean jackets off of passerbys' backs, sifting through attics and trunks in abandoned houses, and yes, rappelling down into 100-year-old mine shafts hoping to find jeans left behind in 1888. And if you're typing out a comment where you refer to these denim archaeologists as Indiana jeans, I'm sorry to inform you, they already thought of that. But go ahead and post anyways, it's still funny. Denim archaeology is a musty, dusty, risky business. There's a reason your parents taught you not to play in abandoned silver mines. But a good find can net tens of thousands of dollars, like the mine-found pair that, despite some noisy skeptics claiming they're not actually from the 1880s, still sold at auction for over $87,000, and are currently only available for viewing by appointment in Los Angeles, an appointment my outside correspondent Amy obviously got. So moral of the story, go play in those mines. There'd be gold down there. Or just, I don't know, thrift some jeans. I'm not the boss of you. But if I was the boss of you, I might tell you to sign up for this video sponsor.
That was an awful video. That was literally nothing. It was 5 seconds of what I actually wanted to talk about. I found this though, it's called Denim Hunter.
Jag är jeanssamlare.
Hur många par jeans har du där hemma?
400 ungefär.
Åh jäklar!
I don't know what language this is, but...
Det enda som saknas nu för att göra min tidslinje komplett, det är ett par jeans från 1880.
Det känns ju faktiskt lite tråkigt att du ska åka nu, precis innan bröllopet.
Nej, men det är under kontrollen.
Just made it that time.
Jag har hållit på med en grej i 17 år. Fan, det är ju halva mitt liv. Jag har hållit på för länge för att lägga åt sidan.
So that's neat.
That is neat. I didn't know it was a thing you could mine.
The most interesting part was literally just 2 seconds in that fucking video. I wanted to fucking show how people crawl around mine shafts and find jeans from the 1800s and will make fucking 6 figures off of it.
That is nuts.
And they gotta be Levi's too. Because they were the only brand around back then, you know?
Why, what, cunts just leave their jeans in the mine shafts?
Yeah, that's... So, even like if they rip and stuff, they might change them in the shaft and stuff.
Okay. And they just ditch them.
There's a whole industry on people who are in mines just finding jeans.
That is fucking crazy.
Like, it's a very small industry, of course. But, like, they do tons of research to figure out where jeans could potentially be, and then, like, do exploration.
Crazy.
And a lot of times, Levi themselves are the ones who will buy them from you.
What?
Yeah. And then, like, what's funny is the one I was watching, they go to Levi to meet with their, like, spokesperson.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think the spokesperson for Levi's is wearing?
Not jeans.
No, only jeans.
Oh, double denim?
Like, all of their clothing is denim.
That's awesome. That is exactly how it fucking should be. if you work for a denim company and you aren't
she's also
doing
the spokesperson.
denim, well, there you go. If you're doing it wrong. If you're doing it any other way.
Or something like that. She was like the historian or something.
Amazing.
Alright, I'll save next turn.
Yeah. Oh. I have another person. I have a holy site I can use now as well.
Wow. What a great city you founded down here, Russia.
I didn't even realize it was a single fucking tile. Aid to America? Sure.
He has 0 military.
Strange for the United States. He mustn't have his industrial zones yet.
Damn. Russia's actually... It's not a... When you're dealing with Russia and they're not doofus level Russia, they're so dangerous. That's such a good civ for the AI to play. They're very hard to beat when the AI has them. Okay.
Alright, we done?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Alright, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you later.